Hi there. Welcome to another episode of CodeWave. Some time ago, we created a MERN Stack tax manager application, and this time I decided to create it again, but with advanced functionalities. Okay, so welcome to Tax Hub. This is a project manager application, and in this project, we are going to use the MERN Stack technology to create this. Okay, I also have a Node.Js version, so if you're interested in that, you can check out the links in the description or the card up here and you get an Node.js version. Okay, so in this we'll use Vite with React Router version 7. Okay, the latest version. We'll also use MongoDB, we'll use Express and Node. Okay, we'll also use Adject for security to do verify and check if the emails are actually good. And we'll also use SendGrid to send emails. Okay, so let me give you a quick demo of what we are going to do. So this is the landing page, very simple and clean. Okay, so we can sign in, right? We can do forget email. Okay, so I'll sign up first. So I'll sign in. Okay, so it's successful. It says that an email has been sent to our account, right? Okay, so I'll go and check, and if you check, you can see now, right? I just received an email. Okay, so yeah, normally okay, it's all come into the spam. So yeah, don't worry. So you can see some 0 minutes ago, right? 0 minutes ago, I just received it. Okay. So let's see if I try to log in. Let's see if I can log in. So I shouldn't be able to log in, right? Okay, so you can see that login failed. Okay, let me verify my email and let's see. So I'll click on the link and let's see, it loads, verifying and email verified. Okay, so if I go back here and I now click on login, let's see what happens. Great, and I am logged in. Okay, so I don't have any workspace for now, right? Okay, so what I'll do is that I can go to workspaces here, right? Okay, I don't have any workspace. If you also check here, I don't have anything. So I can just say, I'm going to say test workspace, and I can put any description also here for testing. Okay, and I can select also any color. Okay, right. Okay, so let me maintain this and I'll just create it. Okay, so once I create it, I am taken to the details of the workspace. Okay, and you can see the members here. Great. So what I can do is I can now create a project inside the workspace. Okay, so I'm just gonna say I don't know the names to give, so but yeah, I'm just gonna say test project, and also testing here, yeah, for description. And let's say it's in planning. It's starting from okay, it started from this date to, let's say, end of this month. Okay, I can give tags as coding, then with comma web dev, comma, and maybe backend. Yeah, we can just give tags like that, and we can select members, right? So I'll select the project member. So I'll select myself and I will be the manager. So I can be a manager, contributor, or a viewer. Okay, and I'll just click on create. Okay, so let's see. So it goes through and now we have the project here. Okay, so I can also invite other members to join this workspace, right? Okay, so but then let's go into the project details first. Okay, so we come here and we don't have any tags in it, right? And we can also go by adding tags. So test task, right? Okay, testing. And I'll say, okay, it's a to-do, medium priority, date. Okay, will be okay, and I'll assign it to myself because I'm the only person, and I'll create it. Okay, so here it is, and I can even click on these links, right? So I can mark this as a to-do, and this will mark it as a to-do, and I can also click this to mark it as done, right? And it go to done. Okay, great. So you can see that the percentage is showing here when it is done, yeah, right? So it updates correctly. And we can also go even to the settings here, of the project, right? Okay, so here we can update it. Okay, so I can just say updated, right? I can change, whatever I want to change from here. Okay, and I can also, I see the members, and I can even delete the project, right? But I don't want to delete it for now. Now I'll click on this tax and open the tax details. Okay, so this is the tax details, and I can also update the tax. You can see there's a pencil icon here. If I click on it, I'll have the opportunity to edit the title and save. Okay, I can also change the status here to in progress, and that's all. It will be saved. I can change here testing updated and save. Okay, I can, if I have more users, I can assign, right? I can add more or remove some. I can change the priority from here to this, and I can add attachments. Okay, so adding attachments are by two ways. It's either you upload a file, so I can click here, I can say choose file, right? Okay, and I'll choose any file from my, so I choose a file, right? And the file size is displayed here. You can upload a file more than 1 megabyte, so I'll just click on attach, and let's see, you can see a loader here, beautiful, and it has been saved. Okay, and now you can see the file here. If I click on it, it opens. Okay, so yeah, and you can even add a file by URL. So maybe let's go to pixels.com. Okay, so I have taken an image from Pixels, so I'll put the name, it's a laptop, so I'm just going to say laptop, the name of the file, then I'll put the URL and just send it, right? Okay, so we can upload file or also do it by email. And as you can see, all the activities of the task are also listed here. So I just added an attachment with the name laptop. I uploaded another one, and all the details can be seen here. I can also add a subtask. So I'm going to say new subtask. Then I just press on add, and that should be it, right? Okay, and I can even mark it as done or undone. And I can also do comment, post it, and let's see. Okay, that one also goes through and see. And I can even add reactions to the comments, right? So I can say, yeah, love or anything. Okay, great. And I can also decide to delete the tags, which I will not. I can also archive it, right? Put it as an archive, and I can also watch it, right? So yeah, the people watching the tags and here, yes. And I can also unwatch it. Okay, that's fine. All these are all the things that I can do. So I can go back and yeah, okay. So yeah, basically those are the things that you can do in tags in the project and stuff. Okay, so let me try to invite someone. So I'm going to invite, you can either invite by the link. This, anyone with a link can join, but this one also has a, will be sent to their email. Okay, so let me send, and they will join as a member. Okay, so it has been sent. And if I go into my, okay, so it's here that you have been invited to join Workspace, and the name of the workspace is Test Workspace. Okay, so I am logged in here. Okay, let's see. Let me log in here. Okay, so I have a lot of workspaces here. Okay, so okay, first check. You can see that there is no test workspace here. So let's join that workspace and see if I click on this link, and let's see what will happen. Okay, so it's loading workspace details. So we can either decline or accept. So let me accept the invitation. And yes, it has been accepted. And now I am inside that workspace. So if I go back here, and now you can see I didn't even have to reload it, but it's now here, right? Okay, and if I go inside, I should see, okay, so because I am not assigned to that particular project, I can't see that project. So let me go back and try to see if I can add the user to that particular project. So because I am not added to that particular project, I can see that project from this side, right? But if I create a new project here, right? So new project, and put something here. Let's say this is in progress, date, this to this, and tags. Okay, then members, I'll select myself as a manager, and I'll select the other person as a contributor and create it. Okay, so that one is also here. Okay, so if I go to the other side, okay, now I didn't even have to refresh it, but it is here, right? And now I can see I'm part of this project, but on the other side, I am not part of this project. Okay, great. Okay, so let's see, what can I also do? Me as a member of this workspace cannot do certain things, right? So first, I cannot update the workspace. So let's say if I want to update it, let's say update it and see if it will work. So you cannot, right? I am unauthorized. And here we can also transfer the workspace ownership to somebody. And yes, here, I don't know, should I can also not do it because I am not the owner of the workspace. So I can transfer it to myself, but the other person can transfer it to me. I cannot also delete it, right? Great. So yeah, because the workspace is not mine, I'm just a member of the workspace. Okay. And here, your archive files and projects will also come here. Here, if you go, you see the workspace, the currently selected workspace members, right? So you can see here, there's a list view and there's a grid view, and you can even search, right? Okay, you can search. And if I change the workspace, let's say I change the workspace to this one, so the data will also change. Now I have switched the workspace. Okay, so let me be inside the same workspace. And here you can also see the tags that has been assigned to me, right? All the tags that has been assigned to me. Okay, from any workspace, right? You see all of them here. And if you click on it, it will take you to the specific task. And here, the list of the workspaces. Okay, and here is the dashboard of that particular selected workspace, right? So you can see all of these things here. Okay, so here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and try to transfer the ownership of this workspace to the other person. And let's see. So I can go here and click on transfer and see that person is available, right? These are eligible people that I can transfer to. So now you see the transfer is true. And once it goes through, let's see if I can update it here again. I am not authorized. I don't even have to log out and log in. Now I have transferred it to somebody. So if I go back here, I can go to this workspace now, and I can now see, let's say I'm going to change the color to this color. So, and also type here, description updated, and let's see. And now you can see I've been able to update it, right? Okay, so yes, so yeah, you see that it has been updated, and I can delete the entire workspace. And if I delete the entire workspace, all the tags and everything in it must go away. So let's try. Since now this workspace is mine, I can delete it peacefully. Let's see. Okay, so it has been deleted, and now these are the workspaces left. Okay, so these are the stuff that you can do. Oh, and lest I forget, there is one thing that you can do, which is very nice feature in this app. I can say comment and tag other members. I don't think they are part of this project, so I can tag them. Okay, so let me try to create a project and add the other member in this workspace, right? So you can see that there are two members in this workspace. So I'm going to say, I'm going to select the two members. So I will be the manager and the other person will be a contributor, and save. Okay, so new project 2025. I go inside and I create a tax, new tax. Okay, something here to do this and date. And I'm going to assign it to these two people. Okay, they will do the tax. And here, if I go inside here, now I should be able to comment, right? So comment with mention, and I just have to put @ right? And I can see the users, right? The people in this project, and I can tag the other person and post it. Great, and you can see the name is being highlighted here, and I can just click and do this, right? Okay, that's it, right? Okay, I can watch. I can go to my notifications here. right? Okay, I can see my notifications here. I have two. I can mark them individually as read or even mark all of them as read. And I can also go to my profile and update my profile from here, right? I can change the avatar, I can change my name, but I can change my email and I can update my password as well. Okay, and this is also fully responsive. Okay, so I am logged in inside the other account, and if I go to my notification, I can see that, there's a new comment on the task, right? A new task was assigned to me, right? Okay, I can mark it. I received an invitation, and I can mark all as even done. Go back. Okay, yes, and yeah, I can go to that specific. Okay, so I have this new tags, and yes, I can see. So now I can even like somebody's reaction, right? I can react to it. So now it is two. I can even add my own of this. Let me add this, right? But I can't add two. If I change this to another one, then the other one will go away, right? It has been changed to the other one, right? Okay. So yeah, that is what you can do, and the system is also fully responsive. So if I go here and I change the view to mobile, okay, here, okay, so you can see it's also fully responsive, right? Great. So you can see, and you can see everything in here. So this is what we are going to do. And lastly, there is two-factor authentication, 2FA. So I'll just enable it. And let's see, so we are sent an email to confirm, right? So I'll go here and you can see I have 2FA, right? So just some few minutes ago. So yeah, right, less than a minute ago. So I'll just copy the code, go back and put it here. If I put a wrong one, let's see if it will verify. We get invalid code. So I will paste the correct one and now verify. Now you can see 2FA is now enabled. So let me log out then. Let's see. I'll go here, log out, and now I want to log in. So with 2FA enabled. Okay, so it says that verification is required. So I'll go here, go back, and now you can see your two login code. So I'll copy this, go here, put a wrong one, and let's see. Oh, it's more than 6. So here, and it says invalid login, right? Okay, login failed. So I'll put the correct one, invalid code. I'll put the correct one. Let's see. Great. Now I am logged in. Great. And if I go back to my profile, I should see it's still there. And if I click, I can disable it. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. Great job. So this is what we are going to do. If you are excited about this project, don't forget to like and subscribe, right? So that you get notified. And also the source code link is in the description. You can just grab it. Okay, so yeah, let's get into the setup. Now let's get into the setup. So we are going to use Vite, right? So I build the build tool for the web. Okay, and it says that redefining developer experience. So we are going to use Vite, and make sure that you have Node.Js installed. So if you don't have, just go to nodejs.org and download the version, right? So you just click on this download and download for your Windows, right? Okay, great. So once you do that, we can start, and we're going to use Tailwind for styling, right? Okay, and with Vite, we'll use the new version of React Router v7, right? Okay, so how do we get started? So get started here. And all that we need to do is to copy this command, right? Great. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to create an empty folder here, right? Okay, so you can do whatever you want. So I'm going to say project manager. Okay, and I'll drag this folder into an empty code editor, and I'm using Cursor. You can use VS Code or anything. Okay, so I'll just drag this into Cursor like this. Okay, so let me make it so that you see. Okay, so I'll just drag and drop this in order to open that particular folder in Cursor. Okay, and let me make it big so you can see here we don't have anything in. So I'm going to create folders. So I'm going to say front end. So okay, So front end, and I'll create another one as back end. Okay, so I have these folders, front end and back end, and I'll open my terminal, right? Okay, so I have this. Okay, and remember the code I copied. So I'm just going to move inside the front end. So front end. Okay, great. Great. So now I'm inside the front end. Okay, and as you can see, it's empty. There's nothing in. And I'll just put the code that I copied. Okay, so npm create v at latest, and I want it to be installed in this same folder. So I just put /, right? Okay, and press on enter, and let's go to the setup. Okay, so I believe you can see it saying that we need to select the framework. So I am going to select React. So press on space to select it, then spacebar to select it, and enter. And now we have to select the variant. Okay, so we have TypeScript. We have TypeScript plus SWC. Sorry. We also have JavaScript with SWC, and we have React Router v7. Okay, and MERN Stack router, and okay, so we are going to use this. So press on enter, select React Router v7, and press enter. Okay, and let's see. Okay, so it's saying that okay, do you want to proceed? I will just press on enter to proceed. And now, okay, so it's creating, right? Okay, so it says that initialize gate. I am going to say no, so I'll use the arrow left and right to select no, right? Because I want to push the two folders, right? Okay, front end and back end. And it says that install dependencies with npm. We just recommended. I'll say yes. Okay, so this will come with Tailwind installed. So yeah, we don't have to install Tailwind. And what we'll have to install is Shadcn. So maybe yes, we can just go to Shadcn UI. Oh, okay. So we'll go to the installation, and we'll have to okay, docs, and now we have to select Vite. Okay, and this is what we need to follow. Okay, let's check if okay, it's still installing. Okay, so it's done installing. So maybe we can run it by saying npm run dev and see what we have. So Vite app normally runs on port 5173. So I can just click on it, and now here it is. So we're running on this port. So you can just go to the docs, right? You can click here to go to the docs. Okay, it's here, and you can read about the docs. Okay. One thing I want to advise you is that tutorials can get outdated, but docs will always be updated. So you can always refer to these docs, how you can install it, how you can do routing and stuff. Okay, so we are going to follow this routing style here. Okay, so let's go back, and now we go here, right? And now we can use either npm or pmp, okay, to create the app, which we've done that. Now we can install this Tailwind. I think this thing has been installed already. Maybe we can check from our package here. Okay, so let's see. We have Tailwind. Do we have Tailwind? Yes, we have Tailwind here, right? Okay. Yes, we do have Tailwind, and yeah, we do. Okay, so there is no need of this one because it has been installed. Okay, so it says that we need to replace everything in the CSS with this. Okay, let's go and check. So if we go inside our app, okay, so now this, kind of similar to Node.Js, right? So we'll go here, we'll check app.css, right? Okay, not global. So app.css, and this one is here. So I think we're good to go. Okay, and what again we need to do, it says that here, edit the tsconfig.json file. So here, and replace this here. Okay, so compiler option. Let's go to tsconfig, compiler option. Okay, so so what do we need? So the path. Okay, so the base URL and the path should be this. Compiler options. Okay, type this and that and that and that, and the path should be okay. Let's replace with this and see. No. Okay, let's keep it this way because we are using app and not the src. So I think we should keep it this way. What again? Okay, so what we can do is that we need to install this, right? This node types. So let's see if we have it. So here, no, here. Okay, and I'm just going to search node. I think we have it already. Types node. Okay, we have it. So there's no need. And vite config. Okay, so here we need to make sure we have the path and Tailwind CSS imported. Then we have the plugins of this and that. Okay, let's go and see vite config. Okay, so okay, maybe I can just replace this and let's try it and see. Okay. Okay, so we have the Tailwind here. We have a React router, and this, I think we should be fine to go. Okay, I believe it will work. Yeah. And now we can run this command right in it. Okay, so let's open our terminal and stop this from running. Okay, so Control C to stop it, right? Okay, great. And I'll put the command and in it, make sure you are in the front end. We are still in the front end. Okay, so don't forget that. Okay, so which one should we go for? I'm going for Slate. And okay, let's use legacy.ps.devs. I mean -pa.devs. Okay. Okay, so I think it has been installed, and now okay, we're done with all of this. Okay, so now let's try to install the button. So I'll put this and yeah, okay, so I press on enter and let's see. Okay, also legacy. I mean, when you use this, nothing will happen, you know. Yeah, so don't be afraid, just use it. Okay, so it's here, we have a component and we have button here. That is fine. So now maybe, okay, let me start the app again, run dev. Okay, great. And now here, okay, so we have the welcome page here. So okay, so let me take you through the folder structure. So this file here, routes, will be all our routes, right? So you can see that we have routes/home.tss, right? So if you go inside the routes here, you can see we have home.tss, and that is the main file that we see, right, when we run the app. Okay, so this is the file we see, and this also refers to the welcome file here, which is inside the welcome folder here, and this is what we see. So if I remove the whole of this welcome file, let's see if I delete it, right? So now we don't have this file again. So what I can do is I can just say div, right, and say hello. Let me say hi there. Okay, so hi there, and now I can remove the file import. Okay, great. So now you see that all the routes will go inside here, all the routes will go here. Okay, so this is the new React router. Okay, and here is the starting, right, the starting point, the entry point. So where we have some layout here, where we have some HTML tags, you know, here, and we have the children being wrapped in here, and we have the app, right? So this is the app, which returns an outlet, which is also a component of React router. Okay, and here is an error boundary, right, which helps to catch error. So here you don't have to change anything here. I mean, you can just leave it like that. Okay, and so now all our pages will be placing them inside the routes here, right? Okay, so now we can go back and check our app and see. So here, if I refresh it, okay, let's see. So now you can see we have hi there here. Okay, so inside here I am going to put a folder called root, right? Okay, and inside the root I'll put the home page right here, TSS. Okay, and we'll run rfce. Okay, so home page. Okay, for you to have this rfce command, please ensure you have installed something called ES7 plus. Okay, let me make it big. So here, make sure you install this, that you can have that snippet or anything similar. And also make sure you have Tailwind IntelliSense. This one also installed. I mean, it will help you. It will come very handy. Okay, so make sure you have at least these two to help you with the code completion and, you know, snippets. Okay, so here. Okay, so yeah, so here, how do I even show this page? So I need to go here, right? And now I can say that if I go to the index page, I am going to go to root, then home.tss, right? Okay, so you see, we are saying this is the index. So the index page is just your URL and /, right? Okay, then we'll show that. Okay, so okay, so here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, oh, not here, my bad. Okay, let me copy this and delete this, right? Okay, and now I'll go to the new home that I created. I want to put this one here, right, and import route from types and root. Okay, so you can just import it from there. And here we can set the title of our app. I'm going to say tax hub. Okay, tax hub. That's all. And now this. So if I go back, let's see, we can see now we have the title as tax hub. So right, this is now the meta data or tags that you can use to set titles for your app. Okay, so now everything that we have will go here, right? Okay, so inside the root is where we have this, and we're also going to have another folder that will be for auth. So all the authentication stuff will go here, and I'll have another one for dashboard, where after you log in, you go inside the dashboard here, and I want to have another one for user, where the user profile and notifications will go. Okay, great. So what do you say? Okay, let's test and see if Shadcn is working. So I'm going to import button. Okay, so import button, and I'm going to say this, and I'm just going to say click me. Okay. Okay, so I think I have seen something. So go to the TS config, right? And here, where we have this, I'm going to remove this and replace it with at, right? The symbol, right? Okay. And now here, when we go back here, we can just replace this with at, like this, right? Great. And I think this one is kind of cool. Okay, great. So now let's see. Okay, we changed something. So I think let's stop it from running. Yes, and run it again. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's running now, and let's see if it work. Okay, it says something imported. Oh, I think I've seen the issue. Let me try to import it again and let's see. Okay, I think we have an issue, right? So here I am going to change this to this, right? Okay, so change this to this, and let's see if it will work. Okay, so I commented this out. Let me see. I hope I will not have to change all of them to this because it will be a little big burden. Okay, so we have this that says click me, click me, click me. Okay, so I think our Tailwind, Shadcn, and it's working now. Great. Let me try to install another component and see, right? If I'll have to change all of them like that, then we better find a way as early as possible. So we need something like, so I'm going to search, we need something like avatar, right? Okay, so just press Control K to search. Okay, great. So avatar, and let's see, I will here and open another terminal and cd into front end, cd front end, and put the command. Okay, legacy, and okay, so that one too has been installed. Where was it placed? I think something just happened and I can, okay. Okay, so the avatar is somewhere that I have no idea. Oh, okay, he has been placed outside here. I think that was my bad. I'll put them here inside this folder. Okay, so let me delete this and okay, so here what I'm going to do is maybe I should just change some things. Okay. Okay, so I think I can change something here. So here I'm going to change this to at components, right? Okay, and make sure you change all of this. Let me change all of this to, yeah, at component, and I think that should be fine for us. I think the remaining ones are okay. So yeah, let me go here also and change this to at lib utils. Okay, so now let's try and install another one. Okay, let's try and install something else, which is let's say card. Okay, and card. Okay, card. let's go here. Okay. Okay. So, and I'll go inside my terminal again. Okay. Clear the terminal and put this, and let's see if now it gets installed at the right place. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So now you can see now it is here, and yeah, everything is being referenced correctly. Okay. That's a good one. So, yeah, so I think now, but let's still check and see if our app is running smoothly without any problem here and there. Where is it here? And let me reload it and see. Okay, yeah, it's still work. Okay. Now, okay, so we're now going to do with the design where we'll do with the login screen, the sign up screen, then forget password and stuff. Then we'll also connect it to the backend. So we'll just be working front and back, front and back, front and back. We're not going to take one side and finish all. Okay, so this is the approach I decided to adapt. I hope it'll be cool with it. Okay, so yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's roll. So now let's go to the login page. So here I am just going to say, I'm just going to say it should be this and this. Okay, center, and I'm just going to say this. Yeah, and I'll just say login to take us to the login page, and we can even wrap this around a link tag from React router. Okay, then inside this I'll put this. Okay, something like this, and here it's going to be sign in. Okay, sign. Okay, I got another suggestion for sign up. Okay, so if I go back, I think yes, I can see it this way, and I'm going to change this to screen. Okay, so the screen will just take 100% of the view height, right? Okay, so H screen. Okay, so like this, that's fine, and I'm going to give a little bit of gap of 4. Okay, and I'm going to change one of this to outline. Okay, something like this. Okay. Okay, so if I go here and I go back to if I click on this, it will not work now, right? You see, we have page not found. So what we need to do is go inside the app and go inside routes here. And in the routes here, now we need to set the routes. Okay, so in here, right, in the auth here, I'll have something called auth layout.tss, and I'm going to say RFCE, then I'll say auth layout. Okay, then I'll have okay, so I'm giving some suggestions here. Okay, which I think is fine. So let me import this from React router. Okay, that's cool. I think so. Let me also get the sign in.tss, RFCE, sign in. Okay, okay, here, sign in. And now I will create another one for sign app.tss, RFCE. Okay, then I'll create another one for forgot password. Okay, .tss. I think I missed the extension. Yeah, okay, so it should be TSS. Okay, great. And there is another one that's for reset password, right? Yeah, TSS. Okay, and we even have the verification. So verify email.tss, RFCE. Okay, so we have all of this. Okay, so now I'll go inside here, the router. Now let's begin to do the setup, right? Okay, so I'm also going to place the home page inside the this auth layout. The reason is when the user logs in, we don't want the user to come back to any of these pages again, right? Including the home page. That's why we're going to wrap it. So this auth layout will do the check-in to see if the user is logged in, then redirect the user to the appropriate page. So I'm going to cut this here, right? Okay. And you don't need to worry about it. We're going to show you how to do it here. So I'll import layout from here, right? Okay. So I import layout, then in curly braces, I'll put the route of, okay, I have some suggestions here. Okay, so now I'll put layout, and all these pages, right, will be inside this particular layout. And the layout is this page that we have here. The link, right, that's the file path. So if you check, you can see that first it takes the file, right, which is a string, and the children. The children can be a list, right? So this is the link to the layout file, and these are the children. Okay, I'm going to change this to route. They are not going to be children, so import also route. And now I'm going to change all of them. Now the route takes two things. So one, if you check, it will take the path, right? Okay, then the file. Okay, so what will be the path? The path will be also in this. So where is the home? Where is the home? Okay, I don't think I have that one yet. Okay, so this is for sign in. So the sign in will go to the endpoint sign dash in. Okay, and because I suggested. So now you see that we have the link. So when we go to sign in, this is the file that will be returned. When we go to sign up, this and that, right? And I'm gonna bring the index page. So index, right? The reason we are saying index is we'll just go to /. We can also use this and just say /. Okay, so yeah, that is it. Okay, great. So now this. So if we go back, let's go and check. Okay, so normally when you do this, you have to restart the app. Okay, so this and okay, let's do it again. Okay, I think something is missing. It says okay, it's saying there's no such file. Sign up. Okay, so sign up. Oh, I said sync up. Wow. Okay, so sign up. Okay, so okay, it's sign up also here. So I think it should work now. Let's go see. And yeah. Okay, so I mean, so these are the documentation, right? You can see from here, we're just doing exactly the same. Okay, so nothing special here. Okay, I think I need to kill this app and run it again. Okay, so now let's check it and see if it's working as it should. Okay, so now we are here, right? And you can see it's working fine. So if I click here, yes, sign up. And if I click here, sign in. Okay, that's fine. It's now working. Okay, good. So where are we starting from? Sign in. I will close all the others and leave sign in. Okay, great. Okay, so here, okay, height. That's right. And you know, everything to center. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So let's go here. Now, okay, before we do that, you know, we'll need, so I'll close some of these things. What is this? Feed here. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So we'll need inputs, right? Inputs and button, and we have button already from Shadcn. So we left with the input. Okay, so input. Okay, so input. Okay, here I'll install input. Make sure you store in the front end. And we'll also need a form, right? Okay, so because we are going to deal with form, so form. Okay, form here. Okay, and I'm also going to install straight out text area. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's saying, do we want to override the button? I'll say no, just install the input, that's all. A form, and now text area also. Now, when you install the form, right, it installs a lot of stuff for you. So you can see, I mean, we have a lot of things from Radix, and we have class variant authority, and this to merge classes. We have Lucy React icons that we're going to use. Okay, so forms, I think forms, yeah, forms installs React hook form. So hook form resolvers, and yeah, hook form resolver is here. And where's the React hook form? Okay, it's also here. Great. So that's what we're going to use to manage our form. Okay, great. So here I'll start from here and just say cons form. Okay, so I think that will be helpful. So ensure you import form from React hook form. Okay, and the form will take types, right? So okay, so it's saying sign up schema. So I think let me start organizing the file. So I'm just gonna go here inside here and just, should I put it here or what? Okay, here. I'm just gonna say schema.ts, right? And I'm just gonna say export cons. Okay, so this, and okay, we're gonna use Zod, and I believe Zod also was installed. Yeah, Zod is also here. Great, you don't have to worry about it. So Zod, we're gonna use Zod and say sign up schema, which will need email and password. Now, I will not advise you put this, right? The reason is fairly simple. Login, the person has already registered, right? So whatever password length that they have, that is what they are going to use. Okay, but it is only during the registration that you need to enforce that perhaps you have this number of characters of that, because if you enforce it like that, maybe you may have different policies today and tomorrow you have different. So maybe during this day, the password length was 6 and you have updated your policies and it's now 8. The people with 6 also needs to be able to log in. So if you make it here, there'll be a problem. But if you set it to the sign up where new users must have that number of length, then that's pretty fine. So that's why I'll not put the minimum length here. Okay, so what I'll do is this should be email, and if it is not email, what we'll say is that please provide your email. And oh, okay, that is too much. Take time for me. Here, I'll just say 1. Oh my goodness. Okay, so 1. And here I'll say password is required. Right, great. So this is, signing. So yeah, we'll come back to the sign up. So I'll come here and say that I'm going to say type, right? No. Okay, let me because sign in data. Yeah, let me say form data should be equal to z, right? Import z from zod dot infer. Okay, infer rate. Oh my goodness, z dot infer. Then I'll put types. Okay, so here inside here we're just going to say type of, right? Then I'll put in the schema that we just did. Okay. Oh, remove this. Yeah. Okay, great. So now this. So now here, this will carry all the types. So you see we have the types here. So instead of placing this one here, we can just remove the whole of this, right? And just put this one. So now it's reusable. We just can use it anywhere. And here we'll call in this and make sure you import Zod resolvers. Okay. Okay, make sure you add Zod resolvers from here. Okay, great. And now this is here. Okay, so there's one thing, please do not import it as type. It is not type. So just remove the type, else it will not work here. Okay, great. So now we have the form. Okay, so we can continue on. And here we also have the handle on submit, right? And we'll get values. I'm just going to say values. We'll get values, and the values will be of this type, which will have email and password, and I'll put values here. Okay, so inside here, I'm going to put classes. Okay, and I'll say that the minimum height should be, minimum height should be screen. Okay, it should be flex column. Okay, flex column, items to center, justify to center, and BG should be muted. Okay, -40, right, with a padding of 4. Okay, great. Inside here, now we'll put the card from at component UI card. Okay, so that one here, there's one thing that I want to do. So I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say max width of MD. Yeah, and I'll say height of full. Okay, so here, okay, so I'm getting suggestions. Okay, I'm going to get the header. So import header here, and the title will be sign in. No, okay, it was welcome back. So welcome back. Okay, and now we can also have card description. So card description, which will say, okay, sign into your account to continue. I think that's fine. Okay, you can check our progress. Oh, okay, it doesn't look good at all, right? Okay, no worries. Let's be focused and continue. Okay, so here, yeah, I think so. Let me see if I give shadow. Let's see shadow of Excel. Let's see if it will work. Do I even see it that way? Okay, I think something is wrong. I think my computer is a little bit slow. But anyway, let's continue and see. So after the header, we'll have the card content. Okay, good. And ensure to import card content. Okay, and inside the card content, that is where we're going to have the form. So I'm going to say form. Okay, so form, and import form from component, not React hook, from the component. Okay, great. And make sure we spread the form instance that we created out there. So we'll spread it like this. And now inside this, we're going to put the normal HTML form, which will not need any action. Okay, we'll not need any action, but we'll need the on submit, and on submit, we'll call this form here. It has a handle submit, then we'll pass in the handle submit that we have, which we'll call our API. Okay, so now inside here, we're going to use the form fields from Shadcn, right? Okay, so form field. Okay, and the form field is a self-closing. Okay, so it will take something called control, and the control, it's within the form. So we'll say just a form, the control, and we'll pass the name, which will be the email, and now we need to render an item. Okay, so what item are we going to render? We're going to render form item, import form item. Also, we'll pass in a label, which will be email. I'm just going to say email address. Okay, then now we'll pass in form control. Okay, so inside the form control, it's where we're going to put in the input. Okay, and let's import the input from components, and we just say the type should be email. The placeholder is enter your email, or we can say email at example.com. Then we'll spread in the field. We have the structure a field here, which is inside this form value that we have, right? So with the name needs to match what is here. Then we'll get the right field, right? So that will, we'll get the right field, and now we'll spread the field here, and all the types will be enforced. Okay, the schema will also be enforced, and now we'll pass in the message form message. Okay. Okay, so good. This is what we have, and okay. So this, am I zoomed in? Oh yes, I am zoomed in a lot on my computer, so that's why I was seeing it that way. I don't know why, but okay. So this is it. Okay, I think something that's either wrong somewhere. Okay, so now after this one, we can have another one. So I'm just going to duplicate it like this, and this will be email, right? And I'll change here to also email, and the type should be password, and here to be also password, right? And now change this to, yeah, something like this. You can put anything that you want in there. Okay, so we have it this way, and if we go check now, you can see we have two, right? Okay, so now we have these two here. Okay, should I remove this and see? Okay, so here I'm going to say this should be SM small, and the text should be this, right? Okay, and this one should be 2XL and font bold, I think. Okay, we're getting somewhere. And now you can see there's no spacing here, so we need to give spacing. Okay, so we need to give spacing. So what we can do is we can go here, maybe this side, and we just say okay, so space wide of 6, and let's see if it's affected, and let's see. So now, yeah, we have a space between them. Okay, great. And below here we can put a button, so call button. Okay, great. So import the button, make sure the button is imported, and the type is set to submit. Okay, with or full. And now let's see, we have a button here. Great. And when we click on it, you see that the schema, it's working perfectly. Now we see getting all this that yes, they are required. Okay, great. Now I am going to go below the form, right below the two forms here, and I'm going to put card footer, import from component, and in here I am going to put let me put a div, and in this div I'm going to say okay, I think I get this suggestion. So it's saying that the text should be SM and muted foreground. It says that don't, and this is to have that apostrophe comma. So don't have an account, right? Question mark. Then let's import link from React router, which will go to sign up. But I think here it's not, href is 2, right? To sign up, then say sign up. Okay, I think that should be fine. Great. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, great. So yes, if I click here now, it takes me to the sign up page. Great. I mean, that was reasonable. Maybe we can center this, right? Okay, so I'm just going to go here and here, and I'll just see test dash center, and let's see. Yes, now it comes here. Should we bring it a little bit down? So maybe we can give a little bit of margin bottom of 5 to push this content down here. Great. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this for the sign up, right? So what is this? Okay, so I'll just go here. Okay, so here the bottom is blue and here it's black. So I don't think it's any problem. Just change the bottom color. Okay. So yeah, so now we'll come in here. Okay, so I'll go here. Let's change the button color. Okay, so the quickest way is to go to search for the button, right? And in here, okay, so there's a background color. Okay, so you see, I think you see a BG primary. Okay, on default, yes, BG primary. So just change it to blue 600, and the text should be white, right? Yeah. And now let's go and see. Now it's blue. So we're good, right? Okay, great. Okay, so I'll close this and now go here and create for sign up. So Keza, can you now do the work? Okay, so sign up schema. Okay, so now that I want Keza to do the work, it doesn't want to do. Okay. Okay, that's just by the way. So I'm just going to, I think I need to. Okay, so here I'm just going to put this one here. We'll have name, we'll have password, and now here the password will be 8 characters, right? Okay, okay, and here I'm going to say password must be 8 characters. That's a big word. Okay, and we'll also have name, right? Name will also be z dot string, right? Okay, with a minimum of 3. Okay, there's a name must be at least 3 characters. Okay, and we also going to have confirm password, right? Okay, so confirm password. Let me see. Confirm. Okay, okay. So confirm password will also be 8. Okay, so we can do something as dot refine. Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to say is refine, then we get the value, and we're going to check if the value is equal to password, right? We're going to check if the value is equal. So here should be val dot password. Okay, so here I'm going to say here should be confirm. Okay, let me break it down here. Okay, so here it's going to be string minimum of 8. This, and we are saying refine. Then when we refine it, we get data. Okay, okay, and in the data we'll get confirm password. Okay, let's say we'll get the password, right, and compare it with confirm password. Okay, so if it is equal to yeah, if it's not equal to, say, passwords does not match, where confirm password does not exist. Oh, okay, I think I placed it at the wrong place. Okay, I think I placed it at the wrong place. Okay, yeah, it should be here. Dot refine. Okay, great, like here. Okay, great. At the end, right? So we'll check if password and confirm password matches. Okay, so as I told you, I'm just going to copy all of this, come to the sign up page, and replace it and change this to sign up. Go up, and sign up. Okay, and here sign up, and import sign up also from here. Great. And here we'll have name and confirm password. Okay, that's right. And make sure you change this to here, and this also to the sign up schema. Okay, that's right. And here now let's change this to create an account. Okay, and this one should be create an account to continue. That's fair, or that's fine. And there I can see there's an error somewhere here. Okay, so change this one also to the type that we have up here, and if we go back to check, we should see that we have this, right? Kind of similar. Okay, great. Okay, I still can't figure out the view, so I'm going to check. I think maybe let me remove these things from here and see, right? And just return this. Yes. Okay, so now I can go back to the normal one, or maybe zoom it in a little. So yeah, the problem was coming from me. Just return this, right? We can even remove this and just return this, right? Good, we are good, great. So sign up, right? Okay, so now here we have the email, and I'm going to duplicate the email. right? For name. Okay, so whichever one you want to put first. I mean, name here to be full name. Okay, here we test, and here example John Doe. That's fine. Okay, and now here I'm also going to duplicate the password here, password, and call this confirm password. Change this to confirm password, but here still as password. And here should be sign up, right? Okay, and now here, let's also come here and say that already have an account, sign up. Okay, so here, yeah, sign in. If you have account already, you sign in. That's right. Great, right? I think that's it. Create an account, and this, yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, so because I'm zoomed in here, right? Okay, so I think this also needs a little bit of spacing. So here, this thing needs to go down. So here, to center. So okay, that's not the issue. I want to just go down 6. Okay, yeah, something like this. And if I go back to here, okay, so this one also needs to have same. Sign in. Okay, I scroll down here and I'll put this and because I do same. Okay, great. Okay, that's totally fine. Great. But if you check here in the sign up, we also have the forgot password, right? Okay, which we need to bring. So you can see that it's in line with the password label, right? So maybe it's somewhere here, right? Okay, let's go back here. So where can we put it? Sign in here. There's a password label here. So here, right? So I'm going to put a div like this, put this. Then now I'll put a link from React Router. Okay. And okay, guess I suggesting something. So yeah, test of this. No, it's blue. So blue 600. Okay, forgot password. Yes, and they flex items to center, justify to between. Okay, so that this will be left and this will be right. Okay, let's go and see. Yes, okay, yeah, that's the one that we have. Okay, so if I click on this, it should go to forget password, and that's fine. If I click here, it goes to sign up, and the validations are working. Great. So now we need to go and work on our backend and make sure that we're able to create an account and stuff. Okay, great. So now that we're done with front end here, let's go to the backend and also fix that one. So I'm going to close all of this, toggle this, and here, right? Okay, so I'll open the terminal and create a new one, and I'll cd into back end. Okay, and all I need to do is say npm init, right? Okay, and the name will be, I think, should I say, okay, backend. You can change the name, version, everything, description should be fine. Okay, index.js, that's fine. Test command, no. Git repo, no. Keyword, no. Yeah, CodeWave. Yeah, I'll just put my name there. Okay, I mean, we can, yes, you can just press enter, 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 and everything should be fine. Okay, so we have this with all the things, the configurations that we just did here. Okay, so let's install the packages. Say npm I. We'll need something like bcrypt. Okay, we'll need mongoose. We'll need JSON web token. Okay, we'll need something like Morgan to log our routes. Okay, yeah. We also need we need Zord. Okay, so and we also need something called Zord Express. Okay, dash middleware. Okay, so we're going to use Zord and Zord Express middleware as a little bit of types to check the data that is coming, to validate the data, right? And we also need Express, right? Okay. And what again? We also need .env, right? Good. We also need course, and I think that's all. We'll come to SendGrid later, right? Okay. So install. Okay, and as it is installing, let's create the index.js file. Okay. So what is the issue? Is it something was not found? Okay, I think maybe I have a typo in one of them. So okay, so this is supposed to be bcrypt, not bgcrypt. Okay, bcrypt, mongoose, and stuff. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, so index dot here, and we'll also have things like controllers. So I'm creating the folders. We'll have models. We'll have routes, and what again? let's say maybe we have libs also. Okay, so they have been installed successfully. Now I'm also going to install NodeMon. Oh, yeah, NodeMon, but I'll install it as a dev dependency. So yeah, npm I, okay, I, then NodeMon, then -d, capital D as a dev dependency. So you can see all the dependencies are here, and this is a dev dependency. It's only needed in development, right? Yeah, so we'll not use it in production. So that's why we install it as a dev dependency. Okay, so here, let's add some stuff. So here, okay, so I have start, which will start the index file, and when I run dev, we're going to use node mon. Okay, great. So one thing we also need is .env file, env file, and the env file will have port, which will be 5000. Okay, and we'll have other stuff like MongoDB URI. Okay, great, and we'll have JWT secret, okay, which is any string of choice secured one. So yeah, I'll just type in it because this will be used to sign the JWT tokens, right? And it's the same thing you use to verify it, right? So you can use something else to sign it and something else to decrypt it. So this is like the key to sign and to decrypt it, or yeah, verify it. Okay, so here, let's begin. I want to use ES6. So here, let's do something. Let's do something called git ignore. So git ignore, and in this, I'm going to make sure I ignore node modules and I ignore env files, right? So that when I push, it doesn't go to GitHub, right? Great. So I think that's fair. And go back inside the package.json here, and we want to use import instead of the const require, right? Great. So we're going to change the module. So I'm going to say type, right? And I'll change it to module instead of common.js module, so that we can use import instead of const require. Okay, great. So now let's import things like course from course. Okay, we'll need to import .env, yeah, from .env. Okay, we need to import what again, express from express. Okay, and what again we need to import? We need to import mongoose from mongoose. Then we import Morgan from Morgan. Okay, great. And now the first thing will be is to configure the .env. So I say .env.config. Great, and that's all. So that wherever inside our app we can use the .env files. Okay, so now let's create an app. So const app should be equal to express. Okay, and I'm going to say express.use. Okay, yeah, let's say, sorry, app.use. Let me say express, because we'll need to use JSON, right? So express.use JSON. Okay, and okay, maybe, okay, let me remove this for, okay, let it be there, and let's make sure our app is running and that we can use it. So for that particular matter, I am going to say that const port, I don't know, Keza, working here, process.env.port or 5000. Yeah, okay. Then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say app.listen. Our app need to listen on the port. So I'll say port, right? Then I'll have a callback. And inside a callback, I'm just going to say console log server running on port. Oh, okay. So server running on port. Then I'll just put the port number here. So $, carries and port. Okay, great. So now if I run the app like this, if I say npm run dev, let's see. Now the app is running on port this. And because we're using NodeMon, whatever changes we make, it will automatically restart. We don't have to close the app and restart it again. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, so I want to create something. So I'm going to say here, I'm going to say app dot get, right? So I'm going to put / and I'll just say async. Okay, so there's a request and there is a response. Oh my goodness. It's a request and a response. Okay, great. And a callback. Great. So like this. Okay, so everything that we send through this app, we get the request, right? Which is the body type, the body, and we get the response. That is what we'll send back. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that when you go to the main page, right, I'm just going to send something like status of 200, right? Then I'll say .json, and I'm going to put a message of work. Oh my goodness. Welcome to Tax Hub API. Yeah. Okay. So if I go inside my browser and I go to localhost 5000, let's see. Great. So now I get this, the message meaning our server is up and running. Great. Great job. So now let me also set an error middleware. Yeah. So here I'm going to say app.use. Great. So I get error, I'll get the request, and I'll get the response. Okay, so I'll just respond with status of 404. Great. And I'll say JSON. Then I'll put in a message that says not found. So 404 error is like not found. Okay, so if you go to any other page, right, then aside what we have, then it should be not found. Okay, so if I put something here, let's see, yeah, we get this error. Okay, because this page does not exist. Okay, so okay, I think that's it. Oh, okay, let me also put something here as mess. And here I'm going to console log the error. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to say error.stack. Stack. Okay, great. And log the error. So this is for error. And let me also do not found middleware. Okay. So why is cursor not working here? Cursor seems to be sleeping here, sleeping on duty. Okay, so here I'm just going to say also use. Okay, and in here we'll get the request and we'll get the response, right? Okay, I will just return status of 404. Oh, 404. Yes, and this, so we'll say message of not found. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Here shouldn't be. Here it's 500, right? Great. And the message should be let me change this to internal server error. Great. Yeah, this is a server error, and this is not found message. Okay, so now here, if I go to any route, yeah, you can see not found here. Great. So we're making progress, right? Okay, so now let's deal with the route. So come up here, and before this, I want to configure calls. So I'm just going to say app.use, right? So we want to use calls and make sure that calls is configured. So calls this, and I'll open parentheses. So if I just leave it here like this, right, meaning any request that comes through from any URL will be accepted. However, I want to make sure we're getting it from our URL only. Okay, so I'm just going to say origin. Okay, so the origin should be process.env.front-end URL. Okay, yeah, that's fine. And we can even put the methods. Oh, methods. Okay, so the methods that will come in are, so there are an array. So we have get method, we have post method, we can have delete method, delete, we can have put for updates, right? So we read, we write, we delete, then we update. Okay, that's fine. And we can also have this allow headers, great, which will be from content type, should be content type, great, and also authorize, that's word, authorization, okay, authorization. Oh, this should be square bracket, great. So now course is fully configured. Okay, so we can also use Morgan. So I am going to say use Morgan. Then inside the Morgan, I'll pass dev, meaning it will only be needed in development. Okay, great. So now we can now do our DB connection. Okay, so I'm going to say mongoose dot connect. Great. So then we just pass in process dot env dot MongoDB URI. Okay, that's fine. We can even say then if it goes through, right? Okay, so this takes a callback, and I will just say console log DB connected successfully. Okay. Oh, sorry. Callback and remove one from here. Yeah, like this. Okay, great. And we can also even catch errors. So here I'm going to say catch. Okay, so if an error occur, also we get a callback and we'll get the error, and we can log the error as failed to connect to DB. Then I'm going to put the actual error here. Okay, great. So something like this. So if I check from the terminal, you can see we get an error. Yes. Also failed to connect because we don't have the URL here, right? We don't have this. Okay. Make sure that this here is the same as what is here, right? Okay. So now let's go and make sure we get MongoDB URL. Okay. So go to MongoDB. Okay. So MongoDB. Okay. So go to MongoDB and ensure to sign up if you don't have an account, or sign in. So I'll sign in with my Google account. Okay. So I am in here, and I'll go to connect. Okay, so if I browse, I do have some projects. Yeah, so you can see I have two right here. Okay, these two. So I'll go back and click on connect here and go to drivers and copy this URL or string here. Great. So before that also, you can go to network access and ensure you have added your IP address here, or you can just click on add IP address and say, you can click on add IP address and say allow connection from anywhere, right? Where is that one? Yeah, you can just put for 0.0.0, right? 0.0.0.04, and it will allow connection from anywhere, or you can add your current IP address. Okay, that's right. And also make sure you have database access by creating a username and a password, right? Okay, because we'll use those things to log in. Okay. So in here, come and put what you copied here. It's very long. And now we need to change the username. So I will change my username and password of. Okay, so you need to change the username and password. So make sure you remove the angle bracket, this one, and also this one, right? And put your username and password there. That is the one you set in database assets. And also after this .net / here, I'm going to put the database name there. So I'm going to say tax hub DB, right? And I'll change my database and password of camera. Okay, so now database and password is set. I mean, the URL is set. Let's see if we'll be able to connect. Okay, so now you can see DB connected successfully. That's very nice. So now let's start with the models, right? Okay, so we're going to start with the user model. Okay, so I'll go inside here and I'll say user.js. Okay, great. And I'm just going to import mongoose. Okay. And I'm going to say cons user schema equal to new schema, and ensure schema coming from mongoose. Okay, schema, then parentheses and curly braces. Now the various fields that we want to have will go inside here. So we have email, and the email will be of type. So as a type will be string, right? Okay. So make sure that the string, the S is capital, Okay, it will be required, a required field required will be true. So it will be required. And what again? Okay, so it will be unique. No, unique will be true, right? Emails needs to be unique. And I'm going to say trim to true, right? To remove white spaces, and to lower case also true. Okay, great. So I think there's an issue here that says, what is this from Zod? No. Expected a comma away from the comma. This should be new. Sorry, new. And now I can put it back. Okay, like this. Great. And so after this, we'll also have password. I wish cursor will work here. Type, which is also a string. Make sure the S is capital. It's a string. It's going to be required to true, and select to false, right? So by default, when we fetch the user data, the password will not come. We'll have to include it if we need it. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this and say name. Name will be string. Will it be required? Yes. And I'm going to change this to trim, which will be true. Okay, then I'll duplicate this many times. And now we'll go to profile picture. Okay, string, not required. Okay, not required. And this not also important. Okay, then we go to is email verified, which is going to be a boolean, and here default is going to be false, right? Okay, great. So we don't need this. And the next one will be last login, which will be type date. Okay, so that's it. And what again we'll need is 2FA enabled. Okay, so here it's going to be a boolean, and default will be false. Yeah, we don't want to force anybody to enable it. And the next one will be 2FA, okay, OTP. Yes, that's when we send the OTP. Here we'll store it here, and it will be a string. Okay, I'm going to say select to be false. Okay, we don't want to include it to the user when we fetch the user. Okay, and the last one will be 2FA OTP expires. Okay, great. So when we send the OTP also, we want to make sure we have set a timer for it to expire. Okay, great. Okay, so these are the fields that we'll need. You can add as many as you want. And I'm going to go here, right? So the last curly braces before the parentheses, and I'll put another one, and I'll say time stamp to be true, so that created art and updated art will be added automatically. We don't have to add it. Okay, so now that we are done, we can say cons user should be equal to mongoose dot model. Okay, what will be the model name? User, and we pass in the user schema. Great. And now we can say export default user. Great. So now we have our user ready. Okay, great. So what's the next step? The next step is to create the route and the controllers, right? Okay, so we have the index route where we put all the routes, and now we have the auth. I'm going to say auth. Should I say auth route or auth.js? Okay, don't worry. So in here, right here, that's where we get all the routes to one place that we export it at once, right? Okay, we can do this also inside the main server file. That's the index.js file, but I don't want to do that. I want to do it here. So here I'm going to import express from express, right? And now I will import something called, let's say auth route, right? From then dot slash great auth dot. But because we have changed this to the type to a module instead of the common JS, please make sure you add the extension dot slash JS, else you get an error. Okay, so now I'm going to say cons router to be equal to express dot router. Oh, express. Oh, this should be express. Okay, so express.router, great, and invoke it. Okay, great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say router.use. Okay, so use, and now I'll pass in the route. Okay, so all the authentication thing will have the endpoint auth. Then we'll pass in the auth router. Great, auth routes here. And now let's also export default router. Okay, great. Now we can come inside. Okay, here. Okay, great. Now we can come inside the main file and import the routes, the various routes. Okay. So here, I'll come up here and I'll say import routes. I'll call them routes equal to, from, not equal to, dot slash, right? Then we go inside the route, then slash index.js, index.js. Make sure you have the JS. And now we can go down wherever we want to put it. Okay, but I'm going to put it below here. Okay, so I'm going to say app.use, then the endpoint. So all of them will have the endpoint of API/v1, right? Then I'll pass in the routes. Okay, so if I want to go to the app will have like HTTP localhost 5000 /API-v1 / then either auth comes or user, right? Okay, so that's what we're doing here. Great. So if I go here, so now this one is okay. So now we can come into, okay, we have this. So I can close this and I can close this. This can go here. Okay, so now the auth route. In this auth route, we'll have a lot of stuff. So let's import express from express. Okay, and let's also import Zod from Zod. Okay, let's also import something called validator, right, from Zod Express middleware, and that thing it's called validate. Great. So validate request. Great. So here also we're going to say cons router equal to express, the same way like the other one, express router. Okay, great. So now what are the various routes that we're going to have? So one, we'll say router dot post. We're going to have a post method, right? Okay, which will have the endpoint slash register, right, to register the user. And now here is where we need to put async, request, and response. Oh my goodness. Request and response here. Then we'll do this, right? However, we want to cut this and put them inside the controllers. That is why we have controllers, right? However, before we reach out to this, we want to put middleware that will check the data. That's where we're going to use the Zod Express middleware. So I'm going to say validate request. So this will validate the request first. So we're going to validate which one, the body, and the body we're going to put register schema. So I am going to go inside here and say validate schema.js. Okay. And this is similar to the one that we have in the front end. So I can just copy and paste it. Okay, so register schema and ensure to import this from Zod, right? So the same thing, the name needs to be at least 1. I think we said 3 at the front end, so we can say 3 here. Email needs to be email, and password during registration needs to be at least 8, right? Okay, so here I can just say export. Yeah, let me export it here as register schema. Okay, then so I can now bring this one here, right? Then call this one. Okay, great. I want this to be clean. That's why I am doing it this way to bring it from there. Okay, so now here I am just going to also cut this, right? Instead of here, I want it to be clean, and I'll send it to the controller and call this auth controller.js, and I'll see cons register user equal to, okay, then I put this, right? Great. And now I can also export it as register user. Okay, so here I now will go here and now import register user. Okay, let me show you something, what I was talking about. You see now we're having errors, right? Because we need to put the .js here, and also .js here. Okay, great. So I think yes, and even in the auth, where is auth? Here. Okay, there's something somewhere that I need to add that one to here. Okay, so here they all have the .js here. Okay, and here .js. Okay, so let's see where is it that forward slash. Okay, did I export this? Oh, okay, we are not exporting this. So export default router here. So now I think it should work. Great, it's working. Database also connected. Okay, great. So now this is it, and I can even duplicate this and call this login, and I would say login user. Okay, here, go here. I can duplicate this and call this login user. Export login user here and import it here. And login user will have validation. You know that will have here. Also have this, and I'll just put that one also here. Okay, right. So email and password will be used for the login. And instead of this, I'll change this to this. Great. So yeah, it's still running. Okay, so now let's begin to log or register the user. Okay, great. So this one here will help us to validate the body that is coming, right? Okay, so in here, now we reach here. Okay, so let's put a try catch to catch any errors. Okay, so when an error occurs, what we can do is we can just say console log the error and return an error of status 500, which is the message is internal server error. Okay, great, right? Okay, so that is something went wrong. Okay, at the server side, and not necessarily the fault of the user. Okay, so I also put that one here. Okay. Okay, so now inside, let's destructure the values that we'll need from the body, which is from the request, inside the request. And you know, we'll need the email, we'll need the name, and we'll need the password. Okay. Okay, so we'll need all of this here. First, we need to check if there is user already, right? So before you register, we need to make sure that the existing user, the account does not exist. So we're going to say await user, which is coming from, okay, so here, models. Okay, so here, let's try if we can import it again. Let's see. Okay, user, make sure you add the .js. Okay, so user dot find find one. Okay, what are we finding by the email? Right, great. If existing user, if the user exists, right? Okay, so we just need to respond with that the user already exists, right? Which is 400 JSON and .json. Okay, then the message will be email address already in use, right? Okay, great. Okay, so we can do it like this. Okay, but if the user does not exist, then we need to hash our password. We don't have to save the raw password inside our database. That is suicidal, so we need to hash it so that even if somebody gets it, they will not be able to know what password it is. Okay, so I'm going to say sort should be equal to wait, bcrypt. Let me import bcrypt. So here I'm going to say import bcrypt from bcrypt. Did I even? I don't think I did. Okay, so bcrypt. Okay, so bcrypt dot then gensort. Okay, so they'll pass in 10 rounds. Okay, great. So now I'm gonna say const hashed password. Okay, password should be equal to await bcrypt. Okay, bcrypt dot hash, right? Okay, then I'll pass in the password. Okay, and the sort. Okay, we could have also done it on the same line, right? Okay, so I mean that's fine. So now that we have the password, we can now say const new new user should be equal to wait user dot create. Okay, parentheses, then curly brace, and I'll say email. Okay, so both names are the same, the field name and the value that we're passing, they are all the same, so we can just say email. And now we say password should be equal to hash password. That's the case, great. And name will also be name. Okay, great. So now once the user is registered, now we'll have to do the verification, right? Okay, but before we come to the verification, let's see that it will go through successfully. So I'm just going to put a status here that says okay, 201 JSON. Okay, and it'll be like the message will be okay, verification email sent to your email, so please check and verify your account. Okay, you can put whatever message you want there. Okay, great. So now this is it, and let's go and try and see if we can register, right? So we'll come back. So I'm just going to put to do send email. Okay. Okay, so now we can go back to the front end, right? So I'm going to close some of these things and even this one. Okay, so in the front end, here, we are going to use tank stack query. So let's make sure we install it, right? Okay, so what's this? Oh, okay. And okay, so I'm going to say tank stack query. Okay, so here I'll go to the docs. Okay, so open the docs, and yeah, where is the installation? Okay, make sure here is the latest version that is selected. Okay, so make sure this is React selected, and here is the latest. So you can click on installation right from here, installation, and now you can just install it like this. So this is the npm package. So you can use any of this, or you can also use the CDN, and yeah, and you can also install the ESLint plugins, which is recommended. Okay, that's fine. So let's go and install this. Okay, I think our backend crashed, right? Okay, so here, make sure you're still in the front end, and now install this. Okay, let's go back and see how we can continue. Quick start. Okay, so the quick start is that we need to use the query provider and wrap around our app with the query provider, right? Okay, great. So this is how we can do it right here, up here. Okay, great. Okay, it has been installed. So now I'll come inside front end here, and inside the app here, I'm going to create something called provider. Okay, and inside the provider folder, I'm going to say React query provider.tss. Okay, great. So here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say export cons query client. Okay, so we're going to import query client from which will be a new query client from tank stack React query. Okay, so now Keza, you're working here. I don't know why you were not working at the backend. Okay, so cons. Okay, so this we have it this way. Okay, that's fine. So we see React query provider, which will accept children, right? And the children will be of type React Node. Okay, so ensure React is imported, not as type. No, not as type. Okay. Okay, and okay, so then we'll return the query client provider, which we're going to import from tank stack query, right? And wrap around and pass in the client, which is equal to this query client that we have here. Then we'll wrap our app around with the children, right? Okay, great. And we need to return it like this. So where we can do this is we can go back inside the root.tss file here, where we have this app here. This outlet, right? In this outlet here, we'll wrap our app with the React query provider that we just created, right? And make sure you import it up here. Great. Okay, yes, that's it. Okay, great. So that's all. And inside here, we're also going to use Sonar. So I'm going to install it. Install Sonar. Yeah, Sonar for toast notification, right? Okay, so here I'm also going to say that below this, I'm going to say toaster. Okay, and that one will be coming from import this from Sonar. Okay, great. And here we can see that the position, right? You can change the position to whatever you want, top, center, or top right, or whatever you want. And you can also add something called rich colors so that when it is error, you have that red background and blue for information and successful as green. Okay, that's right. Now we also would need a context provider, right? So that when the user logs in, we'll be able to get the user information. So I'm going to say auth context.tss. So here I'm going to have the interface. I'll say auth context type, which is fine. Okay, what are the things I'll need? I'll need the user, which will be user. Okay, so let me create in here something as types / index.ts. Okay, great. And I'm going to say user. So each user will have ID, email, and okay. Okay, let's just say this for now. And I'm going to export it from here, right? Okay. And now I can come here and import user from types. Okay, so it'll be either user or now, right? Then I'll not need set user. I'm going to need something called is authenticated, which is a boolean. Okay, then I have it's loading. Okay, then I'll have error. I'll not need error. I'll need login, which will take data. Okay, let's keep this for now, and a logout, which is also void because we'll not need any data. We just need to clear our storage. Okay, so here I'm going to say cons auth contest. Okay, so auth contest should be create contest, which is from React. Has it been imported? Okay, yes, it has. Okay, then I'll pass in the types and make sure you invoke it like this. So the types will be auth contest type or undefined, and at the beginning it's just going to be undefined. Okay, great. So here now I'm going to say export cons auth provider. Okay, great. Because it's been helpful. Let's see if it's correct. So auth provider, which will take the children, and the children will be of React Node. That's fine. And here we'll get user, which will be a use state. Okay, so import use state, and it will be of type user or now. And at the beginning it will be now, and it's authenticated will also be true or false. And it's loading also true or false. Okay, and at the beginning we're going to set it to true. And now we're going to say that auth context.provider, then we'll provide the value. Okay, so we are returning the auth, yeah, dot this, then we're providing the value as values. Maybe I can just be like this, value as values, where I'll just come here and say cons values should be this, and just pass these values as values here. Okay, great. Then also wrap it in the children, right? Okay, so this one does not exist yet, but we'll come back to that. Now we also need to create a way, have a way in which we can use it. So we're going to use a use auth that will use the use context from React, right? And we'll pass in the context auth context that we created up here, right? And if it is not used within the context provider, we'll throw an error that says that must be used within the auth provider. Else we'll return the context. Okay, so now let us come to the login and logout stuff. Okay, so here I'm going to say login. Okay. For now, let us just console log something. And okay, yeah, great. So now we have it this way. Okay, so now that one also, we can wrap it around in the children here, wrap it around the children here. So I'll go here and say, okay, auth provider. Yes, this way. Okay, yeah, I think this one can also, and let's import it from the auth context that we have. So we have it this way. So now everything is set, right? So our auth context is set, and the tank stack query also set. Okay, so now we'll come back to this, but for this one we are done. And here we're also done here. And what is this one? Okay, we'll come back to this and fill it more. Okay, so we can go to the route and inside the auth layout, right? Okay. So now in the auth layout here, we can now check if it is authenticated, the user is authenticated or not, right? So import this from the auth context that we created. And now if I remember, we also had something, it's loading, right? If it's loading, okay, let's say, okay, we'll just return it's loading, okay? And if the user is logged in, we are going to use something called navigate, which is from React Router, and navigate back to, where should we go? To the dashboard. Great, to dashboard. Else, if the user is not, then we'll return this, right? Okay, so when you visit any of these pages, because they are all wrapped in the auth layout and you are logged in, you'll be sent back to the dashboard. Okay, great. Great job. So now let us go here. Okay, so sign up. How are we going to sign up the user? Okay, so now that we have this, we get the values here, right? We get the values here. We need to have the, since we're using tank stack query, right? We're going to create a folder called hooks. Okay, that's where I'll put all the hooks. So in here, I am going to put a hook. I normally hook, we start say use, and I'm going to say use auth for this to indicate that this is for authentication.ts. And I'm going to say export cons use sign up mu. Okay, so mutation. Okay, I just want to be specific so that I'm going to add this is a mutation. That's why I'm adding the word mutation so that when you see, you know, right from the box that this is a mutation. Okay, great. Now, so use mutation, which then will return the use mutation, right, from tank stack query. And the use mutation takes the mutation function, right? Okay, here there's no need of key. The key is used for when we want to fetch query. Okay, so mutation, then here we'll get the sign up data, right? We want to pass the types. So we can go back here and make sure we export this. I'm going to export this from here and I'll import it from here. Okay, great. So now if you hover, you can see that we'll get the values. And now we'll call this. But I'm going to do something. I am going to do something here as fetch maybe util.ts. Okay, we're going to use Axios. So let me install Axios npm I Axios. Okay, great. Okay, so as it is installing, we will also need env here. So I'm going to say .env. Okay, and I'm going to say vit underscore API URL, which will be equal to HTTP okay, localhost 5000 slash API dash v1. Okay, v1. Okay, great. So now here, I'm going to go here. Yes, here. And now here, I'm going to say that cons base URL. Okay. Let me say that import. Okay, great. So this is how you get it from in vit. So import meta.env.vit, then API URL, or we can put a fallback as this, right? Great. API-v1. Okay, so there's a suggestion here, which I do not want to take for now. So here I'm going to say cons API should be equal to axios.create. Okay, and let's import Axios from Axios. So Axios.create that are passing the base URL as the base URL here. And I can also pass in headers, right? Which will be the content type will be application type of JSON. Okay, application/JSON. Okay, now I will say API dot interceptors dot request. Okay, I think this is fine. So API dot interceptors dot request dot use. So you understand that because we are using tokens, so any request that we send, we need to add the token to it. Okay, so we are adding them. So we say we get config and we say that const token should be equal to local storage that token. We'll get the token from the local storage, and if token exists, then we add it to the header as bearer then the token, right? Because it will go like it will be like bearer then the token will follow like this, right? So yeah, so that we'll be able to get it. Okay, and then we'll return the config. right? Okay, that's fine. Now we can also add global handlers. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say that api.interceptors.response.use, right? Okay, so we'll get a response. Okay, so yeah, we'll get the response, and now a callback to return the response. Okay, so let me remove this. Okay, like this. Okay, so we get the response, right? And now we can easily return the response. Okay, so here I'm going to say response, then comma, then we can also get the error. Okay, yeah, error. And when an error will also return if the error is okay, let's say if error dot response exists and the status is 401, right? Okay, so here what we are doing is that if we get a response, we return the response. If we get error, we want to check if the error is 401, if the response exists and the status is 401, which basically means that there is no token, or it's yeah, if there is no token or the token has expired, that's where we'll get the 401. So if we get it that way, then we can remove the token from the storage, and or we can even add an event here. We can add window dot dispatch event, and the event will be force logout. Great. So we'll dispatch that event. Okay, else we say reject, yes, then error. Okay, that's fine, because when you hit that error of 401 means that you are not authorized, so we can log you out immediately. It's either you don't have the token or the token has expired. Okay, great. So now let's come here and I'm going to say cons post data, okay, which will be an async, and I'm going to put the type as T. Okay. Oh, okay. So yes. Okay. So we have this type, right? T, and we'll accept the URL or path. Okay, anyone, which will be a string, and we'll accept the data, which will be of type. Let me see, unknown. Yes, we don't know the type because we'll use it for all of them. So yeah, unknown, and this will be of type promise, right? Great. Promise. Then we'll pass in the type, generate type T. Okay, then here, now we can say that I can remove this and just say cons response should be this. Oh, okay. let's finish with this first. Okay, so here, yes, so we'll just say api.post, right? So this will be for all the post requests, api.post. Then there's no even need to add this here for now, and we'll just pass in the path and the data, and we'll return the response. Okay, great. And this will be for, let me call it fetch data, which will also follow the same pattern. We'll get the path, and it will be a get request, and we can also remove this, pass in the path and return the response. Okay, that's fine. And we can also have cons update data. Okay, let me see. Yeah, okay, which will be a put request, and that's fine. And we can also have delete data. Okay, great. So all the delete operations will use this, all the update or put, fetch, and this will use this. And now we can export all of this, right? Okay, great. Great. So now I can close this and now come here. And instead of here, I will call the post data and ensure to import it, right? And pass in the auth, the endpoint will be auth, then it is register, not sign up, then we'll pass in the data. Great. So that is all, right? Okay. So now what we can do is we need to come here, inside here, and now we can come here. And I'll just say cons, this will be use sign up mutation, right? Import it. Okay, and we'll get the mutate function. We'll get is pending, right? Okay, great. We need these two. Okay, great. So because we are here, if you check here, because we are returning everything, right? So we'll get all of the things that's in it. We'll get everything. We'll get the error state. We'll get there's loading, it's pending, the mutate and everything, right? So yeah. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say mutate, right? Then we need to pass in the values. Okay, great. Because if you check here, you can see that we accept the data, right? So we need to pass in the data, which is the values. Now, once we do that, we can also check that on success. So when it is successful, okay, we can get a callback. And in this callback here, we can get the data. But do we need the data? No, we don't need the data for now. So I'll just import toast and say that account something. That's all. And if error also, okay, we can get the error here. How I'm going to do it is that I'm going to say error message. And if you remember, the error message will be in the type. So I'm just going to say in it. The error will be in the response data and message, right? Else we just say this. And we can also console log the error, the full error. Okay, great. Then we'll pass the error message here. Great. So now I think we can go and try it. Let's hope that it works. Okay, so sign up. Okay, so it is loading. Oh yeah, I know where the issue is coming from. So if you go here, we said if it is loading, right, it should be true. And in here, we set the loading to be true. So I'm going to set it to false for now. Okay. So yeah, now we can see this. And if I do this, okay. Okay, so I think you can see that the page reloads. Okay, I'm going to remove all of this. Yeah. And this. Okay, so when I click on the submit, something happens, which ought not to be so. Okay, so here and here on submit, we call this and pass in this. Okay, so the button is submit, sign up, which in turns call this handle submit here, which also calls this. Okay, I mean, that's fine. So we're from the okay, maybe I should restart my app and let's see, because a lot of things has happened. So I'm going to restart it again. Okay, so yeah, so it still works. Let's refresh it and see. Okay, it still works. So I'm going to send in any syz at syz.com. Yeah, syz at syz. And I'm going to put the name as CodeWave and the password. I'll put anything. Okay. Okay, so now they match. And okay, so if I click on this, okay, so now we have an error occurred. Okay, so we can check from the console right here and see what's the error that occurred. And it says Axios error. Okay. Okay, so network error. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, so post the connection failed. Okay, so I think, I don't know. Let me go check my backend. Okay, so I don't know. I think the backend has crashed or something. Okay, so trim. Okay. I think the issue is in the model. Okay, here to be true. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. And let's see. Okay, it's connected. And there was one issue. So let's make use of this expanding, right? So we'll go here where we have the bottom grades here. And I'm going to say disable if it's pending, right? Okay. And I'm going to say if it's pending, I'll just say signing up, else sign up. Okay, great. And let's go back and see. If I click on this, now you can see, okay. It says that an error occurred. What is the error again? Okay, so let's see. There's no response. Okay, what is the error? Let's check from our terminal again. Okay, so here, I think, yeah, it was, okay, we got here successfully, right? Yeah. The option. Okay, so here, let's see. This, it's a post request, right? Okay, and if we come here, okay, not here, we can come to the routes, and here, which is a post request, it goes to register. Okay, great. So here, it goes to auth and register. I think that's it. Okay, and inside here, it is auth. Okay, and inside here, it is API v1, right? Okay, great. So let's check again. let me refresh it and see. Okay, so I think I can see the issue now. The issue is that it was rejected by course policy. So if you check from here, you can see that here, it was rejected by course. Okay, so what we can do is let's go here to the backend, right? That's why you can see that it actually came through, but it was rejected. Okay, so we'll come inside here, and we said that we should accept course front end URL. Okay, so let's go inside the .env here, and I'm going to put this and say http /local host 5173. Okay, great. So now let me put it again and see. Okay, I think I'll have to start my server again. Okay, so npm run dev. Okay, so let's try it again. Okay, so now you can see that account was successfully created. So if we go inside our database, I'm going to go here go to the clusters and collection. Okay, so we can have, yes, we can see now we have tax hub with one table or model, which is users. And I think you can see the information here, right? Okay, great. So now let us go and find out how we can make sure we send emails. Now, how can we send email? And we are going to use SendGrid, right? You can use NodeMailer or resend, anything of choice. Okay, so just go to, just search for SendGrid, right? And click on this link, or just go to app.sendgrid.com and make sure you create an account and log in. Okay, so once you create the account and you log in and you verify, I think your email and phone number also, right? Just come to settings here, and in settings, go to sender authorization. Yes, sender authorization, and come to add or verify a single sender, right? Great. So here, put in the email that you want to send from, right? So send from the you put the name here from name, and you put the email here, and reply to, you can also put the same email here, and you can put a company address and this, right? They are all required. So put all of them and just add it. So like I've done here, right? Okay, great. And once you're done with that, go to the settings again and go to API keys and create an API key. Okay, so I am going to call it tax hub test. Okay, and make sure you select full access and click on this, and please copy this, right? Just click on it to copy it. And for security reasons, if you don't copy it, you will not see it again. So copy it, and I'll go back inside your backend, inside the .env file here. And now here, I'm going to say send grade API, and just put it here. Okay, great. And yes, I think that's also, I mean, if I come to dashboard, yeah. Okay, I've been using it, so right. Okay, so now here, how can we do the sending with email? Okay, so there are a few things that we'll need to do. Okay, so after creating the user here, okay, so after creating the user, we now need to send the verification, right? Okay, so here I'm going to say cons verification token. Okay, that's right. So we are going to use JWT, so make sure you import JWT from JSON Web Token. Okay, great. So we're going to use JWT.sign, then we'll pass in the user ID, which will be the new user that we've created up here, right? The ID _ID, that is the format of MongoDB, right? Okay, and I'm also going to put something here as purpose, which is going to be okay. So I'm just going to say purpose should be email verification. Okay, great, email verification. And here I will require the secret that we placed in our this secret here, right? So I'll require that to do the signing, and I'm going to say it expires within let me just say 1 hour, not 1 day. Yes, 1 day, 1 hour. Okay, Great. Now we need to also create a verification model. So I'm going to say verification.js. Okay, so import mongoose cons verification schema. Okay, so what we need, okay, let's see. Okay, so here we'll need the user ID, which will be of type mongoose.schema.type.object ID, which will refer to the user, right? And it is required. Then we'll need the token, which is also required. Then we'll need the expire sat. Okay, great, right? So we'll need the user ID. We'll need the token, okay, and we'll need the expires at, right? Okay, and the timestamp. And now we can say this and that. Okay, great. So now we have this. So we can go back here, and after this, we can say await verification. Great. Dot create. Okay. So the user ID will be this. The token will be what we have created, and it will expire in 1 hour. Okay, so 1 hour will be 1, right? Okay, so the date. Okay, so date, yeah, 160 minutes, 60 seconds, and 1000. Okay, that's fine. And here we need to send the email. So here I'm going to say send email. Okay. So what we'll need is we'll need to have the verification link, and the link will be, we'll need the front end URL / verify email. Then we'll pass in the okay, verify email, and I'm going to pass this as token, right? Okay, token, then equal to, right? They'll pass in the token here. Okay, great. Then we'll also need cons email body, which will be, I'm going to use simple HTML. So I'm going to say click, then yeah, to verify your email. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, great. Then I'm saying cons email subject will be email verification. Then now we'll come to the sending itself. So I am going to create the util that we can reuse it. So I'm going to go inside the libs here, and I'll say okay, send email.js. Okay, so how can we send email? So I need to import sg mail, okay, from SendGrid. Great. Okay, so okay, let's see, where can I even get the docs to show you? Okay, so I'm just going to say SendGrid docs. Okay, maybe let me try this. Okay, so okay, so let me go to here, and I'll click on maybe Node. Let me see. Yeah, because we're using Node. And okay. Okay, I think okay, so Node. Okay, so yeah, we can follow this. So meaning we have to install this, right? Okay. So here I will come to create another terminal and cd backend, and I say npmi at SendGrid mail. Okay, so now we have this, and here let me also import .env and configure it here. Okay, so what I'm going to say is I'm going to say cons no, okay, so let's say send mail dot set API to be process.env dot SendGrid API, so which is this, right? Ensure you have that one same here. Okay, great. Now I'm going to say cons from email. Okay, now this from email ought to be the same thing that you set up here. the one you verified. Add the sender authorization, the email that you have. Okay, so I have this one, so I'm going to use this. Okay, great. So here from email, I'm also going to put it here. So from okay, so like this, and I'll put that one here. Okay. Okay, so now I have this two. So I'm going to say export cons send email. Okay, which is fine. So send email, and I will get, it'll be an async, so I'll get who are we sending to, the subject and the HTML content. Okay, so we can form the message. So there's the two. There's the from, which will be right from here, and the subject as well as the HTML. But I'm going to do something here. I'm going to say this, then I'll say task hub, then I'll put in the email like this. Okay, great. So that will have like task hub, then the email follow, then the subject and the HTML as the HTML. Okay, so now I'm going to use the try catch. Okay, and just call in the send grid. Okay, right. I'm going to call this and just say the method send, and we'll pass in the object that we have here. And when it's successful, this or start. Okay, when it's successful, I think I'm going to return true, right? And when an error, I'll return false. Great. So that, yeah. So I'll go back here, and now I'm going to say cons is email sent to be await. Okay, so here let me import this from what we just created and ensure it has the .js. Okay, great. Then we'll pass in the email, that's the person we are sending to, the email subject and the body. Okay, great. So if it's not sent, right? We said that failed to send verification email, right? That's fine. Okay. Else, then we'll just respond that your verification email has been sent. Okay, that it's very well. So should we go and try it? Let's see. Let's check our terminal and see that it is working. Okay, great. So now I'll go back and use a correct email here. Great, this, and I'll also put the name CodeWave, and I'll put the password of 123 up to 8, 123, and let's see. Okay, so here it's successful. Let's check our terminal. Right, we get email sent. Oh, it's beautiful. So if I go to check my email, okay, I can close this. Okay, if I check my database, let me check my database first. This, and I can see now we have two. Okay, great. If I go to check my email, let's see. So it will normally go inside the spam. Okay, so but you can click to say that it's from a verify. Then okay, here you can see that it's not a spam. Okay, so click here to verify. If I click here, nothing will happen. Yeah, we come to the verify email page. Brilliant, good. Okay, so now we've been able to do that, but there is one problem. The one problem is that you can see that people, if I just send in any email address, it will still go through, right? So how can we check that? We can use something called adjet to do that. So adjet, okay. I don't know which one I use, which of my email I use, but let me try. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so sign up, right? And go to adjet. Okay, yeah, I think it's this one I use. So I can create a new site and call it tax hub test, right? And create it. Okay. So we have nothing here. So what am I using? I am using Node.Js plus Express. And that's fine. I'll click on this to follow the documentation here. Okay, continue with a Node and Express. That's fine. Okay, so here, how to get started is one, to install this. So I'll copy this and install it. Now this will help us, right, to verify the emails to see that they are good, so that people will not use dummy emails or these temporary emails, right? We want correct emails. So Adjet will help us to verify before we even try to send emails to people. Okay, great. So let's install it. So once it is installing, let's go back and see. What we need to do is we need to get these keys, right? So I'll go back. Okay, installed. I'll go back here and put them here. Okay, so this is set to development. That's fine. Only needed in development. You don't have to set it in production. Okay, and now you need to add rules, right? Okay, so maybe I can even copy this here. Okay, so update your index.js file to have yes all of this, right? Okay, the port. Now we can create this object with rules, and now inside the main route or wherever you want to use it, right? Okay, we can do all of these things. Okay, great. So what I'll do is I'm just going to copy this part, right? Okay, I'll go back, and inside the libs here, I'm going to create object.js. Right, and put this. Okay, so here express will not be needed, right? We're not going to use it here. Okay, so here, great. So we're saying that this should be equal to object here. Okay, now we have our keys and the characteristics, that is ip.src, that is to track requests by IP address, right? Okay, great. And here are the rules. So we have the shield, which we are using live, right? I think you can also use dry. And there's to create a bot detection. So this is for bot detection, right? So here we'll block all requests using dry run. Okay, great. Okay. So this will block all requests from bots, right? And will allow categories such as search engines like Google, Bing, and etc. I mean, those are good bots. Okay, great. And here it's for also rate limiting, right? Okay, oh, rate limiting. Okay, that is to refill 5 tokens per interval, and it will refill every 10 seconds. So the bucket capacity is 10 tokens, right? So this will just help us to do rate limiting, right? Which will refill after 10 seconds. Okay, great. And okay, now let me export this here. So I'm exporting object here. Okay, great. So inside the register now, so now I can go inside the I can close this. I can close this. Oh, let's get our verification. I'm sorry. Let's get our API key. So how do we get API key? Jet. Go to your profile, right? Oh, okay. So if you check up here, you can see that you have your API key here, right? Right here. Just click, copy it, and great. Come back to here and paste it here. Okay, great. So now here, so how do we check it? So now we need to do this. Okay, so I'm going to copy all of this. Okay, and inside here where we doing the registration, we will first need to even check before we will check from here, right? Okay, so here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that decision should be equal to AJ, which is object. Let's import from the where we just created it, right? Libs object, and we'll pass in the request, which we have from here, and the requested. Okay, this is to block from bucket. Okay, we're going to use the email instead, right? So we'll not need this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say email, yes, and it's just email equal to email like this. But because since the names are the same, we just say email, and I can remove this comment. Okay, so that was for rate limiting stuff. Okay, then we can just log the decision here, right? And now we'll have the decision dot is denied. If the decision dot is denied here, we are not doing rate limiting. We are not doing bot detection, right? What are we doing? Okay, we are doing email verification. Okay, so let me just say, so right header, I'm going to say 403, then okay 403. Okay, I think that was according to the documentation. Content JSON, then here's and JSON stringify error. Okay, I'm going to say message, then what message should I even put? Invalid, should I say invalid email? Email address, maybe, yeah, or forbidden, whatever it is. Okay, so I can remove the rest. Okay, I'm only going to check for the email here, right? Yeah, we'll not check the rest. Okay, that's right. Great. So this will help us. So now we'll console log the decision here and see. Okay, so this will help us to check to see that actually the email is correct one. Okay, so yeah, that is abject. Let me restart my server and make sure it's working. Okay. What again I can do is maybe I can go to okay, let me try to go to temp email. Let's get any temporary email and use it and see. Okay, so here, let's wait and get an email, right? So if we don't do that, people can just use any emails and go through, and people can just use any email and go through, and the verifications, once they get verified, will not work again. Okay, so now it's working. So now I'll go here, and instead of this email, I'm going to change this to this. Okay, and let's keep an eye on our terminal and see if abject will work. So this, and let's see. Okay. Okay, so it went through for some reason. Let's see. And we have a bunch of stuffs here. Okay, so we have the ID, we have this, right? Okay, and what is the decision? Okay, this unable to validate request detail missing. Email sent. Okay. We can go to our abject dashboard and check from there. Okay, so here, right? If you click on it, now you can see that there was an error that says that request processing. Okay, so the endpoint was this. Okay, so these are the rules. Okay, I think I figured out the issue. The issue is that here we don't have the email. We don't have for the one to check the email. So here we can go to email. Okay, board rate limiting shield, email validation. Okay, correct. So email validation is here, and rules are validate email. Great. So we can have this, right? And now I'll put that one here. Okay, so yeah. So now we are saying the mode should be live. You can also use try. And we are saying we want to deny disposable emails, invalid, and no MS record found emails. Okay, so emails without all these things will be blocked. Okay, so here I am going to delete the one I just created with that temp email. So I'll delete the first one, and I'll delete the last one. Okay, so I believe now we can go try it again and see. Let's see. Okay, so it says that validate email. Okay, we need to import that from abject. Okay, abject node. So where is it here? Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's see if it's running now. Okay, great. So now let's check again this, and let's see. Okay, it still went through. So yeah, let's check. Okay, so there's a big log here. Okay, so yes, it was actually the conclusion was denied, and this, right? Okay, so we can go back to our abject dashboard, and I can see this is error. Error means that denied, right? That's the decision that was denied. Great, because of it's a disposable email. I think we should be able to see the decision somewhere. Yeah, okay. Okay, so why were we able to go through? I think it's because, okay, so I can close this, and now come here. So here, okay, great. So here, if it is denied, so let's see why. So if it is denied, okay, so I think I've seen the problem. The problem is here. So I'm going to remove this. We're still using the rate limiting stuff. Okay, so here, if it is denied, right? Okay, great. So if it is denied, then that's all. We just do this. Okay, let's go back and try again. Let me delete that email, right? Because emails can only be once. Okay, so here now, let me send it. And now you see that invalid email address because it has been rejected by, it has been rejected. Yeah. Okay, is it? Let's see. Okay, so here, maybe instead of logging the whole decision, I can say dot is denied, right? I can log that it's denied only. And let's see. Okay, we'll try it once again. And let's see, send and invalid email address. Okay, so it's denied where it's, so yes, so you can see actual decision is true. It has been denied, meaning we were not able to create the account. Let's go here and check. Great. Okay, I think, yeah, was it still able to go through? Okay, let's try it again and see. Okay, let's try it again and see. Okay, denied, and let's check. Okay, it didn't go through. So yeah, so it has been denied. Okay, great. So now we have been able to protect our account and make sure that the email is actually true before we can send the email to the person. Right? Great. So now we have been able to implement a security measure where we'll get rid of disposable emails, invalid emails, and emails with no MS record using React.Js. Okay, so now let's go and work on how we can do the verification. Okay, but before then, here we can say that email verification. Yeah, okay, we can say email verification required. Okay, and you know that, yes, here we can also have a description, right? We can have a description. So we can have, this will be like the title and this will be a description. Okay, and once it is done like that, I want to reset the form, right? And should we even push to, yeah, maybe we can move back to the, maybe we can move back to the sign-in page, right? So I'm going to say cons navigate, right? Using navigate from React router. So that I'll use navigate here. So say navigate, then we go back to sign-in page. Yes, I think that is fine. Okay, so now to send, to do the verification, let's begin from the backend. So here, I'll go inside the routes auth. And now, okay, I'm going to have another one. So I'm going to say router. Okay, so I have this email verification, and we'll also need to have this. So, okay, great. So we'll also do the verification. So here, let's go inside the libs validation, and here, so cons this, and here we'll only need the token, right? So we'll need the token, and yes, okay, so token must be, at least there must be a number. Okay, so it's going to be a string. Okay, so I can now import it here. I can import it here, okay, and make sure it's here. That's right. So now let's go and create this. So we'll go inside here, and let me toggle this. Okay, so I can maybe, okay, because that's helping. So yeah, so now I have this. So let me also try to return this. Okay, and also make sure, okay, so make sure you also add it here, export it from here. Okay, so now, how do we do it here? So inside here, we'll need the token, right? Once we get the token, we need to check for the pay. Okay, so once we get the token, we need to check the payload, right? Okay, so we're going to use UWT to verify it. Okay, that's fine. And we can check if there is no payload, right? We can say, okay, that's fine. Okay, if there is no payload, meaning that if we verify it and we don't get anything, that means you are unauthorized. So we'll send you a full one, right? But if you are, you remember that we sent something in here. What was it? When we're signing it, we sent something called, okay, here ought to be purpose, right? Let's make it purpose. The purpose is for verification. So we have the email and we have the ID and we have the purpose. Okay, as well as the SPICE-AT. Okay, so here I'll get in purpose. Okay, great. And the email, and now we check the purpose. If the purpose is not equal to email verification, then it means that is not from us. Okay. If it is, then we're fetching from the verification, right? Using the user ID and the token, right? Okay, that's fine. So once we have that one, we can check. Okay, if there is no verification, then we can send a message. I mean, we can just return that unauthorized, because you don't have the verification, so you don't have the tokens and stuff. So we don't have a record of the verification, so we can do the verification for you. Okay, however, if it does, then we need to check if the token has expired or not, right? So we can say is token expired, right? Okay, so its token expire will be the verification, right, that we have here. Then we check the expire time, whether it is less than the current date. If it's less than the current date, it means it has expired. It ought to be greater, meaning you are still in time. But if it's less than, then it has expired. So if it's expired is true, then we just say the token has expired. Okay. So if the token hasn't expired, then we need to also fetch the user. So we'll use the user ID to fetch, because the user ID is in the token, right? Okay, so we'll fetch the user. Now, we can even say if there is no user, right? Okay, so if there is no user, then we can also say, yeah, you are not authorized. However, if we have, let's say, if we have user, and I think the field is it's email verified. Great. So we can copy this. We'll check if we have user and it's email verified. It's true. Then we can say that we can just return that email has already been verified, right? You know, if this has been verified. Okay. If not, then we say that since we fetched the user already, we can just say user.email verified to be true. Then we save the user. Once we save the user, we need to remove the record from our database, right? By saying await verification.delete one. Then we pass in the now let's delete find by ID, right? They will pass and delete, right? They will pass in verification underscore ID, because we have the verification here already. So we just find and delete it by the ID. Once we're done with that, we can now send a message that verification completed successfully. That is great. Okay, so now we can come, okay, I'll remove this. We can come here and import this, right? Okay, and make sure it's imported here. Okay, that's right. Okay, so now we can go back to, did I do anything wrong? Okay, that's fine. We can now go back to the front end. So here we need to sign up. Okay, so that we can go to the verify email page. Okay, great, and begin from here. So on this page, okay, great. So here I am going to get the token. So I'm just going to say search params, right? Should be equal to use search params. Okay, that's fine. Now that we have the search params, we can say cons is successful, okay, which is a use state, and let's import use state from React. Okay, and okay, so by default it will be false. So we can also okay, let's do this. So we're going to use a use effect, right? We'll use a use effect to do it, right? Once we load the page, we'll use a use effect to will be triggered so that we start verifying. Okay, so here we see that token should be equal to this, because if you remember here, we said we're going to send a link, right, with the query token. Okay, so that is what we are fetching from here. Okay, so we fetch the token. If we don't have token, right, if we don't have token, then maybe we can set a success to false, right? However, if we do, okay, we can have an else part here. Then now we're going to do the thing here. Okay, great. So let's work on the form. Okay, let me put a dependency of search params so that whenever the search param changes, we'll fire this. Okay. Okay, so case I suggesting see flex column item to center, justify to center, and the height should be screened so that all the items will be in the center. Okay, so here we have a title of email validation. Okay, and we can even give a paragraph that says that okay, we'll just say verifying your email. Okay, great. So okay, let's see. So also the text will be small and a gray of 500. Okay, so after this, we can use the card from UI components. Okay, now I can have the card header. So in the header here, I'm going to put a link from React router, right? Okay, and inside it, I am just going to say back to sign in. Okay, great. And the link should go to sign in. Okay, maybe we can even put a back icon here. So we can say arrow left. Okay, I don't know why, but okay, let me see. From Lucid, yes. Okay, so yeah, arrow left is there, and the height of 4 width of also 4. Okay, that's fine. And I think we can even have manual right of maybe 2. right, to give it a little bit of space. Okay, so if you remember we had one, I believe this mail has expired, right? But anyway, however, let me click on it and let's see. Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, we need to format this, make it look good. Okay, so here I can have classes that will say it should be flex, item center, and a gap of 2. Okay, use ref, what? Okay, so like this. And I think the text should be small. Okay, back to sign in. Okay, I think that's fine. So now let's continue after the header. We can have the card content, right? And sure to import card content. Okay, and inside the content, let me put a div with classes. Okay, so class name, flex column. Okay, flex column. Items to, oh my goodness, items to center. Okay, and I justify to also center. Okay, I think that's fine. Let me also give py of 6. Okay, so padding top and bottom of 6. Okay, so inside here, now I am going to check if it's success, right? Okay, so if it's success, I'm going to show this check icon, right? So I'll show this check icon from Lucid React, and I also import this, else this. Okay, so if it's successful, this, else that. Okay, however, maybe I can just wrap this in a fragment so that I can add more stuff. Okay, great. So after this, okay, so maybe I can have h3 that will say that email verified. Okay, so I have this suggestion that says email verified. So the text will be LG and the font of bold, and I have a additional text here that says that your email has been verified successfully. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's see if Getter can also get here. Okay, so if it also goes wrong, if it's not successful, right? If it's not successful, we'll say that your email verification field, please try again. Okay, that's fine. And we can even give a link here to go back, right? Okay, I think I say back to sign in. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let me put in a button instead. Okay, so that it will look different from the first one. Okay, great. So something like this. Okay, however, before we even reach here, right? Before we even reach here, we need to also check for whether it's verifying, right? Okay, so we'll get it's verifying from the mutation tool. Let me just say it's verifying to no. It's verifying, right? Okay, great. We'll get it from the mutation. So let me just declare a variable here. So first, I'll check it's verifying, right? Okay, if it's verifying, then we're gonna do this. Else, if it's not verifying, then we'll check whether it's successful or not. I hope it does make sense. So if it's verifying, then we'll do this. If it's not verifying, then it must either be successful or not. Okay, great. So inside here, I'm going to put a loader. So, okay, so loader with height 10, with 10 tests of gray, and I'm saying that it should animate spin, meaning it should rotate, right? Okay, and I'm also going to give h3 here that says that verifying email. Okay, so test of LG and bold, and now we can also give a paragraph tag that says that please wait while we verify your email. Okay, so we can go back and see. So since it's verified, it says to true, right? Okay, so yeah. I think even at the end here, we can also bring this same button here, right? When it is successful, right? So that you go back and sign in. Okay, yeah. So, or should I even remove this? Okay, let me remove this and see if the design will be fine. I think this one is clean than the other one. So yeah, and I am going to give spacing. Okay, so let me give some spacing to the bottom. So here I'm going to say margin top of 6, right? And I'll do same also here, margin top of 6. And let's see. So I move down, right? Great. Okay, so it's successful is set to true. So if I set this to true, we should see this, right? It's verified. Great. And if I set this to false, and it's successful is also false. Oh, okay, it's true here. So if I set it to false also here, then we should see this is how the error also look like. Great. Okay, so now let's work on how we can connect it to the backend. Okay, so we're going to create a mutation. So we said yes, so they are in here. So use auth. Okay, great. So export. Okay, use verification mutation, email verification mutation. Okay. Let's see. Okay, sir, you're getting something right. Okay, so what is the endpoint? The endpoint is verify email. Okay, great. So we go to auth, then verify email, then we pass in the data, and the data will be the token. So maybe I can just say token, which is a string here. Okay, so now data is just token of string. Okay, and we're gonna use it's a post request, right? Yes, it's a post request. So we just use the post data, and that's all. So we can now come back here, right? And now I can remove this, and as it comes, let's see, guys, how you get something. Okay, yes, mutation and this, and now I can import this, and I'll change this to is verified. Okay, great, it's verified because we said it's verified. Okay, so now that we have this, so inside here where we have here, great, I'm going to call the mutate function, right, and passing okay, getting suggestion and passing the data, right, which is the token. Okay, so passing the data, which is the token, and if it's successful, I'm going to set a success to true. Else if error, I'm going to set this to also false. But I want to also get the error here, so I'll console log the error and know the actual error. Okay, so should we go back and see? So let's reload it and see. Okay, so if I go back to here, console, let's see the actual error response, which is in the response and data, and now you see that internal server error. Okay, so maybe we can even have so error message, yes, will be this, right? Okay, we can say this should be of type any, right? And we can also have a toast here. Okay, so import toast from Sona. Okay, that's fine. So let's check our backend. What is the error? This is the front end, and this is backend. Okay, so we have this error that says that JWT has expired. It's fine, meaning the token has expired. Okay, so let's try it again and see. Okay, so internal server error. Okay, so then I'll go to my MongoDB, right? So now we have the skeleton already. So I'll go to my MongoDB and delete that record, right? Delete the record and create a new one. Okay, so let me remove all of these things. Okay, so I've deleted the user, and now let's try to create another one. Okay, so yeah, CodeWave, and I'll put the password. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it is successful. We have been redirected here. Let me go here and see. Now I have this, right? If I now click here, let's see if we get the verifications. Okay, so it's verifying. Now we have this, right? Okay, so you see that when it's loaded first, so it has been verified. When it loaded first, there was some glitch, right? If I click on it again, you can see that it started from field first, right? So I think, how can we fix that? Let's see how we can fix that. So I'll just toggle this. Not here, it should be in the front end. So maybe how we can fix that is by maybe or maybe I can just remove this here, right? So that we don't set it to false again. And so once the token exists, we just move straight to this, and let's see if that won't work. Right. Let me try that and see. Click here. Okay, it still does that. I don't know why. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I am going to move this one outside and see, so that by the time we get to the use effect, it should be there. Okay, so oh, it does still take some time. Okay, but anyway, we've been able to verify it, so I think I'll check it and see why. And let me yes, and now you can see that we have here as true, meaning our email has been verified. Okay, that is fine. So now we can go back and create the login, right? Okay, great. So I think I can close sign up. I can close verification, right? And now here we go to login. Okay, great. So now to log in here, now to log in, we'll need the email and password, right? Okay, so once we have the email and password, now we need to find the user with the email. So say that find one, right? Okay, so user.find one with the email, right? Okay, and I will say that if there is no user, okay, if there is no user, we'll just say that okay, there's one thing that I need to do. If there is no user, okay, if there is no user, we'll say that invalid email or password, and now we're going to compare the password. Okay, but then here you remember that in the user model we said that select is false, right? So by default it will not select it. We need to include it. So we're going to say select password, then we'll say plus password, meaning it should include the password. Okay, so now we have the password, and now before we even do the password, let's also do that if the user dot is email verified. Great. If the email is not verified, say that email is not verified. That's all. Okay. Now, but okay, I think let's handle cases where maybe the user failed to verify on time and the token has expired. They cannot register again. So during the login, when they are trying to log in, maybe we need to find out to see that if the token has expired, then we can perhaps delete it and send them a new one to verify, right? Okay, so we can do that one here instead of sending it's not verified, because if we do it like this, it will leave them no option, because now they can't verify because the token has expired, and they can also not log in, nor can they create a new account. Okay, so we need to check that. So let's say cons existing verification, right? Okay, so we'll say existing verification, and let me remove this for now. Okay, existing verification, where we use the verification and find one using the user ID, and there's no need of purpose. Okay, so find with the user ID, right? Okay, so once we get the user ID, we'll say that if, right? Okay, so if it does not exist, right? No. Okay, should we check first if, okay, let me remove this. Let's check if it exists, right? And existing verification dot expire, right? Meaning it has expired. Okay, great. So if it exists and it has expired, right? If it exists and it has expired, then we can okay, so meaning here, okay, so we say it exists and the expire time is greater, meaning it hasn't expired. Okay, then we can return this and say that email not verified. Please check your email for the verification link. I think, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, else, okay, so if it exists and it's not expired yet, meaning then it has expired. So what we can do is we can now create a new one by saying await verification.create, right? Okay, but before we even create a new one, let's delete the old one. So I'm going to say delete, right? Great, delete one using the ID. Okay, great. Or we can say find and delete by ID, right? Great, we delete it. Okay, and now create a new one. But to create a new one, let's have the verification token here again, right? So get the username and the secret, and we said it should expire in 1 hour. Okay, great. So here now we have the email again, the user ID, and we have the purpose of email verification. We're using their secret and they expires in 1 hour. Okay, so we have the token, and now we pass the token here, and now we set the timer also. Okay, so I think I can just go up here and copy all of this source, right? Okay. Maybe I can just copy it again and, oh, okay. I think I can remove this and put all of this here. Okay, so yeah, so if we create the verification, then we'll send the information again to the user, right? Okay, and okay, so if it doesn't, then we'll just say, okay, error. If it does, then we'll send this, right? Okay, so all of this is in the if statement here, right? Okay, so maybe I can just close the if statement now. Okay, so but if this is not true, right? Meaning if it has been verified, the email has been verified, then we continue from here. Okay, so now we'll check if the password valid using bcrypt to compare. Then we'll check the password that the user entered and the password in a database. If it is not, if it does not match, they will say invalid email or password. We can send invalid password, but we don't want to send that only, as it will make people easy to guess other people's email and stuff, right? Okay. So now here we can now do, say, if it does match, right, then we also need to create a token, right? So what I'm going to do is, before we create, okay, we create a token here. Okay, so we just create a token, right? And should it expire in, I mean, when you log in, we want it to be maybe 7 days, right? Okay. Okay, so after creating the token for 7 days, now we can send a response to the user. Okay, so what are we going to send? Now we can send a message. Would the message be needed? That's fine. And we can also send the user. Okay, because we have the user somewhere here. Okay. However, I want to do something before we send the user. I'm going to say const user data should be equal to user dot object, and I'll say delete the password, right? Okay, so delete user object dot password, and now here I'm going to say user should be equal to user data, right? Okay, so we have the user and the token. Also, before we do that, you remember that in the user here we have the last login. So I'm gonna set that one also here, right? I'm gonna say user dot last login should be now, and now I'll save the user data, right, to keep track of the last login. Okay, then now we come here. Okay, I think that's fine. So yeah, okay. Okay, so we can go back to our front end for now. Okay, so here, let's create the mutation. So, okay, use login mutation, okay, which will visit the endpoint login, okay, and we pass the data. Okay, and in logging in, we'll need the email and password, which are both strings. Okay, great. So login, yes, login page. Okay, so here, now I can just get the mutation, right? Okay, so it's pending as is, yeah, maybe I can just say it's pending and just call use login mutation here. Okay, so here inside this place. Okay, so here I'm just going to call the mutate, right? Passing the values. Okay, let's see. We're passing the value, and the value contains email and password. And if it is successful, right? Okay. If it's successful, then we will I'm going to say cause error message should be this. Okay, so yeah, then this should be of type any. Okay, and let me import this from here. I mean, these things are pretty much same. And now console log the whole error, right? Okay. Okay, so here, now let us go back to the auth so that we'll pass the login details here, right? And get this. Okay, so in the login here, we will not accept the email and password. We'll accept the data, which I'm going to say will be of type any, right? Okay, because now the user has logged in, right? So we accept the data. And when we accept the data, we just call local storage. Local storage, not console log. There's no need to console log. Local storage dot set token, and we know that from the back end will come the token and the user, right? So we know there should be the token here. So we set token to token, and we can also set the user to the user. Okay. Okay, by stringifying. So we say JSON.stringify, then use data.user. Okay, so once we do that, now we can set user to this, right, to the data, and we'll set is authenticated to true. Okay, great. And should we navigate from here or not? I think there's no need. Also, we will not navigate from here. And here, let's even fix this. Okay, so when we log out, we clear both local storage, and we set this to null and also set this to false. Okay. Now, because we are using query, right? I also want to do something here. I want to do, okay, I'm going to import query client. So I'm going to say query. I think I have it somewhere. Yes, in the provider, and just say clear. Okay, great. So yes, I want to clear all the cache and stuff of the React query. Okay, great. So great. So now this will help us to log in. But what if we refresh, right? When we reload the page, we need to also do something and make sure that the user, which we're going to fetch the user information from the local storage, will still be there and will log the user in automatically. Okay, so for that reason, let me also get the navigate from use navigate from React router. Okay, I'm also going to get current path, which I'm going to use this So I'm going to use location, then invoke it, then call the path name method. Okay, and get a path name, and we can. I'm also going to do something that says cons as public route. So I want to know where the user is, if the user is in public route or not, right? Okay. So inside the libs here, I am going to create an index file where I'll put in other utils that will be needed. Okay, so I'm going to say export cons public routes. Okay, so what are the public routes? So the public routes are no, we don't have, we have it only like this. So the sign in, the sign up, they are all public routes. Verify email, you don't need to be logged in before you can verify your email. And I think forgot password. Okay, reset password. Yeah, and forgot password also. Yes, they are all public route. And I even think, yeah, let me just put this one also. I mean, okay, they are all public routes, so you don't need to be logged in. So if the user is on that place and the user is not logged in, there is no need to do any action, right? Okay. So here will be equal to public routes, great, dot include, then include what the current path, right? Okay, great. So I want to know where the user is in the app now. Okay, great. So now let's check if user is authenticated already or logged in. Okay, so we're going to use a use effect like this. Okay, so we'll say the token. Want to get the token. Okay, why not we do it like this? So const check auth like this. I'm going to create a function like this. Okay, and now I'll call the function here. Okay, I hope that's fine. Okay, so in here we will first set the set is loading, right? You remember we have the set is loading, so we'll set it to true here. Okay, then now I will grab the user, right? Should I grab the user or the token? Let me grab the user instead. User info. Okay, so I'll grab the user info. If there is no user, right? If there is a user, we just say user.json.pass, right? We need to convert it back to an object, right? So json.pass, then we pass in this, and we set authenticated to true, right? Great. Else, if there is nothing like that, we set authentication to false, and now we'll check if is public route. Oh my goodness, public route. So now, if it is not on public route, right? So if the user is not authenticated and the user is not in one of the public route, then we'll redirect the user to login page. But if the user is not authenticated and the user is on the public route, then there is no need, right? Okay, great. Because you see that we were loading this, right? We were loading it inside the layout here, right? So it will check whether this use effect will be fired once we load that page, right? Okay, so if the user is not in the public route, right, meaning it's in the app, the dashboard page, and it's not authenticated, we send the user back. Okay, great. And I think lastly, we can set its loading to false here. Okay, great. So that is it. Okay, so what again we can do? Okay, so if you remember in the fetch util that we created, great. In the fetch util, we said that if something goes wrong, we are going to dispatch this event of false logout. Okay, so let's also create the false logout inside here. So I'm going to say use effect. Okay, so we have a suggestion here. So I'm going to say cons handle logout should be this, right? Where I'll call the logout method, which is here, right? I'll call the logout method, and I also say navigate to the sign in, right? And what I'm going to say is that windows.add event great.false logout, right? Which is the name that we have. Where was it? Okay, in that util, right? I hope you remember. Yeah. So in that util, we'll do the false logout, right? And passing which event. This is the event. We pass the event here. Okay, and now we need to have a cleanup function, right? Where we say return a callback windows dot remove event listener. And the event name is this, and this is the event itself. Great. So this one will have no dependency. Okay, great. So I think that's pretty much it, right? Okay, so everything is okay here. Okay, so we also have this one. So in here, okay, so I think that's pretty much it here. Instead of logging out, so we can say login successfully and now redirect to dashboard. Okay, so I need to grab this from here, use navigate, import this from React router. Okay, so much. I think so far so good. So let's go and try it and see. We have an error here. Okay, great. We have an error that says that the request could not be found. Okay, what's the request page? Let's see if we have any error here. Oh, okay, we don't have any page as dashboard, but we're not supposed to even be there. Or we are logged in and okay, I might logged in somehow. Oh, okay. I have some data already, so let me clear them. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. So in order to avoid that error, let's go to the dashboard here and maybe create the index.tss file, RAFCE, RA, great dashboard. And we'll go to, I hope you haven't forgotten the drill here. And okay, let me do this. Here, I'm also going to have a layout. So I'm going to say dashboard layout.tss, right? So RAFCE, dashboard layout. Okay, so now I'll go inside the route and now here. So this is the end of the other one. So I'm also going to have a new layout where, okay, we'll refer to the dashboard layout. And here, let's also use route, right? And when we go to dashboard, we'll render this particular component here. Okay. Okay, so now let's try to log in. What was my password? Okay. I've forgotten one thing. I can close this. There are a lot of stuff open here. I can close this, this, and now I'm done with this. So here, also close this. Now here, okay. I think we are not using is pending here. So let's go down, where we have the sign in. And I'm going to say disable when it is pending. Okay. Okay, so the loader has been suggested. If it's this, we show this, then that. Okay, let's go and try. And if I click here, okay, it's loading and we are logged in successfully. Great, and now we can see the dashboard layout. If I go here to my storage, I think I should be able to see the user info there. And okay, so there's nothing there. Okay, let me reload and see. Great, so I think it wasn't saved. So you see that, yes, we have been redirected back to the login page. Okay, I think I know why. Because we are not using the context that we created, the login, right? We are not using it anywhere when it's successful. So here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say cons this. Then I'm going to say use auth, import use auth from the context, our context that we created, and we'll need the login, right? We need the login. And once this is successful here, I'm just going to say login, then passing the data. Great. Okay, so login accepted, login accept what argument? Okay, so login, accept data. Okay, we need to change the type here. Great. So here should be data to type any. Okay, then I think here should work now. Brilliant. So now let's log in again. And I'll press enter. And now we have been logged in successfully. If I try to refresh the page, I'm still there. If I decide to go back home, I'm sent back here. Great. If I decide to go back to sign up or sign in, I'm redirected back. Brilliant. Okay, great. So now we can sign in, we can create an account, we can verify our email. That's great. Okay, so what again? It's left up there. Reset password. Okay. So how do I even log out here? And let's go and work on the reset password. So I'm going to do this. Okay. Yeah, let's finish with that one. So here I'm going to import cons user from the use auth. Okay, that's fine. And I'm also going to do the logout. And inside here, I'm going to put a button that says logout. Import button from UI. Okay. And we'll just log out. Okay, logout. Okay, logout. Okay. So we log out. I think maybe we're supposed to put this same command somewhere here. Okay, but no worries. We are logged out. Okay, so let's go inside the forgot password. Okay, forgot password. And if you check here, we have one input with this button and stuff. Okay, great. So forgot password. So let's go and start from the backend here as usual. So I'm going to say router dot post, and I'll need a method. The method will be let's say request reset password request. Let me make it this way so that it'll sound well. So we are going to request for a password reset, right? And here we will also need to add the validation stuff. Can I add this one straight up here and say email? Yes, I'll need email, only email, just like that. I think it should work. So now we need to create this. So come here and where here. Okay, so yeah, cons reset password request. Okay, so we have the frame, the skeleton. Now let's begin to dive in. So we'll need the email. So cons, we need the email, which will be in the body. So request dot body. Okay, so we have the email, and oh, it's here already. Okay, so once we get the email, now we can find the user. So Keza, please. Okay, yeah, so find the user, right, by finding one. Okay, and if there is no user, we'll say user not found. Okay, if email is also not verified, so here not, and it's a not. If user email not verified, we say email not verified. So you must verify your email. Yes. Should we change the message to please verify your email? Oh my goodness, guys, please verify your email. Okay. Oh, your email first. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so verify your email first. Okay, so once that is true, then now we can find for existing verification, right? So cons, let's check if the user has existing verification, right? Okay, so we use the user ID, and there's no need of purpose. Okay, so we use the user ID to find if there be any existing verification. Okay, now we'll check if there is verification and remove this here. If there's existing verification and existing verification that it hasn't expired, right? So yeah, if it is still valid, meaning it hasn't expired, we say reset password request already sent. That's fine. Great. Okay, let me remove this for now. Okay. And if it exists, right? Okay. Oh, that's too much. But anyway, if it exists, and great, that's what I want. If it exists, if there is existing one and it has expired, then we'll call this delete method to delete the existing one. And now we need to create a new one. So we're going to say reset token. Reset password token should be gwt.sign. They'll pass the user ID and the purpose as reset password. And here will not be 1 hour. I'm going to say 15 minutes. Yeah, you have to finish everything within 15 minutes. And now we can now say await verification.create. Okay, so oh, that's too much, but don't worry. Okay, so here we'll say user ID should be the user ID, the token should be the reset token here, and it expires in 15 minutes. So 15 minutes, right? The current date plus 15 minutes plus 60 seconds, right? And then we convert it to the appropriate time. Okay, and now the reset link, okay, here should also be a token. Okay, that's fine, reset password token. And the body will be click here to and the subject is reset your password. I think that's cool. And we'll call the email and pass in all these things. And now let's check if it's if it's not successful, we'll send that reset failed. Okay, reset failed. And if it's successful, we'll send a message that reset password email sent. Okay, I think it does make sense. Okay, so now let's pass this method here, right? Okay, and here import it. Is it the same? Okay, yeah, import it here. Okay, now maybe we can even do verify the password, right? And do the changes. Should we do that one straight? Yes, I think we can do that one, right? So that we don't come back to do that again. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also put another method here. Sorry, another route that will say post. Okay, so reset password, right? Reset password. Okay, so this will be the actual reset itself, right? Okay, So maybe I can just say verify reset password token and reset password. The name is very long, but I think it's descriptive enough. Okay, so yes, come here and now here. Okay, so cons, then the name. Okay, great. So we have the frame, the skeleton, and I'll put the name here again, right, to export it. Okay, so here, what we will need, okay, so maybe let me go back here, import this, great, and now here, so meaning I'll have to go back inside that util, right, the validation, and here, let's see if I'll be able to figure it out. Okay, so we will need the reset, we'll need the token, we'll need, let me say, new password and confirm password. I think it does make sense, right? Great. So I can come here and now import this here. Okay, great. And now we can go back here. Okay, so here we need the token, we'll need a new password and the confirm new password. Okay, so we also need to get the payload. Okay, so this, and if there is nothing, mean unauthorized. Okay, but if there is something, we can destructure the user ID and the purpose, right? Okay, if the purpose is not reset password, then we don't know what it is. We can send the user that, nah, we don't know this. Okay, great. So now let us also find the, okay, let's find the verification by using the ID and the token, right? Okay, that's fine. Okay, if we don't have the verification, we just say unauthorized, right? Okay, that's also well. And if it has also expired, let's check if, okay, is token expired? So we'll use the verification expired and the time. And now let's see if token has expired. We'll just say, yes, token has expired. Okay, great. Okay, so I think up to this point, that's fine. Okay, now what again should we do? Then now we need to also find a user. So I'm going to say cons user. Okay, so we'll find the user with the user ID. If we can also say if there is no user, then yeah, we can say no user found or unauthorized. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and now we'll check if the passwords do match. That is the new password, right? And the confirm one, we'll check if they match. If they don't, we'll say passwords do not match. Okay, if they do match, then we can create a sort using bcrypt, right? Once we create a sort, we can now create the hash password using bcrypt together with a new password and a sort. Okay, so yes, if we do that, now we can say that now that we have the user, right, we can say user.password should be equal to the new password and save this. Okay, once we save it, there is no need to keep the verification. We can now remove it by deleting it using the verification ID and send a message that password has been reset successfully. I think that it's okay. Great. So now I don't need this. I don't need here. I don't need this here. I also don't need this. All I need is, okay, let me just search for the reset password. Great. So the reset password form. Okay. Okay, so here, let's give the schema. Let's start with the schema. Okay, so, okay. So reset password will need, we will not actually need the token here because the user will not enter any token. That is not their duty. We will get it from the URL. What they need to is the password, right? It's the new password and the confirm password, which we are going to use the same method to make sure that they do match. Okay, so we can come back here. And now here, I'm going to set up the type. Okay, I'm going to say export. I think, will we, no, let me just say type reset password. Okay, I think reset password form, and I'll need to import Zod and also import the schema. Okay, don't import the schema as type. Okay, don't import Zod as type. Yes, okay, great. So now I'll come here and I'll see cons form, right? Okay, so the form will have will be coming from React hook form. Okay, they will pass in the type that we have here, and we also need Zod resolver. So import Zod resolver and pass in the schema. Okay, so we have these two fields. Okay, and yeah, but before then, let me also try to do the search params stuff. Okay, search params right from React router. Okay, and how can we get the token? Okay, the token is in here. That's fine. And what can we say? Can we also sequence is success? Okay, and this, and also import use state. Okay, great. I think this point, let me also just create the on. So cons on submit, right? Okay, so just like this. And now here, class name. So okay, so we're going to be flex item center, justify to also center. The height should be screen. Okay, that's fine. And inside here, I'm going to have a div with a class name of width full, right? Maxed width of MD, great. And let me just say space of Y of 6. Okay. Then I'll put another div inside, which class name of flex column. Okay. So items to center and justify to also center. Okay. And I'm going to say space Y of 2. Okay. Dash Y of 2. Okay. So inside here, I'm going to put an H1 that says, okay, reset password. Right. And I can put a paragraph tag, a P tag that says that enter, what should I say? Enter your password below. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's start this. The text should be muted. That's foreground. Okay, great. So maybe after this here, now I can introduce the card. Okay, card. Okay, great. Then we'll have the card header. Oh, sorry. Okay, so let's have the header first. So card header. Okay, great. So import the card header. Okay, and inside the header, let me put a link that will go back to the, so like the first one, I'm going to say sign in. We'll go back to the sign in page, right? That's maybe user now remember. Okay, so here should be 2, not href. Okay, and I'm going to put the arrow left icon again. Arrow left. Yes. Okay, so this is from yes Lucy, and I'm going to say back home. Okay, so here I'm going to say flex and items to center and a gap of 2. That's fine. Okay, so oh, I think I get something missing. Okay, here should be card, not card header. Okay, great. So like this. Okay, so yeah, and should I check? Let's see. Reset password. Oh, okay. Actually, oh, I think I'm working on a different page altogether. Okay. I will come back to this, but let's go here first. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. Let's go to the forgot password first. Okay. So the forgot password here, we'll only need email. Okay, yeah, we'll need only the email. So here, okay, so yeah, my bad. Okay, I was all this while I thought that was what I was working on, but yes. Okay, so let's fix this one first, then we can do that one. Okay, so here we're also going to say a success, right? Okay, and yeah, that's a use state, and we also have a form. So from React hook form, I will pass in this type here, import Zord resolver, and also import the schema. Okay, do not import it as a type. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have it this way. Okay, we'll also have the on submit function. Okay, great. That's fine. Okay, so I think I can even copy this one here, right? And put it here. Okay, so here I'll change this to forgot password. Then I'll say enter your okay, I'll say enter your email to reset your password. Okay, then I think there's no need of below. Okay, And now here, okay, import this, import the header, okay, import the arrow and the link from React router, and now the content. Okay, so in the content, right? Okay, so in the content here, I'm going to put this and see if it's success. Okay, that's fine. Oh, okay, so I have something generated. Okay, so if it is success, okay, so if it's success, we have this div that will center everything, and with the check icon, and with this as a password reset email sent, and we just a note, right? And if it's not, right, meaning we will show the form. So I am going to import form from components, right? And I'll spread the form instance that we have created up there, okay, like this. And inside this, we'll put the normal HTML form, okay. And on submit, right, we'll call the form.handle submit and pass in the on submit function that we created, okay. So in this form, we'll have only one form field. So form field, import form field, okay. Okay, so the form field will take the name, which is email, and the controller will also be form.control. And now we need to render, yes. So we'll destructure the field. Okay, so yeah, so we'll destructure the field, and now we have form item, import form item. Then there's a label. So that says email address. Okay, then we'll put the form control. Okay, so inside the form control is where we're going to put the input, right? So import input from component. Okay, so placeholder, enter your email. Okay, that's fine. And below the form, we can put the message. That's if user does not put anything, we'll show the message there. Okay, so that's fine. And now we'll need the button. So I'll just say button, import button. Great. And I'll say we're going to say is pending, right? Should I? Let me use as pending, right? Okay, so if it's pending, we'll just show this loader. I also say reset password. Okay, we'll get this pending from the mutation, right? Okay, and also we can say disabled when it is pending. Okay, so yeah, we have this back here. Okay, great. So now what is left is the mutation, right? Okay, so let's go to the hooks. Where's the hooks and use auth. Okay, so let's see. Can you suggest, please? Okay, so here we're also going to use, it's also a post request, right? So request, right? This one, we're going here. It's also a post request. So use auth. Okay, so we'll go to, don't forget password. It's this. Then we're passing the data, which is the email, right? Okay, and don't worry, we'll come to that one later. So let's go here, and here we can now see cons mutation, yes, which is forgot password, and it's pending. So now we have the it's pending. So now let's check the page. Okay, so we have this. Oh, I go back. Okay, and I have here. Okay, so you can see there is no space, so I can give space here to this one. So I'm going to say class name. Okay, so space y of 4. Is that fair enough? Let me refresh it. Okay, I think it's fair enough. But how I think the input is small, so I'm going to go to the input component. Input. Okay, input component inside the component UI. The input component inside the component UI, and I'm going to look for height. So height. Okay, so height of 9. I'm going to change it to 11, so that will be yes. I think this is cool. And if I press on this, right? Okay, we'll get the appropriate error message. Okay, so here, so now we can come back here. Okay, so we have this. So inside here, I'm going to call the forgot password. So here I'm going to call, the forgot password mutation, right? So forgot password mutation, and pass in the data, which will contain the email, right? And on success, right? Okay. Okay, that's fine. So here, then on success, we'll set there is success to true, and on error, we'll set, okay, we'll console log the error, and error message should be this, and here will be any. Okay, then I'll just say toast of error message, right? Okay, let's import toast. And when it is success, okay, we show this, so there's no need of toast message again. Okay, I think that is fine. So let's try it and see. So I put my email and just press on reset and internal server error. Okay, so let's check our terminal here. We have this says body save. I think this is related to the validations that we're doing here. I don't know why. If I put it like this here, I do get error. Okay, so I'm going to say email schema. I don't know if we need the email alone for something else. That's why I'm putting that name. Okay. Okay, so email schema like this. Okay. Okay, so email schema here, I'm exporting it. So I'll go here and import email schema here. Okay, so wherever we need email alone, then I think we can use it. Let's see if it's working. Okay, and let's go back and now press on this. Okay, so now it has been sent, right? Okay, so I mean, this was giving an issue during the development, right? So yeah, I changed it to this and it has worked. Okay, so if I go back here and check, did I receive the mail? Let me refresh. Okay, so I have it here. Let's just click here, right? Okay, password reset. Okay, that's fine. So if I click on this, let's see. Okay, password reset password. So now we are here, right? So we can continue from where we left. Okay, so here, reset password. Okay, so forgot password is done. And here, great. So now we can continue from the reset password. Okay, so yes, so now we're done with here. So if I go here, I can also do this and see if it's successful. Let me see if Kaiser can do something. Okay, so we're going to show the same thing, right? So the icon say password has been reset successfully. Okay, great. So now let's also import the form. If not, let's import form from component and pass in the form instance that we created up there. And now we need to have HTML form, and with onSubmit function, we'll call the form dot handle submit, then pass in the onSubmit function that we have. Okay, so this onSubmit, make sure it's the same. Okay, great. So now inside here, make sure everything is working fine. Okay, so inside here, we are going to have the various inputs, right? So here I'm going to give class name and say space of y of 6, right? And I think I can even go here and copy the input, right? Okay, so I'll copy this and even the bottom. Okay, so here, and I'll put it inside the form here. Okay, so here we'll need 2 input fields. So I'll just import this. Let's import them. And here there will be new password. Okay, and import all of this from component UI, control, import input and the form message. Okay, so here will be new password. Okay, so I am going to duplicate this again, and this will be confirm password. Okay, it must be the same name as in your schema. Okay, great. Confirm password, and okay, so yes. And now let's import the button. Okay, it's pending and stuff. Okay, let me import this one also. Okay, so we'll come to the pending. So let's go back to the use auth. Okay, so since we have the endpoint already, use reset password mutation, and the endpoint is reset password, which is a post request. So reset password, post request, we'll need the token, we'll need the new password and the confirm. That's it's perfect. Okay, so I can come back here and at top here, I'll say cons, okay, mutation, which is here. Let's import the mutation. Okay, so reset password and it's pending. So now it's pending has been taken care of. So we can check our form. Okay, so we have it this way. If I press this, yes, the validations are working. Okay, so in here, I'm going to call the reset password, right? Passing the data. Okay, so now I need to spread this data. Okay, let me call this values. I'll spread these values and add the token that we're getting up here. So I'll add the token, right? Because this here takes 3 arguments. It takes the token, the new password, and the confirm. So I'll need to pass in the value, and the value which contains the new password and the confirm password and the token as string. Okay, great. And what again do I need to do? Maybe if I ever, okay, now let's do this. If I click on here and there is no token, right? Okay, great. So I'm going to use a toast, right? And say that invalid token. So if I click and there's no token, I don't want to call this one. Okay, great. So if it's also successful, then we'll set this to success, and on error, okay, on error also we'll set this. Let me also console log the error. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think that's all. So let's go and try. So now we have the token and my password was 1234 up to 8. So now I'm going to say 1, 2, okay, let me say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, what password is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let me push it and let's see. Great. So password reset successfully. So now I can go back to sign in. So now let me try. So now we can reset our password. We can yeah, forgot password. We can log in and stuff. So let me try the old one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here, and invalid password. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and login. And great, we are logged in. Great. So yeah, I think it's almost similar. Yeah. Let me also log in here and let's see. Okay, so now that we are logging here, in the next episode, we are going to work on this dashboard, but we'll start from the nav bar, and the sidebar, then we'll come to the workspaces. Okay, don't forget to like and subscribe. So now that we're logged in, so I'll go here. Let's work on this sidebar and nav bar, then the dashboard. Okay, great. Okay, so now I can close all of this and search for the dashboard layout. Okay, so you can just hit on Control P to search for the name, right? And just type the name. Okay, great. So in here, what we're going to do is that I am going to here. Okay, so I don't think I even need the logout here. I'll need is authenticated here, right? And it's loading also here. Okay. I don't even think I'll need the user, will I? I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure I'll need it. Okay, great. So here we will check if it is loading, right? Okay. So if it's loading, then we'll show a loader, right? Maybe I should just create some loader. Okay, so inside the component here, I'm going to create a loader.tss. Let's say export cons loader, and let me see. Can I get something? Okay, at least put something nice. My goodness. Great. Yeah. Maybe something like this. That's something like this should be fine. Okay, let me say height full instead of screen. Okay, and I'll just call, instead of this, I'll just call loader. And let me import loader from component loader. Okay, great. And if the user is not authenticated, I'm going to use navigate from React router. So cons navigate by using use navigate, import it, and I'll say, not this. Okay, I think I can import this. This is a component itself, so I can import this, right? And just use it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so I think we're good now. So on this page, let's give some classes. So I'm going to say it should be flex, height of screen, and width of full. Okay, great. So inside here, I will have the let me say sidebar component. Okay, so I have it. That's what it is. That's why I've commented it out. And after that, I'll have another div. And let me start this div. Okay, so this div is also going to be flex of 1, and let's say flex dash column. Okay, and what shall I say? Height of full. Okay, that's fine. And inside this, I am going to have the header, which will be the nav bar, right? Okay, let me comment it out for now. Then after that, I'm going to put the main tag here, and inside the main tag, I'll put the outlet from React router. Okay, so like this, and I can provide classes to this one. So here I'm going to say also flex of 1 and overflow of y of auto, right? Okay, height of full and width of also full. Okay, Now I can even put another div here to, yeah. So I'm going to use this as a container. So I'm going to say this one will have max, margin x or 2, right? I'm going to say container and px of 2 and sm px of 6, lg px of 8, right? Okay, and py of also 0, but on md py of 8. Okay, we can see the width to full and height also to full. Okay, great. So if I go here, I should see the dashboard in here. So you can see now we have this side and we have the top here. Okay, which is going to be for the sidebar and the navbar. Okay, great. And okay, so now we can okay, so let's begin from where should we begin from? The header. Okay, so inside components, inside here, I'm going to have something called layout. And inside layout, I'll have the header.tss, sport cons header.tss, and now I can import it here, header. Okay, now this header, we are going to pass some few props, right? So one, I'm going to pass on workspace, select, right? So when we select the workspace, I'm going to pass an empty callback for now and say selected workspace, okay, which is also going to be now for now, and on create workspace, okay, which is also okay, no, okay, this is what I need for now. Okay, great. So maybe I can just come up here and I'll say cons is okay, let's say it's creating workspace, yeah, okay, which is going to be a state use state, so it's going to be false, right? Okay, good. And I'm also going to say cons current workspace, okay, which is going to, okay, we're going to have the workspace type. So I'll go inside types and I'll just say, can you get something? Workspace will have ID and there should be the name. And okay, oh my goodness, how can you just destroy everything like that? Okay, let's maintain this for now. We'll come back to it and add more. So I'm going to import workspace here. Or let's just finish it lest I forget, So let's go inside the types. Okay, so we have the user. Let's finish with the user. So the user will have this ID, user will have email, user will have name, and created at. It's okay, it's email verified, which is a boolean, and updated at, and okay, let me also get the updated at, which is a date, and profile picture, which is a string, and it can be optional, so we'll put question mark here. Okay, so workspace, so there'll be the workspace ID, there'll be the name, there can be description, which is optional. Okay, and we can have the owner, and the owner will be a user, right? Or it can just be a string, right? That is in a case when it is only the user ID, right? And it is not the full information like this. Okay, and we can also have the workspace color, which will be a string, and we can have the members. Okay, so the members will be of this, we'll have the user, okay, so we'll have the user, which will be either be the user ID or this. I think, yeah, in this case, we'll fetch the user info, and we'll have the role, which will either be admin, member, okay, owner, or let's say viewer. Okay, great. There can also be something called joined at date, right? The date that member joined. Okay, and this is going to be a list, right? So an array, and we have the created at, updated at. Will I even need it? I'm not sure. Okay, let's leave it. Okay, great. So like this. So now we can come back here. So it will either be this or now, right? And yeah. Okay, so by default, it's going to be now because nothing is selected. Okay, great. Okay, I think we are good. We're getting somewhere. Okay. Now I'm also going to create a method here. So cons handle workspace selected. Okay. There's no need of this. So handle workspace selected, we'll get a workspace, right? Okay, and we'll set the current workspace to this. That's fine. So here, here instead of this, I'll pass the handle workspace selected here, and here I'll pass the current workspace, and here I'm going to set creating to true. It's creating workspace to true, right? Great. So now we can close this, and come here, and great. I'm going to say e. Okay, header props. Okay, great. So I come here. We have yes on workspace selected. Okay, great, Kesa. Thank you. Okay, which will be of type workspace, right? And here will also be type workspace or not, and here will be yes a function that returns void. And now we are destructing it here, passing the type here or the props here. Great, great job. So now you can see the type error is now gone. Okay, great. So in here, I think here we'll need a user. So I'll say user from use auth. Okay, import use auth. Okay, and now let's work on the actual thing. So here I'm going to say bg of background. Okay, background, and I'm going to say it should be sticky top of 0, z index of 40, and border dash bottom. Okay, border. Okay, so after that I'll put another div with class name, flex height 14, items to center. Oh, okay. I don't know why my IntelliSense seems not to be working today. I don't know. Okay, items to center. Okay, and justify to between. Let me add more px of 4, and on sm ps of 6, right? And lg px of 8, then py of 4. Okay, great. So now here I'm going to have a drop down. Okay, I don't think I have the drop down for now. So okay, so there are going to be actually be two sides, and in each of the cases we need a drop down. So let's go to Shadcn and get the drop down. Okay, so this is what we're doing here and here. So in both of the cases we need a drop down. Okay, so drop down menu. Okay, so drop down. Great, let's go and install it. Okay, make sure you're in the front end, and this. Okay, loose legacy, peer-devs. Okay, great. So they're going to be two sides. So one will be here, and the other will also be a div here. Okay. Okay, so I'll have this div here, which will be flex item to center and a gap of 2. Okay, and inside it now I'm going to have a button. Okay, so import a button. Okay, from UI component, and it's going to be a ghost, which is fine. Okay, and of size icon. Okay, and inside it I'm going to put the bell icon from Lucid, yes, for to show us the notification for notification, right? Okay, so let me refresh this and see. Okay, yes, I'm actually not seeing anything. Oh, okay, so here there's something missing. It says that header cannot be used as a GSS. Something is, oh, okay. Here, we need to return something. Great. And now you can see we have this here. Great job. Now we have this icon. So now we can have the user menu. So drop down from this component UI. Don't import from Radix, please. Okay. So drop down menu trigger, also from components. Okay. And inside it, I am going to put a button. Okay. And in the button, I'll put the avatar. If you remember, we installed the avatar already. Okay. So in the avatar, we have the avatar image, which will take the user profile image, right? So avatar from here. And if there is no avatar, we can have a fallback, and the avatar fallback will be the user name, right? Great. And yeah, so yes, let's see if it shows up here. It's not showing up. I'm going to turn this to a div, and let's see if it pushes. Yes, so we have it here. But I'm going to make the background of this one. So I'm going to say bg black text of white, right? And let's see. Okay, so I think it's kind of distorted. So maybe here I can give size of 8 and height of 8, right, to the avatar. And let's see. Okay, so after giving the width and height, I think it's still the same. So what can I do? Okay, I'm going to say this should be as child. And let me see if it does solve the problem. No, it does not. I am going to, okay, let me start from here. So here I'm going to say rounded dash full, right? Okay, border and p of 1, right? Okay. Okay, something is hiding somewhere. Okay, or should I assign the size also 8 and 8 here? And let's see. Okay, still that's not solve the issue. Anyway, let's continue and see. We'll find a way to fix it. Okay, so here now we'll need the drop-down content. So make sure you import drop-down content from UI components, not radix. Okay, and now inside this, we can give the align, right? Align property to end so that it will always be at the end of the context. Okay, so here I will need a drop down menu. Okay, so menu label. Oh, I think I imported from a wrong place, not from Redis, but from here. Okay, so I think I have seen the problem. The problem was that we imported a fallback from Radix, right? So the Radix UI is unstyled. So Shadcn extends that and they have styled it. So I think, yeah, that's where we're getting the issue from. So the label, I can just say, oh my goodness, not here. Okay, so the label here. And what can I put it inside? I can just say my account. Okay, so let's go and check if now yes, now you can see now this is working perfectly. Okay, great. So ensure you import from the right place. Do not import from Radix UI. Okay, so after this, I can have the separator. So I'm going to say drop down separator from you. Oh my goodness. Drop down separator from here. Okay, self-closing one. And now I'm going to also have a drop down menu item. So drop down menu item, this one, right? Great. And inside it, I'm going to put a link from React router, which will go to, this should go to, where should it go to? Should it go to, okay, it'll go to user/profile. Okay. And I'll change this to profile. Okay, great. And what again I can have is I can have another separator, right? So I can just call this, and I can have another item, and this item I can put a logout action, right? Okay, and here, so I think I also need the logout here. Great, I'll need the logout here as well. My goodness, logout. Okay, great. And I'll just have to call the function when we click on this item. So on click, I'll call logout. Okay, that's fine. Something is missing somewhere. Here ought to be comma and not dot. Okay, great. Okay, so let's check our progress. So here, if I click on this, now you can see we have this, right? Great. Okay, great. I will not want to log out for now. Okay, so let's do the other one. So let's do the other side. We're done with this side here. Now we can come here. So I'm going to change this to drop down menu. We have it already. Okay. Then we'll need a trigger. And inside the trigger, I'm going to put a button. Okay, so import button from UI. Okay. Okay, so now add the as shard because we are placing another button inside it because this is also a button. Okay, so this one, I'm going to put the variant as outline. Okay, variant as an outline. And inside here, I'm going to say if selected workspace, right? If the workspace is selected, okay. If workspace is selected, then I'll put this. Else, let me also put this. Okay, so here. So if workspace is selected, let's come here. Then I'll check if selected workspace.color, right? If the color is there, then I'm going to show workspace avatar, okay, which will take the color. Okay, so here it will take the color, and it will also take the name of the workspace. So let me break it down. Okay, it will take the color and the name of the workspace. Okay, great. Then below it, I'll put a span tag in which I'll put in the selected workspace.name. Great. And now let me start this. It's going to be font dash medium. Okay, great. And if it is not if there is nothing, right, meaning we don't have any workspace selected, I'm going to say okay, select workspace. And yeah, should I start this also? Font medium. Okay, I think that's also fine. Okay, so let's fix this one. And inside the component, I'm going to create a folder called workspace. Okay, and inside the workspace, I'll put the workspace avatar.tss spot cons workspace avatar. Okay, so what's happening? Okay, Keza is doing a lot, but don't worry. So here we take the color and we take the name, and both will be strings. Okay, great. So here, I'm going to say a div. Okay, great. And let's start this div. So this div will have a width of 6, height of 6. Okay, rounded full. Not full. I will not need rounded full. I'm just going to say rounded. And the background, there's no need of background. There's no need of test color. No, I don't need a test color here for now. I'm just going to say flex item center justify center, and that's all. Okay, great. Then I'm going to add styles, right? We're going to add these HTML styles. I will say that the background should be equal to the color. Okay, great. That's so simple. And now inside this, I am using paragraph. Should I use a span tag? Okay, anyone. And we see the text should be SM. Okay, that's small font, medium, and the text of white. And now we'll put in the first character, right, of the workspace. Great. So now I can go here and import this here, workspace. Okay, so let's check progress. And here, now we have select workspace. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so after the trigger, great. Now we come to the content. So in the drop down content, okay, great. So drop down content, and I'm going to have a drop down label, great, and say that let me see workspaces or workspace, anyone. Okay, so workspace, and I'm going to put the drop down separator. Yes. Okay, so after the separator, then I'm going to put something called drop down group, import from UI, not radix. Okay, so now inside the group, now we're going to map over the workspaces. So workspaces.map. Okay, so we'll map over them. Okay, so like this, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we'll return a drop down item. No. Okay, drop down item. Okay. So drop down item. Since we are mapping over items, we need a key. So the key will be the maybe I can just shorten this as WS workspace, right? WS dot underscore ID will be this. And on click, when we click on this, right, we'll call the on select workspace and pass in the selected workspace. Okay, and inside here, I'm also going to check if ws.color exists, right? Then we'll do the same for the icon, right, or our avatar. Okay, then here we'll also put a span tag that will take the name. Okay, so here, I think that's workspaces. Okay, we don't have workspaces here, so I'm just going to say cons workspaces. Oh my goodness, workspaces should be equal to nothing for now. Okay, great. Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have the workspaces. And now below the group, first group, right, we're going to have another group. So drop down group. right? Okay, and inside it we have a drop down item which will say create workspace. So here I'll remove this and put the plus circle icon from Lucid React. Okay, give it this, and now I will put in create workspace. Okay, great. So let's check. So now we have this. Now you can see create workspaces here. Okay, and if you click on the create workspace here, so I'm going to say on click. Okay, on click, then I'll call the on create workspace function. Okay, I think that is it. Okay, so what we need to do is now we'll have to fetch the workspaces, which we don't have for now. So now let's go back to here and work on the sidebar. Okay, so here we'll also need to pass in current workspace, which will be equal to the current workspace. And we don't have this for now, so we'll go back to the layout and say sidebar component.tss, and I'll say export sidebar component. Okay, great. Thank you, cursor. And return div. Okay, so like this. And now we can import it from here. Okay, great. Here. So we accept the current workspace. Okay. So we accept the current workspace. So we're from the error. The error says this workspace is, it can be now or yeah. So should we say we can say here it can be this or now. Yeah. Okay, great. Since our structure allows that. Okay. Okay, and I'm just going to bring the links, right? I don't have to type them one by one. So by one, first, let me get the user and the log out from the auth. Okay, import auth from our context. Okay, and now I'm going to have one state variable that will say it's collapsed or not, which is a state variable. So import useState. Okay, so because if you check from here, you can see we can toggle this, right? Okay, so we are just going to do that. Okay, come back here. Okay, so that's what we're going to use this state for. Okay, and I'm just going to paste the links that I have. Okay, so I have these links, right? So dashboard will go to dashboard, workspace to workspace, and this, so these are simple links, right? So each item have three things, right? So it has a title, the href, and the icon. So I'm importing the icons from Lucy icons or React, Lucy React, and settings. Okay, great. Okay, so in here now, class name, and we are going to use the cn helper function to import that from utils. Okay, you don't have to add that one. The moment you add Shadcn, that one will come automatically. Okay, so here I'm going to say it should be flex dash column. Okay, so border dash right and bg of sidebar. Okay, and I'm going to say transition dash all, then duration of 300. Okay, then I'll put comma and say if it's collapsed, right? If it's collapsed, I'm going to say width to be 16, right? Okay, and on MD, if it's collapsed, width to be how? Okay, let me say 80 pixels. Okay, so normally when it's collapsed on small screen, we want to have 16, which is equivalent to I think 60 something. Else, if it's on MD, it should be big enough. Else, okay, else it should be width of also 16 on MD. It should be 200. No, let's say 240. Okay, so if it's on small, if it's collapsed on small device, it should be this. Else it should be that. Okay, and if it's on yeah, if it's not collapsed, right? If it's not collapsed and it's on small device, it should be 16. I mean, we still want the same thing. And else on big screen, it should be 240. Okay, great. I think you understand. Okay, great. So now inside here, I'm going to put another div with class name, flex, height of 14, items to center, and justify. I think I don't need justify. Okay, I'll need a border of bottom and px of 4 and margin bottom of also 4. Okay, so inside this div, I'm going to put a link tag. import link from React router. Okay. And this link will go to /dashboard. Okay, great. Class name will be flex items to center. Oh, center and a gap of no, I think I don't need a gap. Center. Okay. So in the middle here, I'm going to put this and I say if it's not collapsed, right? Okay. Okay. So if it's not collapsed, okay, we can do this. If it's not collapsed, we'll return a div, right? And in the div, I'll put the range icon. Okay, great. Let me give it a star. Okay, so the size can be 6. Okay, so this is the shortest way to put height and width, right? Size, which will take care. That is when the height and the width are the same. Okay, you can use size. Okay, I'm going to say test to be blue-600. That's fine. And below it, I'll put a span, and the span will say tax hub. Okay, great. And we can also style this. Okay, so font of semi-bold. Okay, and text of LG. It should be hidden on small devices, and on MD, it should be block. Okay, great. Now, after this whole condition, we'll also check is collapse, right? If it's collapsed, it's also true here. Then we'll just show this icon again. Only this icon, right? When it is collapsed, we'll show only this icon. That's fine. We can start this by saying it should be flex, items to center, and a gap of 2. Okay, let's check. So we have it this way, right? Okay, great. So if I turn, okay, I think that's fine. Okay, great. So yeah, below the link, I'm going to put a button, okay, from UI component. And inside the button, I'm going to say it's collapsed, right? Okay, if it's collapsed, then I'm going to show chevron right icon. Okay, class name. Oh, okay. Size of 4, right? And if it is collapsed, I'll show right. If it's not, I'll show the chevron left. I think that's fairly simple, right? Okay, let's do the magic here. Okay, I'm going to add the variant. So the variant of the button should be outline. Now let me make it a ghost instead of ghost. Yeah. Okay, ghost. And I'm going to say the size should be icon. Okay, and class name. I'm going to say margin left of auto, and it should be hidden on small devices, and on medium it should be block. Because on small devices we don't want to see that toggle because we don't have enough space on mobile screen to show that. Okay, so on click, okay, can we say, so on click we just say this to be the opposite of the whatever value we have. Okay, so we can check. Okay, so we have this way. If I click here, now it goes. If I click, it comes. Okay, I think here I am getting only one of the icons. So I don't know, we have chevrons. Chevrons right. Okay, then let me also change this to chevrons left. Okay, signifying, I think we have, yeah, more. Yes, this one. I think we have 2. Brilliant. Okay, great. So now what next after the icon? Now I can come below this here, and I'm going to use something called scroll area. Okay, I don't think I have it. Okay, so let's go back to Shadcn. Okay, search for scroll area. Okay, right, you can scroll, right? Okay, so here, and let's install it. Okay, so yeah, use this. Okay, I think it should be installed by now. So let's import it from UI. Okay, and I'm just going to say height of full. No, I'm just going to say flex 1, px of 3, and py of 2. Okay, so now inside here, I'm going to put something called sidebar. Sidebar nav, a self-closing element, and I'll pass in items, which will be the nav items. Okay, so the nav items are these ones. Okay, great. And what again we'll have is collapsed as is collapsed, and we'll have, maybe we can have a class name. So I'm going to use the cn function again. Okay, so cn, I say that okay, cn, what should I, okay, I don't even think the cn will be needed, right? So maybe I can remove all of this and say that if it's collapsed, then we pass in these classes, which is going to be like items to center and space of y of 2. Yeah, of 2. Okay, great. And we can also pass the current workspace. Oh my goodness, not inside the class. Yes, so out here, current workspace to be current workspace. Okay, great. And so we'll fix this navbar soon. And below the scroll area, I'll put another div and I'll put a button in there. Okay, and inside the button, I am going to put a log out icon from Lucid. Yes. Okay, so class name, size of 4, right? Okay, maybe let me use the cn helper function. So cn, and okay, so normally it should be 4, and if it's collapsed, right? If it's collapsed, we'll say nothing else. If it's not collapsed, then I'm going to say margin right of 2, I think. Yeah. Oh, maybe I could have just say this, right? Okay, great, reasonable. And I'm going to put a span tag here and just say logout. Normally it's going to be hidden, and on MD it's going to be visible. Okay, great. And okay, so here, okay, we have, it's also going to be ghost, and the size is going to be size of, if I put the size as icon, it will be very small. So I'm going to check if it's collapsed, right? If it's collapsed, then it will be an icon, else it will be default. Okay, great. And on click, we will log out. I think that's fine. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now let's face this nav menu. So in here, the same place, I'm gonna put sidebar okay, sidebar nav.tss export cons. Oh my goodness, export cons. Okay, so yeah, we'll take few items. Okay, so I'm gonna take this one from here and come up here and say interface. Okay, so the interface of the sidebar props will be, we'll have I am going to do this way. I'm going to extend this, right, as an HTML element. So I'm going to say react.html attribute, right? Then I'll pass in which HTML attribute. I'm just going to say HTML element. HTML, yeah, HTML element, not div element. Yes, just HTML element. Okay, so that will have all the props of the HTML element. Okay, so I have items which will have title, href, and an icon. And the icon is of type lucid icon. Okay, great. And yeah, so it will be a list that will have whether it's collapsed, which is a boolean, and the selected workspace, so from workspace, or it can also be now. Okay, so now we can pass in the props here. Okay, so here. Okay, so now inside here, I'm going to use nav, and should we need this? Okay, yes, let me import it. So it's going to be a flex column, and a space of gap y of 2. I mean, that's fine. And should we have, did we put any extra classes name? Oh yes, we had class name, yeah, string. So we had class name, then we add a class name here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to spread out the other props, right? Okay, so here. So what I can do is I can also come here and say props. Okay, because it's HTML, we'll get other props, right? Okay, so we can spread that one here. Okay, so now inside here, I'm going to say items.map. Okay, we'll get each item or each element. Great. And now let us return. We will not instantly return. So I'm going to say this, and now I'll return this. So what will I return? I'll return a button. Okay, so import a button. Okay, and each map needs a key. So we'll get a key of the el.href. I think that's fine to have it as, yeah. Now we'll need to do certain things here. So I'm going to say const icon should be equal to el.icon. Okay, and I'm going to rename it as this because we want to use it as a component, right? Okay, and what again? I'm going to say const is active, right? Should be equal to location dot path name. Okay, do I even have the location imported? So maybe I can come here and say const location should be equal to use location from React router, and we can also say const navigate to be use navigate. Okay, so we use location.path name. I will say equal to item.href, right? So if it's equal to, then this will be active, else it will not be active. Okay, so we can also say const handle on click. Okay, yeah, can put everything here. So handle on click, then now check if item.href, right, is equal to workspace, right? If we are on the workspace route, what we want to do is I want to navigate to yeah. Okay, so if we're on the workspace route, we want to navigate to item.href, right? Okay, if you're on the workspace route, we want to navigate to that page. Else, if current workspace exists and current workspace dot underscore ID, right? Okay, so we're trying to do something. What we'll try to do, let me try to explain it here. What we are trying to do is that when we are on the workspace, right, and we click on it, then we should go there. Else, if we click on any other page, right, because this settings is the settings of this particular selected workspace, right? So if I select a workspace like this, right, and I click here, we should go to the settings of that particular workspace. So if I click on settings, you can see that settings, that workspace that we are currently on, the ID needs to be added in the URL here, meaning we are on that particular workspace, right? Okay. Okay, so that's what we are trying to do because dashboard, my tags, members, and all of them, they are the activities of that particular selected workspace, right? So except the workspace that will show the list of the workspace. So you can see that the ID has been added here, right? So that's what we're trying to do here. So if we are on the workspace, then we should go to the workspace. That's fine. But if we are not on the workspace and there is current workspace selected, then we are going to say navigate. Okay, so navigate to the element, right? Okay, so I'm going to say the element.href / no should, let's make it, it's this thing. I'm going to say workspace ID. Okay, then the workspace ID will be attached, right? Great. If it is not so, then it's going to be navigate to href again. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's deal with this button. Okay, so button variant will be the variant will be is active. Let's check it's active. If it's active, it's going to be outline, else it's going to be ghost. Great. And class name, okay, so cn has been imported already, and we'll say justify to start. Okay, and if it's collapsed, no, let's say it's active. Instead, if it's active, then I'm going to say okay, if it's active, I'm going to say bg dot blue 800/20. Okay, test dash, when it's active, the background of a blue 800, the blue opacity of 20, and the text should also be a blue 600 and font of medium. Okay, great. And we can also say on click, that will call in the handle click function that we have. Okay, which is this one. Okay, great. And inside here, I am going to say icon. Yes, I think each one has an icon. So icon will be icon. The icon, we have renamed it here. Oh, it ought to be icon, not icons. So icon. And now we can even add a class name of margin right of 2 and size of 4. Now we're going to say it's collapse, right? Okay, so it collapse. If it's collapse, we're going to give it a span tag that will show the item.title, right? Else I'm going to say el.title. Okay, you understand real quick. Okay, so what I'm doing here is that here I am going to give a class name of this, right, as SR only for screen reader, right? Okay, so yes, if it's collapsed for screen reading ability, right, then this one will show the title if it is not collapsed. Okay, I think that is it. Yeah. Is there anything we are not using here? So here I can now import this comfortably. This and this page should be fine now. Okay, so here it's not assigned to type string. Okay. Or did I still need to add the CN class? Okay. Yes, so I added this and now it's working. Okay, so that you know that it's a class of string. Okay, so let's check our progress from here. And now we have all of this. And now the dashboard is selected, right? Beautiful. Okay, so we're pretty much done with this one. We're also done with, I think we're done with this. If there be any other thing we need to do, avatar here. Okay, so now we need to do one thing. And the one thing is that we need to now create the workspace. Okay, so that one, we'll add it here. Below here, I'm going to put the create workspace right from here. And so we'll have the is creating, right, which will be is creating, right? Great. And we'll have the set is creating also to set is creating. Okay, great. So now we need to create this form. So inside the workspaces here, I'm going to put create workspace.tss and export cons create workspace. Okay, let me return a div here. That's fine. Okay, and now I can import it from here. Okay, good. So here we can have the props. So interface, create workspace prop, which will need this, which is a boolean, and also this. Okay, so here, yeah, okay, this will also be a boolean, so I think that's fine. Okay, then we're getting the props here. Okay, here I will also need some default colors, right? So I'm just going to put my colors here. You can put any colors of choice here. Okay, great. And inside here, now we also need forms. You know how we create forms already. Okay, so use form from React hook, import resolvers, Zod resolver from Zod resolver, and now we need to have the workspace schema. Okay, so I'll go inside the schema. So search for schema, and here. Okay, Kaiser, can you suggest something? Okay, so workspace will have the name, the color, and the description. Okay, color, and let me add description, which is description can be optional, so there is no need. I'm just gonna say optional. Okay, and the color, okay, I think that's fine, and the name, yeah, that's also fine. Okay, so here I can put type, okay, from type import z from Zod, okay, and import the schema, not as type. Let's check, not as type. Okay, great. And so now we can remove the whole of this and put this one here. Great. So here we have the name, we have the color, and we have the description. Okay, so with the color, I think I can put a default color, right? Should we? Yeah, let's put the default color. Okay, so it's gonna be let's say color option. Okay, color options, then the first one in this first one. Okay, great. So what again we'll need? Okay, so let me also create the cons on submit function. Okay, that's fine. workspace form data. And now let us create the workspace here. So we are going to use form dialog. Okay, so dialog. Okay, so I don't think I have dialog installed. So let's go to Shadcn, Control K to search for dialog. Okay, import this. Yeah, copy it and let's install it. So Control backtick to open the terminal and now install this. Okay, so now I can import this from UI, and I have open set to its creating workspace, and open changes also set to this. And I'm also going to set something called modal to true. Modal to true. Okay, great. And inside here, we will not need the trigger because we will use that command, right? That's why we're using this. Okay, so here, what I'm going to say, dialog content from UI, component UI. Okay, so yeah, dialog content, and let me start this. So I'm going to say the max width, sorry, height should be 80 VH, right? That's a view height. Okay, great. And overflow Y, it's going to be auto. Okay, and should I hide? Okay, no. Okay, that's it. Yeah. And inside here, I'm going to put the dialog header. Okay, ensure to import dialog header from component UI. Okay, and inside it, I'm going to put the header as create workspace, import the header from UI. Okay, great. So now we have it this way. And below the header, I am going to put in a div. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to put in this div. Okay, maybe I can even put the form straight up, right? Let's see. Yes, import form and spread the form here. Okay, now let's add in HTML form, and on submit, we're going to call the form dot handle submit and pass in the on submit function. Okay, great. So yes, here. Okay, we have created form over and over again. So you know the drill, the form field, we have the control, then we have the name, then the field. Okay, the arena field, which will be form item, right? Okay, great. So we have a form item. Okay, so we have a form item, and let me import it. Then we have the label, which will be, we can see name, and we have the control, which will be an input. Okay, input. Okay, that's fine. And maybe you can even put a placeholder here that says workspace name, and we can put the message, right? That is form message here. Okay, great. And so now we'll come to another one. So let me just duplicate this, and this will be for description, right? Okay, so here, can you change the description, please? Okay, thank you. And here, it's going to be test area. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think that is okay. Okay, so here I need to give maybe spacing. So, okay, class, and I'll say space y of 4, right? I'm also going to say py of also 4. Okay, so where will we even trigger this? Have I imported this? Okay, great, that's it. And okay, so it's the handle workspace selected. Okay, it's here also. Yeah. Okay, so okay, then if I should click on it now, I think something should happen. Okay, great. So now we have it. So we have this and we have also this. So we are left with the colors. Okay, so the colors should be something like this, right? Okay, great. Okay, so how can we do the colors? So I'm just going to duplicate this one more time, right? And I'll remove the okay, the label. So the label should be there. The form control, yes. So inside the form control, I'll remove this. Okay, and this is going to be color. Okay, color. Okay, great. So form control. Okay, so div. Keza is trying to be helpful. Let's see. So I have a div. Okay, so we have a div that says flex and a gap of 2. And maybe I can even add flex wrap so that in case it doesn't fit to the screen. And now color options dot map, right? Color options dot map, where we get each color. And here we are going to return, let me see what get has returned. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Um, can you improve upon it? Okay, if I click on it, okay, so Keza is trying something. Okay, so let me import the CN. I think that's fine. This is not what I have though, but I think let's see if Keza will be able to do a good job. So what it's saying is that we will return a div, right? And the div will have the key, which will be the color. And on click, we'll set the field.onChange value to the color that we've clicked on. Okay. And here we are combining classes. So normally it should be width of 6, height of 6, rounded of full, and Keza to be pointer. And if the value is equal to that color, what we have selected is equal to that color, we want the border to be 2 and the border of blue 500. I think that it's fine, right? And I can even add hover animation here. So no. Okay, let's see if that's fine. Okay, let's check. I go here, I click on this. Hello. Okay, yeah, I think when I hover over it, there's an opacity, and you can see there's a border, right? A little bit border. Okay, so can I add maybe ring and ring offset? So when it is selected instead of border, can we do ring instead? I'm going to say, okay, ring. Okay, so ring to ring offset of 2 and ring color of blue 500. Let's see that one. Yes, I think this one is better. Great. And I also think the spacing is too small, so maybe I'm going to say 3. Okay, that is very nice. Okay, great job. Okay, I mean, it's not pretty simple. Okay, so what again we need a button, right? Okay, so I'll come, should I still be, so I'll still be inside that form, and I'm going to add dialog footer. Okay, great. Import dialog footer, and in the dialog footer I'll put a button. Or can you suggest a button? Okay, great. So yeah, I'm going to say it's pending, right? Because that's what we'll get from the hook. Okay, that will create. Oh, it's pending. Okay, so if it's pending, we say it's creating else create. Okay, that's fair, right? And here will also be it's pending. It's pending. Okay, great. So literally that is it. And I think the cancel button is here already, so we don't need any other cancel button. Okay, so this is for create workspace, and let me just have something say it's pending to be false to avoid the errors here. Okay. Okay, I think I have noticed something in the name here. I can see I have some equal to sign instead of dash. Great. Okay. Okay, so I am seeing an error somewhere. Okay. Okay, great. So now I have it this way, and I can close and open it again. Great job. Okay, so if I click on this, you can see that, yeah, the error message shows accordingly. Okay, so now what do we have to do? Yes, we create workspaces. Okay, so don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the next episode. So now that we have this form, let's go to our backend and see how we can now create the workspace. So here I will want to, okay, let's start from the model. So we'll just say workspace model.js. Okay. And in here, we're just going to say cons workspace model should be equal to new. Okay. And let's make sure we import schema from Mongoose. Okay. So I've imported schema and model. Okay. So in here, each workspace will have name, and the name will be required. Okay. We can also bring the trim here, right? Okay. And there will also be description. Description will not be required. Okay, great. However, we can also put the trim here. Okay. And we'll also have the color. Okay, so I have these suggestions. Okay, we'll have the color. right? I think maybe let me make it this way so that it'll just be on one line. Okay, great. So we have the color. The color will be string, and should it be required? Okay, maybe. So maybe we can just copy one of this, right? The default color, which is this one. So we can just copy the default color and just say default, right? And yeah, let me put this one here. Default will be this color. Okay. And after here, we're going to have the owner. Okay. So the owner will be reference to the user, right? Okay. So the person who created this, right? Okay. And we can set it to be required. Okay. After this, we're going to have members. Okay. Oh, okay. So members will have the members will be a list of users. So an array. Oh my goodness, it's supposed to be this way. Okay. So a list of great. So it will be an array of objects. So we'll have the user, right, which will be of schema type object ID, right, and it's referencing to user. Okay. Oh, sorry. Great. It ought to be like this. Great. So type, great. This way, it ought to be like this. Okay, great. So user will be, the type will be this, and it will be referenced like this. And now we'll have the row. Okay, so row will be of type string, enum, either owner, member, admin, or viewer. Okay, great. And by default, you're going to be a member. Okay, and we'll now have the joined at, which will be a date. Okay, great. So yeah, this. So come to the end of the members, and we'll have projects. Okay, which will be also a list of right, project IDs, right, referencing the project. We don't have it for now, so but no worries. And we'll, okay, I think that is it. Yeah. And what again? Okay, let's put a timestamp here, timestamp to true. Okay, and that's it. So now we have it this way, and now we can export Workspace. Okay, that's it. Now we can go, let me toggle here. We can go inside the route and have also workspace.js. Okay, so inside here, we'll import express from express. Okay, and say const router equal to, okay, so const router equal to express dot router, then we invoke it, and now we say that, okay, workspace post method, okay, here, then create. Okay, let's go to the libs here and the validations. Let's also add the workspace schema. Okay, so here I'm going to say export const workspace schema. Okay, so workspace schema will have the name, we have the description, which is optional. Okay, then we have the color. Yes, so I think this is fine. We can make sure we export it here. Okay, that's fine. And here, okay, so here we will need the validation. Okay, not this. We'll only need this. And now we need to import our validate request. I think it's request body. Okay, so it's validate request. It's not coming. Okay, so this one valley import. I think it's from Zord middleware. Okay, great. So yeah, and now how we're gonna do it is this way. Then we say body. Great. So the body now. Okay, great. So this is how we're gonna do it. But then we need to make sure that before you can create this is not protected. So we need to make sure that before you can use this endpoint, you must be logged in. Okay, so now we'll go inside. Do we have a middleware? I'm not sure. So inside the backend, I'm going to create a folder called middleware, and inside it, I will put auth middleware.js. Okay, so I'm going to say const auth middleware. Okay, and in this middleware, we'll accept the request. the response, and a function called nest. Okay, great. So here I'm going to put try catch around it, and here console log the error, and we'll respond with this saying okay, there's no need of this, there's no need of this. Okay, so internal server error. Okay, let's export this straight up before I forget. Okay, great. So in here we're going to get the user token, right, which is going to be inside the request dot header, right? So inside the headers we're going to have that. Oh, okay, so a lot has been added by Kesa. Okay, so inside the header we have the authorization, right? And the authorization, as I told you, will come in a form of beer like this, right? Then the token will follow. So there is a space, so we can split it by the space and take the first. So when we split it, this will be 1, 0, and 1. So 1 will pick the token itself, right? Okay. Okay, so now we can see that if there is no token, right? Okay, so if there is no token, we'll respond with unauthorized, right? You're not authorized. Great. So yeah, but if the token exists, we can now decode it. Okay, so we'll decode it using the JWT. So let's import JWT from JSON Web Token, and we'll say verify that we're passing the token and the secret that we use to sign this. Okay, great. Okay, so here, once we decode it and it goes through, once it goes through, I want to fetch the user from here, right? So I'm going to say cons user should be equal to user here. Okay, so I'm going to import user. Okay, so here import user .js. Okay. Okay, this should be an async function. Okay, great. So that are we to work here? Okay, so we'll fetch the user, right? And if there is no user, we can respond unauthorized because we don't have the user. And here, okay, so once we have the user, we can now attach the user to the request. So say request.user. So wherever we call request.user, we'll get the user and pass this user to it, and we call the next function. Okay, so that the next function will run because this is a middleware. Okay, so here, before we even do the validation and stuff, we want to make sure that the user is authenticated, right? So we'll call the auth middleware. So whenever we reach this endpoint, we'll check for the auth middleware. When this one runs successfully, then the next function will run, which will pass it to whatever is left here to continue. Okay, great. So make sure here, I'm also going to say .js and here .js as well. Okay, so now I can go inside the controllers and create workspace.js controller. Okay, so now say cons create workspace. Okay, so here, then let's export workspace. Okay, that's fine, right? If it goes error, okay, okay, no worries, let's keep that. If an error occurs, we'll console log the error. Okay, and we'll just say response, this message of internal server error. Okay, so here, if the validations pass, we'll get the name, the description, and color, right? Okay. Okay, so now we need to create a new workspace. Okay, so let's import the model. So workspace model. Okay, and we say model.create. We'll pass the name, description, and color. And now we'll pass in the user ID, right? The owner will be the user ID, which I told you will be in the request. So request.user._ID. Okay. Okay, so after this, now let's also add the creator of that particular workspace also as a member, right? Because we need to add the person. So it's an array, so we'll put in the array and now the object. Okay, so now the user will be request.user, the role will be owner, and the date, join add date will be this. Okay, great. So the role will be owner and stuff. That's all. Okay. Okay, so now once we create the workspace, here we can now rate. Okay, so yeah, return with a status of 201 with a message success. We just need, okay, let's return the workspace and the message. Okay, great. So now I can go back here and import this here. Great. Okay, so now we can go back to the front end again. Okay, great. Now I'll place this inside this hook, and I'm going to say use workspace.ts. Okay, great. So I'm going to say export cons use create workspace. Okay, so we'll need a mutation, and here now I am just going to return it straight. Yeah, so I'll just say return. Okay, use mutation, which is from tank stack React query. Then we'll call the mutation function, and in the mutation function we'll pass in the data, which is a workspace form data. So make sure that is imported. So I'm going to go here and export this. Okay, so here I will grab that data. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here data will be of type great. So here we have the type name, color, and this. Okay, great. Okay, so I can call street, I can call post data, right, like this, and pass in the endpoint, which is workspaces, and I'll pass in the data. Okay, and I think we need to do something. Okay, so here we're getting the endpoint. We didn't add it to the main route here. We didn't add it. So here I'm going to import workspace route from workspace, and here I also say okay, cons workspaces, then use this workspace. So we go to the endpoint workspaces, then whatever route is here. So just workspaces. Okay, great. So here, so workspaces, then we pass in the data, which is a post request. Okay, so I can come here. So now I can come here and okay, I'll remove this. So I'll just say cons mutate is pending. Okay, which equal to use create workspace. Okay, great. So now inside this on submit function, we're going to perform the action. So I'm going to say mutate, then I'll pass in the data, right? Okay, so we're passing the data like this. Then after the data, we'll open another object where we have the on success. Okay, great, and on error. Okay, so when it is successful, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set this to false so that the model will close. And okay, let me reset the form first, right? I'll reset the form and set it to false. And now we can navigate to the newly created workspace detail, right? So I'm just going to say we'll get data here, which is of type any. Yeah. Okay. So if you check from where's the controller? Okay, not here. Where the controller? Okay, I can close this. Okay, the controller is here. Okay, so if you check from here, okay, so if you check from here, you can see we're sending a message and stuff. I mean, we will not even need the message, so we can directly send the workspace, right, like this. So I'll remove this and send the workspace, so that the data we'll get will be the workspace. Okay, so here, yeah. Okay, so once it goes through, we can have a toast notification. So import toast from Sona that it created, and we can have the navigate. So I am going to say cons navigate equal to use navigate. Okay, and I'll say navigate here, navigate to workspaces, workspaces, then the workspace ID. Great. Okay, and if an error, okay, I'm going to say cons error message. Okay, so yeah, we'll toast the error message, and now we can log the error. Okay, so here I'm going to say of type any. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. So we can try it. So here, did we say, okay, yeah, okay, great. So I think that's pretty much it. Let's try it and see. Okay, so here, if I click here, okay, so I'm going to say test workspace, and let me change the color to this, and yeah, something here, and let's see if it goes through. Okay, unauthorized. Wow. Okay, so we are logged out. Let's go and check why unauthorized. Yeah. Okay, so 401. Yeah, unauthorized. Okay, so okay, let me close some of these things. Okay. Or maybe I should check the Auth controller here. Okay. Or should I check the fetch util function I created? Okay. So here, token. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so what we can do is, let's go here. Let's begin to debug. So I'm going to put a console log here and see if we're actually getting the token or not, right? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to log in. Okay, so workspace, something here, and this. Okay, unauthorized. Great. So here you can see we're getting the token. The token is here, right? So why unauthorized? Okay, so here. Okay, great. So if we go to the auth controller, let's see something. When we're logging in, we're doing it a specific way. Yeah, this is the login, and this is the login. When we do the token, you see we have user ID. Great. So user ID. So here, when we decode it, we'll have user ID, not ID, right? So I think here. Great. So now we know here it works perfectly. And here I'm also going to console log the user. Okay. Let's go and try again. Log in one more. Okay. Create a workspace. Okay. Something here. This color. Send. And great. So you can see we are redirected. Yeah, because that page does not exist. That's why we say not found. Okay. So we have the user info here. So I can remove this now. Okay, great. So now it's working. So what we need to do now is, okay, so now inside, okay, we can close this here. Inside the dashboard layout, in React Router v7, we can do something called a client loader, right? Loading, where we can fetch data before even the nearest route or the route appears. So we can do that one here. We can prefetch the workspace data, right? Before we even load these components, right? So by the time this component will load, the workspaces will be there. Okay, great. So how do we do that? We can just go here and say that export cons, right? Client loader. Okay, so like this, and it should be async. Okay, so like this, and we can put try catch. Okay, so here we'll log that error. Okay, great. Okay, and now what we can do is that we can now say cons. Let's use promise.all to do that. So here we're going to fetch workspaces, and here I'll fetch the notifications, right? But notifications are not ready for now, so I'll say yes. Okay, this one. Okay, so here I will. Okay, let's fetch one for now, since notifications are not ready. And here we're going to use the fetch data hook that we have, then just passing the we're passing the route, right? Okay, great. So we're passing the route, and this should help us to fetch, but we don't have that route yet. Okay, so here I'm going to say this. Okay, get middleware and get workspaces. That is totally fine. So now let's go inside the controller here, and cons get workspaces. This one should be pretty simple. Okay, cool. Yes, okay, internal server error, and yeah. Okay, so inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to say cons workspaces should be equal to workspace. Okay, so await workspace.find, and where we're going to say where okay, so we can do it this way. We can say members. Okay, so members.user, right? Members.user equal to my ID, right? So we want to fetch workspaces in which I am a member. Okay, great. And what we can do again is we can also say let's do sorting. So we'll sort them in this order. Okay, and now we can return workspaces. That's pretty fine. So we have an error. Okay, it's working now. So let's import this, and now we can go back here, and now this should fetch the data, right? Okay, so once we fetch the data here, now we can go back inside the header. Now we can go back inside the header here, right? And now have use of the workspaces. Okay, so how do we grab the workspaces here? What we're going to do is I'm going to say here we'll need the workspace. We say that it should be use loader data from React router, and that's all. Okay, great. Okay, but I want to put type, so because if you check, this is of type any, but I want to put type, so I'm going to say this as, let me see if I'll get it. Okay, so as workspace now will be of type workspaces. Great. Okay, so when we do the workspace, notification, then we'll add it here. So now let me try to console log workspaces and let's see. So if we go back to here, and I'm going to go back to dashboard. Okay, so here, console log. Okay, so now you can see we have, oh my goodness, console log. So now you can see that we have one, yes, we have it here, right? We have the workspace here. Okay, great. So that's how you can, use client loader to fetch workspace data. Okay, so now we have the workspaces, right? And yeah, we're mapping over it. That's pretty simple, right? Okay, so let's see if we go here. Now you can see we have one workspace, and if I select it, workspace is now selected. Great, great job. So now let's go here and how we can load the workspaces. Okay, great. So now that we can create workspace, let's come to here where we see a list of our workspace. So if you can see that we have header here, where we have the title and a button to create a workspace, right? And now the list of the workspaces. Okay, great. So we'll go here. Let me toggle this and close all of them, right? What do I have on save? Okay, great. So I'll come into the front end here. What is this? Okay, so here inside the routes dashboard. Okay, great. Now I'll have workspaces, and yeah, okay, workspaces, and inside it I'll put index.css file rfce. Okay, great. Okay, as a cons workspaces. Okay. Oh my goodness. So return, I'm going to return a div. Okay, great. And now this. Okay, great. So like this. Okay, so here now we can go to the routes here, and this is the dashboard. We store in the dashboard. Okay, let's see workspaces. Then okay, this file. Okay, great. Thank you, Kesa. Okay, so in here we need to fetch the workspaces, right? Okay, so as usual, we also need, because we'll create workspace from here, so we need is creating workspace, and great. Okay, so which is a use state import. Okay, great. And what again we'll need, I think, okay, so now let's also use workspace hook. Okay, great. So this hook, and now let's fetch the various workspaces. Okay, so I'm going to say export cons get. Okay, use get workspaces. As I said, I want to be query. Okay, so I'm going to add query to it, and here we're going to return use query, import use query from tank stack. Where is it? Okay, here. And now this one will need a query key, and the key will be workspaces. Okay, workspaces. And now the query function will be this. So we'll need to import this, right? And now the endpoint is workspaces, and that is pretty much it. Okay, great. So now we can come back here, right? And now get the workspaces. So what we're going to say is import. Okay, so here, let's import this. So we'll get the data, which we'll say it should be workspaces. And we'll also get is loading, right? Okay, it's loading or it's pending. Okay, so here, what we're going to say is that if it's loading is true, let's return the loader, right? Okay. No, this, great. Okay, so if it's loading, we'll show this, right? And now let's also make sure we get the types. So I'm going to say as, let's see. So yes, so data will be of type workspace, and the loading is a boolean. Okay, so here, I'm going to cut this. Okay, so I'll put one div here, and below this div, I'm going to put the create workspace form, right? Let's create workspace, which in turn will take, I think it will take two things, right? It will take the is creating and this. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is what we'll take. Okay, so let's work on the upper part here. Okay, so here, let's put class name, and I'm going to say space of y of 8. Yeah, that's all. And in here, let's give another div, which will have the header, and the header will be workspaces, right? Okay, let's try to style it. Okay, so I'm going to say the text should be Excel, and on MD, the text to be 3XL. Okay, font of semi-bold. Okay, font of semi-bold. I think we can make it bold instead, right? Okay, yeah, that's it. And here, let me also style this. This is going to be flex. Yes, items to center and justify to between. That's fine. And below this, I'm going to put a button. So button, import button from UI component, and the button will have, say, new workspace. Okay, and I can even add, I'm going to add the plus circle icon, right, with a class name size of 4. Okay, great. And now let's add the on click. We set this to true. Okay. Oh yes. Okay, that's for nice. Okay, so let's see where. So if I click here, we go to workspaces. Okay, great. And if I click on this, brilliant, great job. Okay, so let's go back. So now we have this. So now left with the list of workspaces. So what we're going to do is I am going to say another div inside this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say workspaces dot map workspaces dot map, where we'll get each workspace. And now let's return. Okay, so I'm going to say workspace card, great, workspace card, and I'm going to give a key. The key will be workspace underscore ID, and the workspace will be equal to WS, which is workspace. Okay, so like this. And what again? Okay, let's start this. Here we're going to say it should be grade, gab of 6 SM, grade of columns 2, right, and LG grade columns of 3. Yeah, okay, and yeah, grade columns of 3. That's all. That's all. No need of 4. It should be 3. Okay, great. Okay, so now this card, let's create this card. So this card will only be needed here, so I'm going to create it here. Workspace card. Okay, so something like this. Yeah. Okay, so we have this. So let's check and see. Okay, so we have my workspace. That's fine. Okay, great. So, and we can also add another one, which is if we do not have workspace. So right, so we can also say here workspaces dot length, right? Okay, if the dot length is equal to 0, okay, we can now show something called no data found. Okay, great. So this no data found will be a readable component. So I'm going to put it here inside the components. I'll say no data found dot TSS. So export cons no data found. Cursor, can you do something? Okay. Okay, so here, let me just try to close this div and see. And okay. Let me maintain this. So here I also need some interface. So I'm going to say interface, no data found props. Okay, so I will need the I'm going to say I'll need title, which is a string. Okay, description, which is also a string, and I'll need the bottom test, which is a string, and the bottom action, okay, which is a click event. Okay, so here I'm going to put all of this right here. Okay, so here I'm going to say column span dash full. Okay, test dash center. Okay, on py dash 12, right, on 2XL, py dash 24. Okay, bg.muted, okay, dash 40, sorry, slash 40, and I'm going to say rounded dash lg. Okay, great. And here, okay, so I'm going to use something called layout grid. That is an icon. Okay, so class, I'm going to say size of 12, right? Okay, mx auto, okay, test dash muted dash foreground. Okay, great. Now below it, I'm going to put an h3 that will take the title. And the title, okay, so margin top of 4, text of LG, and font dash semi-bold. I think that's okay. And let me also put a p tag, which will take the description. Okay, so here, class name. So also test margin top of okay, so margin top of 2, right? Test should be SM, muted foreground. I think that's fine. Okay, we can also restrict it by saying that max width should be SM, right? Okay, and ms dash auto. Okay, so that it don't go beyond its boundary, or yeah, we want it to be confined in a particular area, right? Okay, so bottom here, and now I'll put in the bottom test, great, and on click will be the bottom action. Okay, great, and we can put an icon here, which is circle plus icon. Okay, and I think the size should be fine. So now we can go here and import this. Okay, so here, okay, let's see. Okay, so it's saying that, okay, so what we have is okay, I think I'm missing some of the parentheses. Oh my goodness, what am I missing? Okay, great. Okay, so here now the title is no workspace found, okay, which is fine. The message is created new workspace and button is created new space, and this will be the action. Okay, that's fine. Okay, great. So now let's work on this one. Okay, let's work on this. Okay, here, okay, let me remove this and first use a link from S React router, and the two will go to, okay, so take it easy. Okay, so you go to here. Now I'm going to import card from component, UI component, and here I'm going to say transition dash all, okay, and hover, I'm going to say shadow dash md, okay, and what I'm going to say is that, okay, hover, then I'll say negative transition, sorry, translate y minus 1. Okay, great. Okay, and inside this, now I'll put the card header. So card header. Okay, inside card header, I'm going to put a div. Okay, so inside the div, then put another one. Okay, so in this another one, I'll put the workspace avatar. So workspace avatar here. Okay, great. So okay, so there'll be the name, which will be equal to workspace dot name, right? And the color, color will be workspace dot color. Okay. Okay, great. So like this. So now let's start this. I'm going to give the header pattern bottom of 2. Okay, so let's come here, class name. This is going to be flex, items, center, and justify to between. JC, justify to between. Okay, great. And now here, class name, I'm going to say flex and gab of 2. Okay, so we can take a look. Okay, so this is what we have here, right? Okay. So after the avatar, I'll put another div, and inside that div, I'm going to put the card title, Okay. And inside the card title, I'll put the workspace dot name. Okay. And should we add additional classes here? I don't think it will even be necessary yet. Okay, great. So below it, I'm going to add a span. Okay, a span tag, and I'll say created at. Okay, so now I'll import format. Okay, so I don't know, did we install did.fns? I'm not sure. So we can install it here. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to say import install did.fns. Okay, so npm i.fns. Okay, so it has been installed. It's okay. So now let's import format from did.fns. Okay. So maybe I can just come up here and say import format from did.fns. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so in here now I will pass in the okay, so I'm going to pass in the workspace, right, dot created at. Great. Okay, so yeah, and now let me get the format. So the format is going to be okay, is that okay? So month, day and year, and we can even add the time, age dot mm, and we'll put this to get the whether it's am or pm. Okay, so we can check it here or here. Okay, so we have this. I can see the time. Okay. Okay, it's now loading, so let's see. Wait and see. Okay, so we have it here. Okay, let's work on it. So maybe here, let's begin to put a class name. So I'm going to say it should be test of SM, right? Okay, so test muted foreground, and okay, and I think that should be fine. Okay, great. So after this span, come down one div, two div here, right? Okay, and put another div. And inside this div, I'm going to put users, right, from Lucid React. And here, it's going to have size of 4 and margin right of 2. Now 1, okay, great. And here, I also put a span tag, which will have workspaces dot members dot length, right? Okay, and let's start this. So flex items dash center, and should we have gap? Okay, I don't think we'll need gap. I'm just gonna say test dash muted dash foreground. Okay, and this one, let's see, test dash except. Yes, so like this, and let's check. Okay, so we have it this way, and we see the number of workspace members here. Okay, great. So after that one, then we can come down 1 and 2 div. Okay, then I'm going to put the card description here now. Okay, so ensure you are still inside the header, right? We are still inside the header, and I'm just going to put the description here. And if for some reason, just say no description. Okay, great. And after that, after the header, we can now come to card content. Okay. Okay, so here it's card. Okay, so inside the content, let me put one div, and I am going to say view workspace details and projects. Okay, and I'm going to say class test dash sm test dash muted dash foreground, and that is all. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is what we have, right? Great. Okay, so now let's try to create another one, and let's see. New workspace. Okay, something here, and I'm going to change the color. Okay, let it be this red, and here this. Okay, so it's created. Great. Okay, we have it here. Okay, yeah. So now we have this two, and I think that's fine. So we're pretty much done with it, right? Okay, great job. So what do we say we do next? Should we go to the settings, or let's go to I think we can go to the details page like this. Okay, don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the next episode. Welcome back. Okay, so if you're new to this channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you're also returning, kindly like and share. Okay, so let's come to the work space details like this. Okay, so you can see here we also have a similar pattern. There's a header, right? The description, the members, and the project of projects in the workspace. Okay, so here, so now let's go and create the workspace details page. Okay, so here I can do away with here. Okay, so here I'll come inside the workspaces and I'll put workspace details.ts. Okay, so cons workspace details and export default workspace details. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to go inside workspace detail. Okay, so now let's go inside the routes here, and now we'll have, okay, so we'll have the route, and now this is how we take parameters, right? Or yeah, params. So workspace, then the workspace ID, which is a param, right? And now the route path to the route. Okay, so which is workspace? No, supposed to be workspace details. Okay, so this one. Okay, so here, now let's check if we have that page loaded. Okay, here and here. Okay, so we have it here. Great. Okay, so in here, what we're going to do is, okay, so here we're going to get the workspace ID, right? So if you remember, the param is workspace ID, and we're going to use something called use params, right? Okay, and inside the use params, we destructure this. Okay, so we can also put types, right? So I'm going to say types workspace ID, which will be a string. Okay, great. Now we can say if there is no workspace ID, what can we do? Maybe we can say return a div with, say, no workspace found. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, so here we'll also need some states. So say is create project and set a script project. Okay, so okay, let's see, yeah, just this. Yeah, okay, great. And we also have the invite. So is invite member. Okay, so it's invite member. Oh yeah, okay, that one's also false for now. Okay, so now how can we get the workspace details? So let's go back to the use workspace, and now here I'm going to say export cons use get workspace. So use workspace query. Okay, so the first one is use workspaces, and this is use workspace. Okay, so now we'll return use query, right? Okay, great. Great. We'll have the query, okay, query key and the function. Oh my goodness. Okay, great. So now the query key will be the workspace, right? So we're targeting the workspace, and let's also add the ID of the particular workspace so that when it changes, we'll be able to fetch new one. Okay. And now the query function will be fetch data, right? And I will go into workspace, then workspace ID. Okay, great. So I think this route does not exist for now. So let's go inside our backend. Let's go inside our backend, routes, workspace, and now here I can say router, okay, dot, yes, this, and get workspace. This is workspaces and this is workspace. Okay, so the ID is here. Okay, so this one, maybe I can just say get workspace details to make it more descriptive. And let's also search for the workspace controller, this one. And now cons get workspace details this way. And now let's also add it here. Go back and import it. Okay, import. Great, and now we can come here. Okay, so this one should also be fairly simple. Okay, great. So now we need to get the workspace ID, which is from the params, and the params is request.params, we'll get workspace ID. Okay, when we get the workspace ID, we can just say const workspace should be equal to await workspaces. Okay, has it been imported? Yes. Yeah, so await workspace.find by ID, then we pass in the best. Okay, so we can also do something by say .populate. Okay, let's try to populate the members.user, because remember we have members, we have the user field, which is the user ID. So we want to populate the user information. Okay, great. Along with the other information like the along with the row and stuff. Okay, so what are the fields that we'll need? We'll need the name. We don't have to populate everything, and profile picture. Okay, great. So we only need the name, the email, and profile picture. Okay, along with the ID. Okay, great. If there is no workspace, we'll say workspace not found. That's pretty fine. And if it does, then we'll say yes. Okay, workspace. Great. So this one will help us to get the workspace detail. And okay, let's have another one for the workspace project. Okay, so maybe I can just go here, and here I'll say router dot. Okay, yeah, like this, right? So no. Here we get. So we get the workspace ID projects, then get workspace projects. Okay, maybe that's fine. Okay, but we don't have the project model, so what do you say we create that one? Okay, so I think by now you should be able to know how we can create it. So I'll just bring it. So here I'm going to say model project.js, right? And this is it. Okay, so this is what we have. So let's import schema. Okay, schema from Mongoose. Oh, schema from Mongoose. Okay, great. And we're saying that we'll have title, which will be of type string, and it is required. Description, which is optional, not required. Then we have the workspace right here, will be the workspace ID, referencing the workspace. Okay. And now we'll have the status of the project. It's either planning, in progress, on hold, completed, or cancelled. And by default, it will be planning, start date, due date of the project, and we also have the progress, right, of the various tasks within the project. And we have the number of the tasks, referencing the task model. Okay, great. And the members assigned to this particular project, right? So we have members for the workspace, and we have of all the members of the workspace, which members are given this project, right? Okay, so that one too, we have the user and we have their role. So somebody can be a project manager, somebody can be a contributor, and somebody can also be a viewer. And by default, it's a contributor. And we also have tags. We can give tags to the project, and we can say created by, which will be the user ID who created this project and whether it is archived or not. Okay, so here we can say const project this, and now let's export project. Okay, great. I think maybe we can even also do the tags. So let me bring the tags as well. Okay. So here I'm going to say tags.js. Okay, and also put this one. So let's also go over this one. Okay. Okay, import this from Mongoose. Okay, so we also have the title for the tags, which is required. We have the description, optional. We have the project, which this tags belong to which project. So we have the project ID here, and we have the status of the particular task, whether it is to do, in progress, or review, or done, right? Okay, or in other words, completed. The priority, it's either low, medium, or high, and by default, it's medium. We have the assignees, right, which will be an array of users assigned to this particular task. And we have the watchers, that is the people watching this particular project, right? Okay, or observing, right? There is no need of start date, right? Okay, but we need the due date, right, of the task, and completed at when it was completed. That's the date. And estimated hours. Okay, I'm not sure we'll have need of this. And the actual hours. We'll not have need of this, but should you want to implement maybe the estimated hours for this particular project and the actual hours that you use for the project, we can also have tags, and now we can have subtags for this particular task, and it will be a list, right, or an array of objects, which each one will have the title of the subtask, the completed, right, whether it's completed or not, true or false. By default is false, and the created at. Okay. We'll also have comments, right, for the tags. We have comments for the tags, okay, which reference the comment table we don't have for now, and also attachment, which is a list of objects. So we have the file name, the file URL, the file type, the file size, the uploaded by, and the uploaded at, right? Okay. Then we also have the created by. So this task was created by who, right? Okay. Okay, and we have it's archive. We can also archive it or not. And now the timestamp. Okay, so let's also make sure we export tags. Okay, great. Should we finish with the model? So maybe I can also bring the comments. So I'm going to say comment.js. Okay. Okay, so comment, let's import this from Mongoose. So each comment will have the text, right? Okay, so we'll have the text, that is the actual comment itself, right? And we have which tags, on which tags are we commenting? So this is referring to the tags, right? Okay, so the ID of the tags will be here. And we have the author or the person sending that particular comment. So the ID will be here referencing the user model. And now we'll have the mentions, right? So you can mention people within your comment. So they'll be here. There's a list of mentions, right? So when you mention, we have the user ID, the one you're mentioning, and offset. So we need to know the position, right? We need to know, maybe you can reference a lot of people. So how do they follow in that order, right? And we also have the length. So how many mentions we have. So this and that will be numbers. Okay, and we can also have reactions, which will be a list of objects. So we have the emoji and the user who did that particular reaction. Okay, great. And we also have attachment for tags. So the same way, so file name, file URL, and file type, right? And the file size. Okay, great. And we can also have it's edited. Maybe, okay, I actually didn't implement this, so maybe later we can do it. So let's also do this. Okay, so I think it should be good for now. If there be any other thing needed later, we will add it. Okay, so now here, now that we have the project, we can now do fetch from it, even though we don't have projects. Okay, so here, okay, so we go to workspace route. Okay, so here we're going to create this one. So come here and I'm going to say cons, then this, right? Okay, great. And now we can add it here. Okay, and we can now come back here and import it. Great. So how can we do this? Okay, so here we will also console log the error and we'll also return server error. Okay, so here we'll also need the workspace ID, and let's also fetch the workspace itself. So workspace, should we populate the members? Okay, okay, so here maybe what we can populate is, let's populate the members.user, and we'll need the name, email, profile picture. Okay, great. Let me remove this for now. Okay, so here will be this will be fine. One. Okay, yes, let's make it this way. Great. So we'll find one where okay, let me also check what I did here. Let me also do same here, right? We'll find one where this and that is true, right? Great. Okay, so we'll check if the user, you are a member of that particular workspace, then we fetch it, right? Okay, so same we're doing here, right? Okay, and let's populate members user, and we'll populate these fields. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so if we don't have workspace, we can say that workspace not found. But if we get the workspace, then we can find the projects. So we're just going to say this. Okay, let's import project. Let's go up, toggle this. Okay, so import projects. Okay, from here. So now our projects will be project.find, right? Okay, so project.find. Then now the workspace, which will be the workspace ID. Okay, and I'm going to say it's archived. Okay, it's archived is equal to false, right? Not true. Okay, so we want all where it's not archived, right? Okay, great. And now we can also have members. Great. So members, we're going to see where the members of that particular project includes my ID, right? Because if I'm not a member of that project, then I don't have to see it. Okay, great. And I think it's fine, right? Okay, great. And we're sorting it. I think that's fine. Okay, so even here we can also do populate. So I'm going to add populate. So here I'm going to populate not a creator. I'm going to populate the tags, right, and populate it by the status of the task. Okay, because we'll have to do the calculation of the status. Okay, the progress. So we'll need the status here. And what again is left, I think here we can just now send the project and also the workspace. Great. So here, that's it, right? Okay, so now here, okay, so here, yeah, so here we're going to this and /projects. No, projects. Okay, great. So like this, So we'll be fetching the workspace itself together with its projects. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, so here we can copy it and come back to the details here. And now here we can say this, and now we'll get the workspace, and let's import this. Okay, so this is get workspace query, singular, please. So check workspace, not workspaces. Then we'll pass in the ID. Okay, great. So let's also enforce the types. We'll have the data, and in the data we'll have, okay, so in the data we'll have the workspace, we'll have workspace, and we'll have projects. So let me import workspace. We don't have projects for now, so let's go and fix projects. So here I'm going to say export interface projects. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so the project will have the project ID. There will be the name of the, I think it's title, not name, title, which is a string, description, which is optional, and there will be the status. Okay, so the status will either be, I think it was planning. No, it was planning in progress. Let's just go and check. I don't remember. Isn't it amazing? Okay, so where here? Okay. Okay, so types here. Let's go back here. So maybe I can just say export enum project status. Okay, so we have it's supposed to be planning. Okay. Oh, I said planning. At this moment, I think Kesa is just doing what he wants. Okay, it's planning. So in progress will be in progress, on hold, completed. Was it completed or in progress? Completed. Okay, completed and cancel. So completed and cancel. Okay, great. So here I can change this to project status. Project status. Great. Yes. Okay. So this one. Okay, and we also have okay, we have the workspace, right? We have the start. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have the start date, which is the date, due date, and progress. I'm not sure we need. Okay, let's just keep it progress there. We'll also need tax, which is tax will be tax. Okay, we don't have that for now. We'll have the members, which will be members, and the row will be either this, that, or that. Okay, that's fine. And what again? So created at, updated, created at, and updated at, which is also a date. And we have the workspace and its archive, which is a boolean. And yeah, I think that's all. Created by, okay, I'm not sure. We didn't populate that, so we can leave that one out. Okay, so let's also check on the task. Okay, I think I can just put this once here. Okay, so this will be the tax, right? So we have the tax, we have ID, the title, the description, the status, which is tax status. Okay, so I'm going to bring this. So I have this one here, the tax status and the priority, right? So to do and this and that. Okay, so tax status and the project will refer to the project here. Created at, updated at is archived, the date, and the priority, which is also here. The user is the user. Okay, so here created by the assignees, which is a list, and subtask, right? So I can grab subtask. Okay, I can put that one to here. Okay, so the subtask, as you remember, will have ID, title, completed, and created at, right? Okay, so subtask, and here watchers will be users, and here attachment. Okay, let me guess the attachment. Okay, so attachment will be, yes, file name and all these things, right? I think that's all for now. If we need any other thing, we'll bring it. Okay, so here we'll import project from projects type. Okay, great. And its loading will be this. Great. So here we also need is loading. Okay, great. Okay, so we can now say if it's loading, right? Yes, now we'll call the loader component that we created and just show that. Okay, great. So now let's begin to work on. Okay, so here I'm going to say space y of 8. Okay, and here I'm going to have what we call workspace header. Okay, and this workspace header we'll take the workspace itself, which will be data.workspace, right? Oh, data.workspace. Okay. And the should I pass in project? No, I need projects here. I'll need the members. Okay, so the members will be the is it work? Nah, let me remove this because yes, and just say data.project workspace. Okay, here, okay, so here I also say data dot workspace, right? Dot members, great. And what again will I need? I'll need on create project, which will be let's make it a callback for now, right? Okay, I think we have the state variable already. So this, yes, great. So set create projects to true, and I'm going to have the other one on invite member also set this to true. Okay, so let's create this component. So I'm going to go inside the components, right? Components, workspace, and here I'll say workspace header dot tss export cons workspace header. Let's make it simple. So here, and I'm going to say return. Okay, div. Okay, that's fine. And what is this? Let's remove this for now. Okay, so let me import it here now. Okay, great. So now let's go and talk about types. Okay, so here I'm going to say interface. Okay. And what are the things we have? Okay, so we have the workspace, which is of type workspace. We have the members, and the members will have, yeah. Okay, so we'll have ID, which is of type string. Okay, great. And we'll have user, which is of type user. And we'll also have the row, which is of this, right? And we'll have the join at. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and it will be a list, an array on create, and this, they are all functions. Okay, great. So here, Kaiser, okay, great, we're done. Okay, so let's begin to work on this. So here, I'm going to put class name, and I'm going to say space of y of 8, right? And inside here, I'll put another div with class name. Okay, also space of y of 3. Okay, great. So inside this, let's put another div, and let's start this. So class flex, flex dash column, column reverse. Okay, let's say reverse so that on small device, the one on the right will come to the top. Okay, great. So reverse, and on MD, I'm going to say flex row, and on MD, I'm going to say on MD, items to center and justify to between. Okay, I think we can still even keep it there. Okay, this one there, and a gap of 3. That wouldn't be bad. Okay, great. Let's put another one. Okay, class name flex on MD, items to center, and a gap of 3. Okay, so now in here, I'm going to check if workspace, right, dot color exists. If it does, then I'll show the workspace avatar. Great. Okay, great. So now we have this. Let's go and check. Okay. Okay, so it's saying use loader data is not defined. Okay, so okay, where is it coming from? Okay, so here, let me say at any. Okay, great. So let me see here. Maybe let me stop it from running and let's see. And okay, front end here, and maybe I can delete this cache, right? Okay, let's run it again and see. Okay, so here, did I import this? Yes, okay, everything is working. Okay, so let me refresh it and see. Okay, so we're still getting this error of use data is not defined. Use loader data. Okay, so where do we have the use loader data? I think it's in the workspace layout, right? This can go, this can go. Which one is here? This can also go, and this can also go. Okay, I think it's in the header, right? Okay, so this here, this one. Okay, so here it's where we have this use, yeah, loader data, right? Yeah, so what is the issue? Okay, so I think it's coming from the backend here from the project model, right? Okay, so model is not defined. Let me import model from Mongoose. Okay, and let's see. Okay, okay, so our backend it's running. Let's go and see if our front end also run. Okay, so yeah, it's now running. Okay, so if I go here and I go to the details of the workspace, loading, yes, and now we have it here. Great, great job. Okay, so let's continue. We'll continue from the workspace header. We can remove this. Okay, yeah. Okay, so here, now we have the avatar, and now we can put an H2, which will show the workspace.name, right? Okay, and we see the text should be, let's make it Excel. Okay, and on MD, we can see text to be to Excel. Okay, font that's semi-bold. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and below the one div, right? That's have taken the title. We'll now give another div with classes. Okay, flex, item center. Okay, item center, and a gap of 3. Okay, justify to between. Oh my goodness. Gap 3, justify dash between. Okay, so justify between, and on MD, I'm going to say justify dash start. Okay, great. And margin bottom of 4, and on MD, margin bottom of 0. Okay, that's fine. And inside this, I'm going to put bottom. So bottom, okay. And in the bottom, I am going to put user plus icon. Okay. So class name, size 4, and margin right of 2. Okay. And now I will say invite. Okay, great. So here, variant is going to be outline. Okay. And on click, we'll call invite member, right? Okay. On invite member. Okay, which is this function here. Okay, that's fine. And let me put another button, which will be for, okay, plus and say create project. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and also be, should it be outline? No. Okay, and on click, this function will be called. Okay, let's check. Okay, so we have this. Okay, yes, great. And okay, I am going to put create project here. Okay, great. So now we need to show the rest of the details. So just come to 2 divs down, 1, 2 down here, and I'm going to say workspace dot description exist. Then I'm going to say p tag and put in workspace dot description. Okay, and should I put class name? Okay, so class name test will be SM, and on MD test will be base, and test of muted foreground. Okay, great. Okay, so test muted foreground. Okay, great. Now you can come 1 div down like this. And now let's check. Yes, okay, so if we have members like this, right? Okay, great. If the members is greater than, let's say 0, right? Meaning if we even have 1, we can now show the members like this. Okay, great. So here. Okay, let's start this. Flex items that's center and gap of 2. Okay, so inside I'm going to have a span tag that will say members. Okay, so class name, test of SM, and test muted foreground. Okay, muted, test muted foreground. Okay, great. Okay, then below it, we'll have a div that will say class name, flex, space of x of 2. Okay, great. Now, let's map over the members.map. Okay, so members, okay, I think I'm getting a suggestion. So members map, okay, we get each member. Then we're going to use the avatar. So let's import avatar from UI, pass in a key. Okay, and okay, I'm coming. Let's also do this, import this from UI, fallback also from UI. Okay, so now let's give some classes to the avatar. Okay, so I'm going to say it should be relative. Okay, height of 8, width of also 8, and rounded dash full. Okay, border dash 2. Okay, great. I'm not going to say border dot background. Okay, that's fine. And overflow. Okay, overflow of hidden. Okay, great. And the avatar has something called title, which will be the member.user.name. Great. Okay, so the avatar image will be the member user.profile image. Okay, that's fine. And we can also give the auth, which will be the user name. And the fallback will be the username, right? Okay, so at index 1 or 1 character. Okay, great. I think that's fine. And at the end of this, we'll have to also check members. Okay, so okay, no, I think that's fine. So let's check it. See, okay, so I have this, right? Okay, great. Okay, so we're done with the title. Great. So I think we're done with the title. So now we're going to the project list itself. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay, so let's continue. But I noticed some small problem whenever I reload the page, check the URL. We are taken to the sign in page, then back to the dashboard because we are logged in. So how we can fix this issue is just go inside the context, right, and change the initial value to true, right? Okay, so if we do so, let's try and see. Okay, so let me go back to here again and let me reload it and see. And now you can see we are still there, right? So if I go here and I reload it, I am still there, right? Okay, great. So that's how you can fix it. Okay, great. So now let's continue from where we left. So now let's continue to this section, right? Okay, so the project list. Okay. So I'll close this and here. Okay, so inside here, I'm not going to put the project list here. Okay, so after this one, I'm just going to say project list. Okay, great. And now I'll pass in the workspace ID as workspace ID, and I'll pass in it's open, right, as is create project. Okay, then I'll pass in on open change. Okay, on open change will be set is create project. Okay, great. And then on last one will be workspace members. Okay, so workspace members will be equal to data.workspace.members. Okay, let me give the type as any for now. Okay, so inside the component workspace, right? So yeah. Okay, inside the component workspace, I'm going to put the project list.tss export. Okay. Okay, let me return a div. Okay, great. And I can import it here now. Okay, great. So let's go here. So first and first, let's put the interface. I'm going to say interface project list props. Okay, that's fine. we have the workspace ID, which is a string, and we have the projects, which will be of type project. Great. Oh, project from project from project. Okay. Oh, sorry. This ought to be, yeah, semicolon like this. And now we can import this. And what again I'll have is on create project. Okay. Which will be a function that returns void. Okay, great. So yeah, these are the three things that we need. Oh, okay. And I think I passed something different. Okay, so we'll need the workspace ID. Let me cut these things. So we need the project. Okay, and we need this. Okay, great. So here, yeah, okay, these are the things that we need. Yeah, my bad. Okay, great. So I can come here now and say this, put this. Okay, so I set this, and now the props here. Great. Okay, so here I am going to put an H3 that will say projects, right? Okay, and let's start this. Okay, so tests of Excel, font of medium. Wait, let me remove this. Font of medium, and margin bottom of 4. I think that's all. I don't know why my IntelliSense it's not working. Let me check. Tailwind. Oh, it's disabled. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think that's why it wasn't working. So let me hover over it and see. Great. So I think now it's working, because if now I hover over it, I can see this. So yeah, great. Okay, so below this, and now I can put another div. Okay, so class name. I would say grade. Gab of 6, and SM grade dash course of 2. Okay, grade on LG, then grade course of 3. Okay, grade course of 3. Okay, great. Now let's check if projects dot length, right, equal to 0. Okay, then let's show that no data found component, right? Okay, else we'll show this. Okay, so here let's pass this props here. Okay, it takes the title, no project found. Okay, the description will be create a new project, and the action will be, okay, this function here. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, great. Let's check. Okay, yeah, so we have this no project found. Okay, great. So if we have a project, then we can now here, if we have a project, then we can say project.map. Okay, that's fine. Project card that will have the key, the ID, which will be the key, and the project will be the project, and okay, workspace ID will be needed. And I'm also going to pass something called progress, which will be project progress. Okay, great. So how will I even get this project progress? Maybe I can get it here. So I'm going to put this inside curly brace, and I'll put return here, right? Great. And now here I'm going to put project progress as equal to, let me put 0 for now. Okay, great. So so the project card, maybe I can put that one inside project component, right? So I'm going to say project slash project card.tss export calls project card. Okay, so we'll take the project itself, we'll take the progress, we'll take the workspace ID also. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have it this way, and I think this is fine. Okay, so here let me import it as type. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I can import this from here now. Okay, great job. Okay, and yeah, that's all for this one. But before then, let's look at how we can create a project, right? I think that will be important. So if we're able to create a project, then we will work on the remaining. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to put that one here. that is create project dialog. Okay. Okay, so here we say it's open. Okay, this on open change and workspace ID. Okay, let me also pass the workspace workspace members to be data.workspace members. Okay, that's fine. So now let's create this one. So I'll go inside the where should I put that? Okay, let's put that one inside the project. So we have projects here now, right? Okay, so here project, I say create dash project.tss, right? So export cons create project. Okay, so return a div. Okay, that's fine. And go back here and import it. Rate. Okay, great. So yes, create project dialog. Okay, so let's look at the interface. So interface this. Okay, so here, okay, it's open, and on open change this and workspace members. Okay, so how do I get the workspace members props? Okay, so maybe I can go to where I have my types. So the easiest way is to search. So I'm going to say types. Okay, and types in front end. Okay, in this, yeah, this, do I have anything like that? I don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say export interface members prop. Oh, yeah. Okay, and they'll have ID, which is a string. Okay, so yeah, members props or types. So ID, they'll have there will not be need of name. Okay, so it will be user, which will be user, and there will be row and there will be join at, which is the date. Yes, I think that's fine. So I can close this, and here instead of this I'll put this, right, and say it will be a list. So this way. Okay, so I think this is fine, and now I can bring them here. Okay, great. Okay, so now let me also try to get the schema. So I'm going to say schema, go inside the schema, and let's see the project schema. Okay, so here, export cons or project schema. Okay, so we have the title, which will be a string, right? And it is required. We have this description, which is optional, and we have the status. So okay, yes, okay. So here will be the enum, and we have the project types already right from here. So what we are just saying is that we're just saying that z.native enum, then we just pass in this. Okay, great. That's the status. And we also need the start date. Okay, let me just say it should be a string. Is it going to be optional? No. Okay, so let me just say 1, and now say start date required. Due date. Okay, due date is also required, and members is going to be an array of okay, it's going to be an array of objects. So let's not say string. So here, what will be the fields? We have the user, which will be a string, right? And the row, which will be, do I have something like this? Will be z enum. Okay, great. And admin this or that. Okay, great. Yeah. And all of this, right, from here or to here can also be optional. Okay, great. So the members can be optional. Okay. Okay, great. So I can now go back. I can close this, go back here. I can close, I think I can close some of these things. Project card, I don't know. Are we done with it? No, okay, we'll come back to it. So, but I think we're done with this one, so we can close this. Great, and here, okay, so let's create. Okay. So, let's say export type from, okay, this, and ensure to import Z from Zod, and also import the schema. Okay, import the schema. Okay, this and this also, great, like this. Okay, so now here I'm going to say cons form. Okay, use form. Okay, that's fine. So here when I use a use form from React hook form, and here I can pass in the create. Yes, this here, right? Oh, okay. Now, okay, I'm going to say create this form data. I mean, this makes sense. Okay, great. Okay, and here I need not to import this as type. Okay, so yeah, and let's import resolver. Okay, so like this. Okay, so the defaults, we have title, we have status, which is by default. Okay, this I'm going to say by default it should be planning. Okay, the start date, okay, due date, also on the members. Okay, that's fine. And we can even I don't know if I added the tags. Okay, great. So maybe I can check back and see did I added tags. Okay, tags will be an array of strings, which is optional. Okay, let's just make it a string. Okay, great, a string. And here I'm just going to put undefined here. Okay, great. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll say on submit, right? Okay, this way. Great. So now we're going to use dialog. So as usual, you know how to use the dialog. So import from here, and inside here we have the dialog. Okay, so dialog, and I'm going to put its open to its open and unchanged to this. Okay, so here dialog container. Okay, and let me say that here an SM max width should be 540 pixels. Okay, great. Okay, so now the header here, inside the header and the title. Okay, let me check header and title. Okay, ensure to import all of them from the component UI and not from Radix. Okay, great. We can even put dialog description, right? Which we can say something, create a new project to get started. Okay, that's fine. And yeah, below here, we're going to put the form. So import form from UI. Okay, and let's spread the form instance that we created up there. So here, like this. Okay, great. And now I can import, add an HTML form on submit. I'll call form.handle submit, then pass in the onSubmit function that we created. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's check if we're making progress. If I click on this, now we can see the form. If I also click on this, we can see the form. Great, great job. Okay, so inside the form here, let me give spacing. So class name, and I'm going to say space of y of 6. Okay, so in here, you know how we create forms. So form field. Okay, so import form field from UI, and I'll pass the control and the name as title. And now I need to render something, right? Okay, so the render item. Okay, inside the render item, we'll put in the form item and then the form label. And the form label will be we can be specific by saying project title. Okay, right. Okay, then below here we have the form control. Great. Okay, and we'll put the input. Okay, so input from UI, and here we can have a placeholder that says project title, and now we can also put the form message. Okay, great, within the form item. Okay, so I think that is it. Let's check. Yes, we have this here. Beautiful. Okay, so what again do we need? We need the description. So I'm just going to duplicate this description, and this time this will be okay, let me duplicate it one more time. And now I need to change this to test area. Okay, great. So project description, and now I also need to change this to description, and here to description. Okay, great. After the description, what we have again is the status. Okay, so here I'm going to change this to status and change here to project status. And inside the form control, I am going to use select element, right? Okay, I don't think we've installed select. Okay, so let's see how we can get it. Okay, so Shadcn. Okay, so the select element has been added, so we can import it here. Okay, and okay, so select. I'm going to say value. Okay, so value should be okay. So the value should be form. I mean the field that we have destructed here dot value, and on change we'll call the on change method of the field. Okay, great. So how do we even go about it? Okay, no, not this. Okay, great. So now I need to do select trigger, right? Okay, select trigger, and inside the select trigger, I'll put the select value from UI. Okay, I think the select value can be a self-closing tag. Okay, so like this, right? Okay, so select trigger like this. Let's give classes, let's say width of full. We want it to take the full width, and here what we're going to say is that our placeholder should be select project status. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, that's fine. Okay, great. So now we need to, after this, we need to have the select content itself. Okay, great. So now we can say, okay, so we're going to say object.values, right? Then we use the project status that we have. Yes, I think we have imported it already. Project status, right? So that we'll get it like an object and map over it where we get each status, and we'll use select item, right? And pass a key, which is equal to the status and the value as status, then render the status here. Okay, great. So let's check. Click here, and now, okay, now you can see we have, yes, all of them here. Great job. Okay, great. Is that not beautiful? Okay, yeah, I think it's beautiful. So don't forget to like and subscribe, right? Okay, great. What again? It's left, so we can come down here and have a div, right? Let's have a div with class name that says grade, and grade course of 2, gap of 4. Okay, great. So inside, maybe I can just still copy one of these again and put it here. So we're gonna have it, we're gonna have 2 times. Okay, so we're gonna have it for date, right? And with the date, we're going to use the popover as well as the date picker. So let's go back to Shadcn, and here let's set for date picker. Okay, so date picker, right? Okay, so like this, and here what they say is that we need to install the popover and the calendar, right? So here popover, and here, okay, then let's go back and calendar. Okay, this, and go back again. Okay, and yeah, okay, I think that's all, right? Once we've done this, that's all. Okay, so yes, this, and this one. Okay, okay, so now I'll change this to start start date. Okay, and now here I'll change the label also to start date, and now inside the form control, great, I'm going to remove this, and now I'll put in the pop over. Okay, yes, so pop over, great. And in the pop over, I'm also going to set here modal to true. Okay, great. And now inside here, I'll need the pop over trigger, so import that also from UI, right? Okay, and in the trigger, I'm going to set it as child. Okay, great. And inside here, I'm going to put a button, so import a button. Okay, now inside this button, what we're going to do is we're going to put calendar, right? Okay, so calendar icon, and let's say classes, so size of 4, right? Margin right of 2. Okay, and below it, I'm going to say that if failed, okay, dot value, right? Okay, if field dot value exists, then we'll say format, which is coming from date fns, right? Okay, we'll format the value, so it's a field dot value. Okay, then comma, I will put p1 2 3 4. Okay, 4. Yeah, else I'll put a span tag, right? That says pick date. Okay, great. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now let's provide some props to this button. So I'm going to say the variant, no, not value, variant. Okay, great. So the variant should be outline. Okay, and class name. Okay, great. Here I am going to use, so I'm going to say that here, width of full. Okay, justify to start, justify start. Okay, so justify to start, and test to left, right? Okay, and what again? Font dash normal. Okay, that's fine. And we can say we can add, right? Okay, we can add this and say if there is field dot value. So exclamation mark means if there is no field value, we're going to say we're going to give it different classes else this. Okay, so we're going to say muted this. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yes, so this and else that. Okay, so if the field has no value, we're going to say test muted foreground, right? Else nothing. Okay, that's fine. We can check it. This, you can see yes. So we don't have anything now. Okay, let's continue. So now below the pop over trigger, we can now have the pop over content, right? Okay, great. So inside the content, I'm going to put the calendar from, okay, is it calendar? Yeah, it's calendar. Okay, so I don't know, have I imported that already? Okay, so one, I think, okay, so here, let me remove this. Okay, so what is it here? This one is calendar icon. So calendar icon, and this one is the calendar itself. Okay, so calendar from UI. Great, great. Okay, so the calendar, the mode will be single, right? Selected, selected. We're going to say selected. Okay, we're going to say field dot value, right? If field dot value exists, they're going to say new date, then field dot value else will pass undefined, which is fine. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so if field value exists, then we'll pass it as new date. Okay, then even here, we can be specific and pass it as new date, right? Okay, let's just pass that too. Okay, so if it exists, we'll pass it as new date, else we'll pass undefined. And on select, right? On select also we'll say that on select we'll get the day. Let's get it as date, for it is the date. Okay, and we'll say that field dot onChange, right? Okay, so field dot onChange, they will pass in the date dot to string. Else undefined. I think yes, this one will be cool. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go and check. So if I click here, let me. Okay, so I think it's reloading. So let's wait. Okay, if I click here and click here, okay, yes. So now we have this, and if I select the date, so now we have the date. Okay, great, great job. Okay, so now I can just duplicate this one more time, right? And this will be for due date, right? Changes to due date, and everything else should remain the same. Okay, so yes, we have this here and we have this here. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, okay, that's very long. I'm going to go here, toggle some of these things and copy the first one, right? Okay, so below this here, I'm going to put this, and this is going to be for the tags, right? And I say tags, and yeah, enter tags. Okay, tags separated by comma. Okay, is it separated or is it separated? Yes, separated by comments, Okay. And do I need to do this? No, no. Okay. It's just going to be like a string, so there's no need to do, yeah. Okay, so now let's also get the members. So I'm going to put the one I copied again, and here will be members, and here we, okay, members, and inside here, okay, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so we get here, instead of returning this immediately, I am going to return, I'm going to do it this way, right? Okay, so that I can do something up here. Okay, what am I going to do up here is const selected member. Okay, should be equal to failed dot value. Yes, else it should be this. Okay, now let me make it selected members. Okay, great. Okay, great. So here we're going to use the pop over again. So form control. Okay, so pop over. Okay, so pop over, and I need a trigger, which will be as a child. Okay, and inside it I'm going to put bottom. Okay, great. So the bottom will have the variant of, I think, outline. Okay, and class name will be with or full. Okay, justify to start. Justify to start. Okay, great. And test left. Okay, font normal. Okay, great. And main height of 11. Okay, great. I think that should be fine. Okay, so now let's put up condition. So I'm going to say selected oh my goodness, selected members. Okay, dot length, right? Okay, so if the length is equal to 0, then I am going to return a span tag that to say select a member, else. Okay, great. So else then I'm going to check again if selected members. Okay, great. So I'm going to check again if selected members dot length, right, it's less than or equal to 2, right? Less than or equal to 2, then I am going to put up this condition, else let me put this for now. Okay, I hope this is not confusing. Okay, so first we are checking if the length is 0. If it's 0 means they will say select a member, right? And let's start it test-muted foreground. Okay, but if somebody is selected but they are less than 2, they are less than or equal to 2, right? Meaning 2 and below, then we will perform this action, else we can do this. Okay, so let me do here first, else this. So I'm going to do, I'm going to say, okay, template string, and I'll say $, then selected members. Okay, members dot length. Okay, great. Then I'll add members selected, right? Okay, so if it is 2 or more, then I'll put the number, right? So we'll see that maybe 5 members selected, else this. Okay, but if it's less than or equal to 2, then what we're going to do is that we're going to say selected members dot map. Okay, so I'm going to say each one will be called member. That's M I mean. And let's do this. There's a const member equal to workspace members dot find, right? Okay, so we're gonna find from the workspace members, right, to find where we get each one as member, and member dot underscore id, right, should be equal to this M here, m dot user, right? Because these members that we have here that we're mapping over, it has the field of user, right? I don't know what is it. Yeah, there's a field called user, right? Okay, so it has this field user. Okay, so maybe I can do these things to make it a little bit easier. So member should workspace members.find, right? Where I'm going to make this one WM, which is workspace member, where WM dot great, because it has user, and inside the user there is the ID. So this dot user dot ID should be equal to M, which is this one dot the user. Okay. Then we can now let's return this to avoid the error that we see. Then we'll return also something like this. Okay, so I think I have x-axis. Okay. Okay, great. I think it's okay. So here, what we're saying is that if the length is 0, we'll show this, that is select members. If it's not, I will check. If the length is less than or equal to 2, then we'll find the various members that is selected, right? So we'll find them here, and now we'll put their names and their row, right? We'll return their names and the row, right? But if they are more than 2, then we just put the number of people selected, right? Because the test box will not be enough to contain all of them, right? So if you check here, so maybe here we can get 2 people and their rows. And now I can put the popover content. Okay, popover content, and inside it we'll put a div, right? But let's give a class name to this one. That's to say the width should be SM and a max width of also 60 with overflow of Y to auto. Okay, I'll remove this one. Now we can also give the align and send it to start. Okay, so we want the content to start from the beginning. Now inside this, we'll give a div with a class name of flex and flex column and a gap of 2. Okay, inside this, we'll now map over the members, right? That's the workspace members, get each member, and now return. We will not instantly return it, so we're going to say cons selected member should be equal to the selected member. So this is similar, and the other one was plural. So we now will find from the selected members that particular selected member. Okay, by using the user, which is the ID, being equal to the member.user.id. Okay, so after this, we can now return parentheses, then we'll return a div. Okay, and I think the error should go away now. Okay, so yeah, so we'll use this one, should be member. Great. Now, when we map over, you know that we'll need a key. So say key should be equal to member.id, right? Underscore ID, and a class name, flex, item to center, and a gap of 2, p of 2, and border, then rounded. Okay, this should be border. Now inside this, we are going to put a check box. I don't think we've installed checkbox, so let's check. Okay, so I am just going to get one of the command and just change it to checkbox, right? Yes, you can also find out from the website, you know. Okay, so yes, and now we can import the checkbox. Okay, so checkbox, checkbox. Okay, yeah, from UI component, and now let's provide in the uncheck. So check. So first, say checked should be whether the member is selected or not, right? And we'll turn it to a Boolean value, hence the double exclamation mark. Okay. Now let's come to, yeah, on check change event, right? Okay, so on check change event, we'll get the event, which is whether it's checked or not. So we get checked. And once we get the checked, we can now return something. And now let's return. When I say if checked, right? If checked, then we'll say field.value. Okay. Let me break them down and see. Okay, so we'll check if the check is true, right? So meaning if that input is checked, and then we'll say field.onChange, right? Field.onChange, then we will spread. First, we need to spread all the selected members, right? And now we'll add a new member by saying the user ID will be the member.user_ID, and the row will be the row. Okay, so row Okay, let's make it this way. I'm going to put contributor, great, as the row first, right? Okay, you can change it later. And else, right? Okay, so else we're going to say field or unchanged. Then we'll say if it's not checked means it's unchecked, meaning we need to filter it out. So I'm going to say selected members dot filter. They will get each member, and member dot user not equal to the one that we just unselected, right? So we want to filter out and take out what we unselected, right? So if it's not checked means it's unchecked. Okay, great. And this check, I'm going to put something called ID, and the ID is going to be the user ID. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can say member, then this way. Okay, I'm going to make it like this. Okay, so yeah, so we have it this way. And after the checkbox, we can have a span tag, which will take the member name. Okay, so can we start this? Yes, we can. We're going to say truncate. Okay, truncate and flex of 1. Okay, we just want it to take one line. We don't want it to go overboard. Okay, so now here, let's also do this. Is selected member, right? If the member is selected, then we need to bring the row, right? So that you can select the row. If it's not selected, then there's no need to show the row. Okay, that's why we set a default one here as contributor. Okay, great. So now here, I'm going to say select, right? I'm going to bring a select element. And here, the value will be, okay, that's too much. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the value will be the selected member, right? The value will be selected member dot row. Okay, and on value change, what I'm going to do is that I'll get a value, and when I get the value, okay, when I get a value, what I can do is, okay, let's call it row so that it will be easy to understand. And now I'm going to do it this way. Okay, let me close it here. Okay, so yeah, so this way, when I get the row, what I'm going to say is that I'm going to say selected members, right? Dot map. Then I'll get each member. Okay. Then I'll see this. I think this should be. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'll see selected members dot map, right? Okay, dot map where I get each member, and I'll say member dot user equal to the member, which is yeah, the one up there, right? Okay, so member dot user dot underscore ID, right? If it's true, okay, so if it's true, then we need to say that we are going to return by spreading the member, then we'll add the row because we want to change the row of that particular one. So we'll spread the member and we add the new row. So we're going to say row should be equal to row. Okay, and we can say as contributor, as admin, as this. Okay, else we will return the M. I think I am missing something. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I think it was because of this. Right. Okay. So let's go over it again. What we're saying is that on value change, we'll get the row, right? That is what you just selected. Then we'll map over all the selected members and find the one that you have selected a new row for, right? By using the ID. And if we find it, then we just spread the old data of that particular user and change the row to the new row that you have selected. And it should be as either this, right? Or there are other ones, right? Okay. So it can either be okay, I think manager, there's no need of owner, viewer, or contributor. Okay, this three, right? Okay, and now inside this, what we need to show is I'm going to show, I don't need, okay, so select trigger, that says select row. Okay, that's fine. And inside here, we'll put the select content. So can you guess something? Okay, okay, great. So here, I'm going to put this one up. Okay, so this one first. So I'm having 3 items. So one for manager, one for contributor, and one for viewer. That is it. Okay, great, great. So that's very long, right? Okay, so go here all the way to last here. And now let's put the dialog footer, right? Great. And inside it, we'll put a button. Okay, so here, and inside the button, I'm going to put, say, create project. There's no need of this for now. Okay, great. We'll come back to that. Okay, so yeah, literally that is it. Let's check and see. If I click here, great. If I do here and I have one user, so I check, great. If I check now, I can see the row, and this way I can select the row. Okay, so I think there is an issue with here. If I select this, you can see that, yeah, it has been, yeah, this is the truncate, right? Okay, so maybe, just maybe here. Maybe let me change this to MDNC or full. I don't know if that will work, but let's see. Let me reload it and see. Okay, and let's see. Okay, no worries. I think we have it. So yeah, contributor and this, right? Okay, great. And if we click on this, the various things work. Great job. Okay. Okay, so you see, if it's one, we have the name and this, but we haven't seen something here that says members. It's still not selected. Okay. Okay, so here, maybe we can come to the down of this pop over, which is here, and have this message. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so now what we need to do is how we can create project. So now let's check how we can create the project. Okay, so what is this? Let me toggle this and close this. Okay, close this and also close this. And now I am going to go inside the front end and here, hooks. And now this is for projects. So I'm going to say use project.ts export cons use create project. Okay, great. So we'll return the mutation and now call the mutation function. And let's import this from, yeah, the types. And you can see we have all of this, right? Okay, great. And yeah, we will, there's no need of this. So we can remove all of this and just call our post data function, right? And pass in the API, right? Which is, it will go to project, I believe so. So here, we're going to go to, or let me make it a template string like this. Okay, so here we'll go to projects and let's pass also the workspace ID, which will be inside the data.workspace. And I will also say create project. Okay, great. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to do it like this. So one thing you need to note that, you know, the mutation functions do take only one value, right? So we need to make sure it's one value. We will not accept multiple, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say that project data should be this. So the data here will contain the project, right? So the data here will contain the project data and the workspace ID, great, which is a string, right? So here I can say project.this and here I can say data.project, right? Great. That is it. And we can do something, right? Here, if we do and it goes through, I'm going to say query client should be equal to use query. Use query client, import from here. And what I'm going to do is that on success, if it goes through successfully, if we're able to create the project, what we're going to do is that we'll accept the data as a, we'll get the data back from the server. And when we get that, we're going to invalidate the query in order to fetch the new data. And if you remember, the data that we're fetching it inside here, where we fetch, you know, this, right? So this is a query. We fetch workspace with the workspace ID, right? Okay, so in that, we need to invalidate that particular query using the key. So here will be workspace. Then here, we'll put in the project.workspace. Not the workspace ID, because what will come from the backend will be workspace, not workspace ID. Okay, so then this will trigger and fetch the new record. We don't have to refresh it or reload it. Okay, great. So now let's go back to our backend. So let's go back to our backend. Now we go to routes, and here I'm going to create that for project.js. Okay, great. And as usual, import express from express, and this it's authenticated. There's nothing like that here. So here I'll export this route, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say router.post, right? Okay, so the endpoint is okay. So we'll go to project. Okay, that's too much. Take time. Okay, so we'll go to projects, then the workspace ID and create project. And here we'll also need to do the validation. So we'll say validate request. Okay. Okay, and I'm going to put the schema. Okay, then aside that, now we'll also call the function that says create project. Okay, before you even reach here, right, we also need to make sure that the auth middleware runs, right? Okay, auth middleware. Okay, let me try importing this. Oh, Kesa, can you help me, please? Okay, so validate request is coming from Zod Express middleware, right? Okay, great. So now let's go to the validate something. Okay, great. And now let's do the schema there. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that one. Okay, so here, yes, we have the title, the description, and the status has to be one of these, the start date, this, and the members, everything in here. And I can just pass that one here. Okay, let me copy this, bring it here, and import it here. Okay. Is it like that? Okay, yeah, I think that's it. So don't forget the JS, and here, don't forget the JS. Okay, great. And yeah, everything. So now level this. So let's go inside the controller, and I also create that of project.js controller. Okay. But before that, we'll need here we'll need to get the params. So as we validate the body, we can also we validate the body. We can also do same for the params. So z, which is coming from zod, okay, dot object, yes, and we'll validate the workspace ID. Great. Okay, make sure it's a string. Okay, great. So now we can come here. Okay, so here I'm going to say cons create workspace. Okay, and I'm going to say export create workspace. Okay, so in here, try catch. Okay, so console log the error and return this. Okay, internal server error. Okay, so here we'll need to get the workspace ID from the params, and now we need to get this from the body. So we need the title, the description, the status, the start date, due date, tags, and members. Okay, great. So now let's say cons workspace dot find. So we need to find the workspace by the ID. So ensure to import workspace. Workspace. So I'm going to import workspace from here, right? Okay. So ensure we find the workspace. And if there is no workspace, we say workspace not found. However, if the workspace is found, then we need to check if it's member, right? We need to check if you are a member. You can create a project inside the workspace. You're not a member. So we say workspace.members.sum, right? .sum, then we get each member and say the user ID dot to string equal to the currently logged in user ID, also to string. So this will either be true or false. Okay, great. So we can say if it's false, then you say you are not a member of this workspace, which is very polite, right? Okay, yeah, let's try to be polite. Okay, so yeah. So after that, then we can say that cons tag array. So now let's convert the tags to array. So yes, they are strings separated by comma, so we can split them by the comma, right? Okay, so we'll make sure tag exists and we split them by comma, then we get the array here. Okay, once we do that, now we can say cons new project should be equal to with project. Okay, projects. Okay, so let me import projects. Okay, so please. Okay, we're done. Okay, so where new project dot create, and okay, so here, so we'll pass the title, we'll pass this, and pass tags at this, and members, we'll with members. Okay, so we can pass the workspace as workspace ID and members as members. I think that is okay, and we can also pass the created by as right, yes, as this. Okay, great. Great, and once that is true, okay, so here we can now do what again can we do? We can say this will not be needed. We say workspace.projects, right, dot push, then we push in the newly created project ID into it, then we save it. That's fair. And now we can return the project, right? Okay, we'll return the project. Okay, so we can come here, close this and import this from there. Okay, let's see. Okay, yes, it's imported here. And now let's also go inside the index route and make sure we add the project's endpoint. So here, and we're gonna say together, please. Okay, great. So projects.this. So if you check from here, we'll go to projects, then the workspace ID, then create project. Okay, I think that's fine. Where is it? Here. Okay, so let's come back here, and now let's go up. Let me talk to some of these things. Okay, great. Okay, so here I am gonna, okay, so I'm gonna say const mutate create project. I think I have that name already, so let me import this. Okay, great. And now what we can do is that inside here, I'm going to say if there is no workspace ID or return, right? Nothing will happen. Or should we, yeah, we'll return, nothing will happen. Okay, else we say that, okay, project data should be equal to, I normally want to call these values. So yeah, I don't know why, but let me call it values. Okay, so we'll pass the values as this and the workspace ID as the workspace ID here. Okay, if all of this is successful, then let's check. Okay, so if it's successful, we'll reset the form. We'll call the onChange to false. We can also give a toast, import toast from sona.success and say that, okay, project created. Else, if an error occur, okay, so here I'll get the error of type any. Okay, and as a const error, a message. Yes, great. And now we can console log the error itself. Okay, great. And I think that's all. Okay, so let's go down here. Now here, we're going to say disable if it's pending, and if it's pending, we say creating and stuff. Oh, that is fine. Great. So let's reload and see. Okay, I think maybe our server has crashed. Let's check. So here, the front end is running, backend. Okay, so we get a problem from the backend here. It's saying that module this resolve something inside where. So auth middleware, how did we export it? Is it default? Okay, it's a default export, so there's no need of this. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it's working now. So here we connected. Great. Let's go back and check. Okay, great. Okay, great. So if I click here, click there, same test project. Okay, something here. I don't know what to put there. Planning, that's fine. Here, init to init. Okay, tags will be okay. These tags are here already, and here I check this and I say you are the project manager, and I click on this. Okay, so it says members. Okay, so let's see what is the issue, meaning the members. We have the problem with members, right? Let's go and see the schema first. Okay, so members ought to be okay. So members, which is an array z.array, and an array of object with user as string and row as enum, admin. Okay, so yeah, so I think this is the problem. So it's either a manager, contributor, or viewer. Yes, is that the issue? Let's see. Here, manager. Okay, yeah, it seems to be going through. Oh, beautiful. And it went through. Interesting. Okay, let's check from our servers and see. Here, yes, 200 meaning success. Yeah, meaning success. So okay, so we've created a project here. To confirm that, I'm just going to say let's log the data here, right? And go back here and see for ourselves console log and this. So here we have okay. Okay, so project is still empty. Yeah. Maybe we can go to Mongo and check. Okay, so if we check from our project, we can see we have one here, right? And we have one member. That's fine. Okay, great. And what again? The tags are there, created by, everything is here. Okay. Okay, so why is it not fetching? Okay, I think I know where the issue is coming from. Okay, so where we're fetching the project, right? Okay, I think where we're fetching the project is, that place is where we're getting the issue. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the, okay, so I can remove this and search for the workspace controller, which is this one. Okay, so here, I think it's here. So where we're fetching the project, yes. So I think here it's where we're having the problem. So if I comment this, right, and let's go back and check, and I refresh this. Let's see if it works. Okay, so we're getting an error. Okay, saying something is not defined somewhere. Okay. Okay. So here, running here, schema hasn't been registered for task. Oh, wow. So let's check the model and tags. Yeah. Why is this not imported? Okay, I don't think we not import model, so import model, so the task is not yet registered. Okay, great. So yeah, DB working now, and let's go back and check. Okay, so we have another one. Okay, let's fix them. Okay, so where? Okay, I think it's the same thing. Use mongoose.model. Okay. I think they're saying we should use mongoose.model instead. So I'm going to say mongoose.model, right, instead of the other one. Okay, yeah, I think that was it, right? So it says that it's a use mongoose dot, then the name of the schema and this, right? And then maybe I can check all the others, and also mongoose.schema, right? It's mongoose imported. Import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, great. Let's check this. Okay, so mongoose, and ensure they are all imported. What again? User. Okay, here we did the thing. Here we did the same, and here. Okay, so how come this one worked and the other one is not? Okay, no worries. Let's just follow the cancel giving. Okay, so here. Okay, that's fine. So close this, close the comment, close this, and close the tags. Workspace. Okay, so we're here. This is where we're trying to fix our issue. So let's go and check. Okay, we have another error. Okay, so okay, so I'm still getting tags is not registered. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to comment this one first, and let's see. Okay, so if I comment that one, let me see. Okay, so meaning I am getting something here, right? I am getting something, that's why. Okay, so now we can go back and check. Our tax table is not registered here, so okay, so let's see. Now we can, I think now we can continue from here. We'll come back to this. Here, so now create project is working. And where were we? So here, inside the project list, right? Okay, so here, okay, now we can go to the project card itself. Okay, so we have the interface, we are accepting everything. And this is also going to be a link. So this is also going to be a link from React Router, which will go to Workspace, then the Workspace ID, project, then the project ID. Okay, I think that's it. And inside here, we're going to have, I'm going to turn this to a card, import card from UI, and yes, in here. Okay. So same like we did for the other one, the card. So transition all, and duration of 300. Okay, on hover, I'm not going to do scale. Should I scale? No, I'm going to say shadow. Okay, shadow of MD. Okay, and on hover, I'm going to say translate. Okay, so y of 1. Okay, which is equivalent to, I think it's equivalent to something. Yeah, 4 pixels here. Okay, and inside this, I'm going to have the card header. Okay, and inside the card header, I'm going to put a div. Okay, with a div, then the div will have the card title, which will be this. Okay, so the card title will be the project.title. And will I even need this thing for? Okay, so before I get to the description, okay, but let me import it. Before I get to the description, I'm going to have a span tag, which we show project.status. Okay, with the classes of let's use template string. Okay, so here, and okay, we have a cn this thing, so let's use that one. Okay, and I'm going to say the test. Okay, oh my goodness, where are we? Okay, so here test should be ss, right? Okay, I'm going to say I'll remove this and I'll say rounded dash full. Okay, great. And now I am going to have what we call the tax status color. Okay, so this is not anything special. So I'll just bring it here and put it inside this utils index here. Okay, so here, this is what I'm going to do. So project status, I think I have that. Yes, from types. Okay, so these are just switch case. So based on the status, right, whether it's in progress, completed, or so, we just return Tailwind classes here like that. Okay, great. So here, where are we? So here, then I'll just say get project status. Okay. Okay, so import this, then just pass in the project status. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's go and check. Okay, so we have this, right? And whether it's planning or whatever it is, yes, over here. Okay, so we can style this, right? This div here. Okay, so flex items dot center and justify to between. Okay, great. So should be like this. Yeah, here. Okay, so let's go back, and this one ought to be outside this div. Okay, great. Okay, so here I'm going to put class, and I'm going to say line clamp of 2. Okay, we just want 2 lines. We don't want more. Okay, we only want 2 lines. And okay, we can say if it doesn't, we'll say no description. Okay, great. So now we're done with the header. Let's go to the content. Okay, so import content from UI, and inside here, I'm going to put a div. With a div, we'll say that in the div, let's say class name, space of y of 4. Okay, and I'll put another one with another one inside. Now a span tag, which will say progress. No, progress. Okay, great. And okay, then I'll put another one that will put the progress, right? Then I'll put the percentage sign here. Okay, that's fine. Great. So now let's start this. Okay, this is going to be space of y of 1. Okay, then this one is going to be flex, justify to between. Okay, and test off this. Okay, great. So with the span, I think that's pretty fine. And below this, I am going to put the progress. Okay, we don't have that. So let's go to Shadcn and search for progress. Okay, yes, progress bar, this one. And let's install it, or yeah, or add it to our components. Okay, so I'll import progress from UI components. Okay, and now I need to pass in value. Okay, so the value will be the progress and a height of 2. I think that's fine. So we can check our progress, right? Okay, progress, and let's check our progress. So progress is 0, right? Okay, great. Okay, so come one div below this and put another div. Okay, flex items to center. Okay, justify to between, great. And between here we have another div. Okay, class name, flex items to center. Okay, test of SM, gap of 2, and test of muted foreground. Great. And between here I am going to put 2 span tags. One will be for project dot tags dot length. Okay, right. Okay, so and the other one will be also span that says no, span.js tags. Okay, great. And I'll come below this div, and now I am going to put the due date and stuff. So I'll just check if project dot due date is there, right? If it's there, then I'll return this div. Okay, I'll return a div with flex items to center, test of let me make it this way, and the gap of do I even need gap? I don't. I'm not sure I need it. So let me remove this and just say this. Okay. And here, what I'm going to do is I am going to put in project date. So let me try to use datefns format. So format from datefns here like this, and I'll pass in the project.due date. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, yeah, month, day, and this, and I can put the calendar icon here. So not this. So calendar day icon. Okay, so size 4, that's height 4 and width of 4. Okay, I think that is it. Let's see. Okay, so we have it this way, which is perfect. Okay, let's try to create another one. Let's say another project. Okay, let me just type anything here. And this time I'm going to say in progress, pick any date here. Also pick any date, and yeah, here. And I'm going to be a manager. Okay, so I think I can see a bug here. We cannot change the this, right? Okay, so in the create project, so let's go to the create project. Okay, here, and let's go down to, I think it's here, and here, pop over content where we have this checkbox. Okay, so select here, we have this row, and here. Okay, I think it's that the issue is from here. So here we're going to say, so I think here first one and here, so here. Okay, so I need to, so on change, I'm just going to do this first. I'm going to say field dot on change, right? Okay, field dot on change, and now I'll put this thing inside. Okay, great. So like this, let me hope it'll work. Now if I can do this, yes, now I can change it. Great. So manager and Mr. Manager, let's see, and it goes through, and now it is here. We didn't have to refresh it, all because of the query key invalidation that we did. Okay, great. So what do you say we do next? Yeah, okay. So let's go to the project details. When I click on this, it should take us here. Okay, so in the next episode, this is what we'll do. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hi there, welcome back. Okay, so in the previous tutorial, this is where we got to. Okay, and something happened, right? Okay, so I recorded hours of video, I think 2 hours, and because I had turned on the do not disturb mode on my computer, I was prompted that I have low storage and I did not see, right? So due to that, all the hours I recorded were not saved because I didn't have storage. So the recorder had prompted me and stopped long time, and I didn't even see, right? So I did a whole lot of work that were not safe. And unfortunately, I also did not push this code to GitHub so that we can clone it and continue from there, right? So everything is on my local machine. So I did a whole lot of work which were not recorded. So, however, I don't know. I don't know how I can go back. So we start from where we left, right? But this is what I'm going to do. I am just going to take you through all that I did and explain line by line. I think we'll follow the code so that we'll understand, right? But with that being said, I think you know that we got here and we were able to create tags, right? Okay, so what I did, if you click on the tags here, right, I did all of this and even this, right? So yeah, a whole lot has been done. But first thing first, let's initialize our Git repo and push the codes to GitHub, right? Okay. I think that one will help us so that should any of this thing happen again in the future, we'll be able to continue from where we left. That being said, if you also wish to support CodeWave, so maybe I can buy a bigger storage drive, right? So to avoid such things like this, you can use the links in the description. Okay. So I'm going to create here, I'll say project manager. Okay. And okay, so it's going to be public, and okay, I'll just do this. Okay, so we just need to do all of this. So let's go back here, and I'm going to go here here. Okay, so I'm in the main directory, right? Not in the front end or back end. And let's also make sure that we have git ignore here. Git ignore here. Oh, please do not move, not delete anything. Okay, git ignore here to ignore .env and node modules, as well as in the front end we have git ignore to do same. Okay, great. So here I'm going to say git init. Okay, so git add, right? Okay, then I'll say git commit first time commit. Okay, so first time commit. Okay, just put in the message that you want there, and let's continue from here. Now I can copy this, right? Do this and this, also put it here, and now this. Okay. Okay, so it's true. So let's refresh the page and see. Okay, so I can see we have front end and back end here, right? Okay, so yeah, I'll go through all the code, but should you also find a problem, you can refer to this repo, right? Yes, it's a public repo, so you can refer to it, and yeah. Okay, great. So let's try and go through all that I did without the recording. Okay, so I'll click on this, right? Yeah, so we're going to this project details page, right? So this is the project details page, right? Okay, so where does it even start from? Okay, so yes, so I created a file, right, called project details page, which is inside the dashboard. I place projects and project details page. So we have that of the workspace and here. Okay, so it's in the workspace details page, right? That's where we have the information of the workspace. So when we click on one project, that will open this project details page. Okay, great. So here, when I created this page, then I went to the routes. Okay, I think, yeah, I went to the route and I added the route, right? So we'll go to workspaces, the workspace ID, then projects, then the project ID. Okay, which will refer to that particular file. Okay, which will refer to that particular file. Okay, great. So I think that was the only last file I added, right? Yeah, because I think we did this, the workspace details page. Okay. Okay, so yeah, workspace details page. Yes, I think, yeah, we did this in the previous workspace, right? Yeah, where we can create project. Yes. Yeah, we did that there. Okay, so in this work details page, right? Okay, so here I used use params to get the project ID and the workspace ID. Use param coming from React router, right? And I said types. So the project ID is a string and the workspace ID is also a string. I also created use navigation, right? Use navigate from the same React router. Okay, then I created some state variables too. So it's create tags, set its creators, and tax filters, right? Set tax filters. And I say that it's a use state and the types will be the tax status, which is inside the tags, right? So yeah, it's here. So we have to do in progress and done. Okay, great. And I added that all, it will be all, right? All means like all the tasks. And by default, it will be set to all. Okay. So here, I also created the mutation, right? Sorry, the query to fetch the tax details, right? Okay, so if you go inside the query, I created, say, yes, we have the use project, right? Where we did how we can create the tax. Okay, so in here, we say use query, where we're using the use query, right? And the query key is the project and project ID, right? Okay, project and project ID combined. And the query function is we're using the fetch data. We pass to projects, then the project ID and tax. Okay, so project ID and tax. Okay, because we want to get the project as well as the task. That's why I added this endpoint. Therefore, I went to the backend, right? Okay, so I went to the backend and I created, not here. I went to the backend and inside the project, right? I think I created two routes. That is this two, right? This one is just project ID and it will help us to get the project details, only the project details without the tags. So if we go inside here, I'll just click on it. Okay, so press Control and click on it. That's on Windows, and we'll open the controller, right? So in the controller, yeah, this is it. And we say that we'll get the project ID as the param, and now we fetch the project, right, using the project ID. And if it does not exist, we'll say project not found. If it exists, we'll check if you are a member of the project, right? We'll check. So this will be either true or false. If it is false, meaning you're not a member, we'll send you a message that you are not a member of this project. However, if it is true, then we'll respond, right? I can even remove this. We'll respond with a status of 200 and respond with the project. Okay. Then I imported that one here, right? And I also created this one. Okay, so in all, we also validating, right? Getting the project IDs here. Okay, so we came to here where we said get project tags, right? Okay, so also we'll get the project ID. We'll fetch the project using the project ID, right? And also want to populate the members.tags, the members.tags. Okay, great. Populate the members.tags, the members.user. So if you remember, you go inside the project, you can see that we have members and there's this user, which is referencing the user, right? So we want to populate that along with the role. Okay, so this here. If project does not exist, the same thing. But if it exists, then we check if you are a member of the project, right? If you're not a member, we send you a message. If you are, then we'll fetch the tags. So here, we're fetching all tags using the project ID, in which it's archive, it's false, right? We don't want to fetch archive files. We just want to fetch all the projects which is running, okay? And we want to populate the assignees by their name and the profile picture, right? We want to populate the assignees because it also refers to the user model. So we want to populate it and get the user information, the assignees information, right? That is the name and the profile. And we are sorting by the created at date in that descending order. Okay. And I will respond, send a response with the project and the task. Okay. So if error occurs, this will also do. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay, I think, yeah. So yeah, that's what I did. I can go back and make sure where okay, yeah, here, we're here. Okay, so that is it, and that is where this one is also pointing to. Where is the use mutation? Okay, here, yeah, that's where this query is pointing to that particular endpoint. Okay, great. So if I come back here, so now we'll fetch it, right? We'll fetch the data and pass the ID, project ID. Remember, project ID is a parameter. Okay, so the data will contain the task, which we are importing types from the types, right? Okay. And let me give you, yes, so this is the task, right? And the project is also here. Okay, great. So yes, we're importing it, and we also say project will also be of types, and then its loading will also be a boolean. Okay, so if it's loading, we'll show the loader, right? Okay, so once loaded, then we are destructing the project and the tags from the data, right? Okay, and here I also created a util function to calculate the project progress. So I'll go inside here, which I place inside the libs, inside the index file. I place this. So what we're saying is that export cons get project progress, and we'll take the task. And this task should only have the task that will come will only have the status, right? We only need the status. We don't need any other thing, right? So if you hover, you can see that the task will have only status, which is of type task status, which is either to do in progress or done, and it will be an array, right? Okay, so here we want to first get the total task by using task.length. And here we also want to get the total completed task by using a filter. So we say task.filter, then we get each task and say task.status equal to done. Then we say the length. So here will be a number, right? We'll get the length of completed tasks. Once we get it, we'll check that if the total task is greater than 0, means we have tasks. then we'll say that math.random, then completed task divided by the total task, or multiplied by 100. If this is 0, right, if we don't have any task, then we'll just return with 0, right? So return this. Okay, so that is why we're calling this function here and passing the task, right? We'll pass all the data, task data to it. Okay. And also we have a handle task click. That is when the user click on the task, what should happen is that we will accept the task ID and use the navigate function, right, from React router and navigate to workspaces, the workspace ID, projects, then project ID, then tax and tax ID. So this will take us to the tax details page, which we haven't done for now. Okay, so now we came to the body here, right? Okay, so let me see if I can make them like this. Okay, great, so that we understand. So I have a div wrapping the whole of it with space y-8, right? Okay, so spacing of 8. Then there's this top part, this part, and this part. Okay, so what I did here is that I said that there should be a div with flex column, and on MD it should be flex row that is left by left and right, and on MD items should be center and justified to between and a gap of 4. Then I have this div which will take the back icon. Okay, so I created a back icon. Inside the component, I created a back icon. Okay, so I created a back icon using the use navigate from React router. Okay, so I used button from UI component. I set the variant to outline, the size to small, and I said on click, there's a callback function, and I'm calling navigate and into bracket -1, which means that we want to go back to the previous page. So that's why -1. Okay, and I give this classes of pattern 4 and margin right of also 4. Then I place in this back icon. Okay, so back. Okay, so yes, I can move out of here. Save, please make sure you save. Okay, so I imported the back icon here, which is this one here on top here, right? Okay, great. And aside that, I also place this div here, which is flex item center and a gap of 3, and I place in the project title with H1 text of Excel, and on medium it should be text to Excel in the front of bold, and below it is where I place the project description by checking if we have the project description, right? If it exists, then I will show the project description. Then we came to this div here, right? Okay, that div will also be of flex column and SM, or we can see even say MD, right? Flex row and a gap of 3. Then we have this one and this here. Okay, so this one will take the progress here, right? Yeah, the progress percentage, right? So in this div I say flex item center gap of 2 and minimum width of 32. Okay, then I place in this div which will just say progress, then semicolon, right? And the text is SM, test muted foreground. Then here I place in this progress, and I believe we install progress, right, from Shadcn. If we did not install it from the previous episode, just go and search for progress, right? Yes, this one, and just copy this command and install it. Okay, great. So yeah, so we import the progress from UI, and now we pass in the value as the progress percentage, which is up here, right? And we say the height should be 2, and below it we have a span tag which will take the progress itself, the number itself. So this will be a number, we'll pass it to show, and here will be the number itself and add percentage sign to it. Okay, then I also place a button which will be to create tags, and the state variable that we have there, when we click on the button, we'll set the create task to true. Okay, great. So that is the top part here, which is this part here, right, all the way here, and this is the progress, right, which is 0 for now. Okay, we don't have any progress. Okay, then we came to maybe here. Okay, let me come to how we can create the tags, right? Okay, so I created this form, right, and imported it here, and I passed open as is create task, and on open change as set it create task, provided the project ID, and also provided the project members, okay, which is inside the project data that we fetched, right? Okay, and I'm saying it should be 84 now. Okay, yeah, and let's go inside this. So inside the create tags dialog, okay, so I can even see a typo in the name here. Dash, this should be dash. Okay. Okay, so I place that one create task. Okay. Okay, so I think I can even make it that it should be inside task, right? So since we have like we have projects, we have workspace, it will be prudent if we put also the tax one inside the tax, right? So I'm going to move it here, and I think I can even edit the name. I can even edit the name and just call it create task, right? Okay, great. So create task, and here I also have the interface, right? So create task dialog props, we accept the open, which is a boolean, on open change, which is a function that will take the open, right? And the project ID, which is a string, and the project members, which is the user. I told you where we were. I don't remember where it was, but it has to be somewhere where we were populating the user, right? So it will be the user, and the row will be project members row, which is inside the types, right? So project members row will be either manager, contributor, or viewer. Okay, so that is what we also imported here. And I also created a schema. So inside the schema, okay, so inside the schema, I created this schema of title, right, which is required, description, optional, status, which can be to do, in progress, or done. You can add as many as you want, and priority, which is either low, medium, or high, and the due dates also required, and the assignees, which will be an array of strings. That is the user IDs, right? Okay, so I created a type here, see type, and create a tax form data using Zord and type infer type of, then passing this. Do not import this as a type, just import it like that. Okay, so here we created the form and we accepted all the props right here. And now we also created a form instance using a use form, and we pass in the type that we created up here, and also use Zord resolver and passed in the schema. Okay, and the default values are this, right? Okay. Now I also created a mutation, right? So let's go to the mutation. Okay, let me do it live by live. Let's I forget anything or skip anything. So I created a mutation here, and the mutation is use create task. I think I wanted to be specific, so let me add mutation. So use create task mutation. Okay, and here I want to return the use mutation, and the mutation function will take the data. And always remember that the mutation function always take one argument. It does not take multiple argument. Therefore, if you want to pass multiple, you must pass it as once. That's why I'm passing it as data, which the data will be an object which contains the project ID as string, and the tax data, which is this data that we exported from here, right? Okay, so here. Okay, so yeah. So I also created the use tax inside the hooks. So create that as well. Okay, then the tax data, which will be of this type, right? We'll have all the types here. And we're using the post data function. And so we'll go to endpoint tax, then the project ID and create tax. Then we pass in the data dot tax. Now, when we create the tax, we don't want to reload the page, right? So what we can do with TypeStack React query is that we can call the query client, right? So use query client from TypeStack React query. And on success, we'll get the data back, right? We'll get the data back and we'll see that query client dot invalidate queries. And what query do we want to invalidate? So if you check the use project, where we're fetching the project, right? We're fetching project and project ID. Okay, so once it is successful, we can invalidate that particular query using the query key. So project, then the project ID, right? And automatically it will refetch the new data, right? We don't have to reload the page. Okay, so that is it inside the use tax query for now. And here I have added mutation. So let me make sure I import it. Okay, great. So I'm getting the mutation and it's pending. Okay, and when we call the mutation, okay, when we call the onSubmit function, we'll call the mutation and pass in the project ID, which we have gotten through the props here, and also the tax data, which is the values here. And on success, we'll give a toast, reset the form, and close the dialog. And on error, we'll also show the error and also console log it for debugging purposes. Okay, so here we created a dialog where we set the open to the open that we received, and open change to also open change. And we have the dialog content. In the dialog content, then we have the dialog header with the title, create tax. Then we have the form here. This form coming from UI component, right? Not React hook form. It's coming from our components. Then we pass the form instance there. Then we created HTML form, of which we put in the onSubmit, saying the form.handleSubmit, then the onSubmit function that we have here. Okay. Also set a class of space y of 6. And now here is where we have the form details. Okay, so I have a div and another div, then the form fields, right? This is for the title, and replacing the input here with error message should it be now. Okay, and we also have another one for description, which we are using the text area, right? Okay, so here. Okay, so I mean, you know how we did create some of these things. So yeah, and here it's for the priority. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I think there was some, this is create task, there was some problem. Okay, you can see that the form is just very small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say maybe I can add can I add class name here and say with or full? I'll come back. Or maybe here. Okay, I don't think. Or maybe for my term. Okay, yeah, I think I can add it to the select instead. Okay, so here, then maybe I can remove this. What is it? Oh, why? Okay, I don't think here. This one does not, I think, accept classes. I think I can add it to here, right? The select trigger. And let me see. Yes, okay, so now it's a little bit long. Okay, great. And I'll do same for the other one. Okay, so I had a div here, which is gray, and on medium, it should be left side by side, right? But on small screen, it should be just one. Okay, so I have the form with the render item, which I'm rendering form item, and I have the label and the form control. And inside the form control, I have select element, right? And inside the selected element, I place in this element, right? Where I have select trigger, right? So that will say select status, right? Okay, and the status, inside the status, I place in select content, right? And in the select content, I have the select item. So the value is to do. It must match the types, right? So to do, and this is in progress, and this is done, right? Okay, so that's what I did. And I just duplicated that one for the priority, right? So here also select trigger. Great. So here, so we select the priority, and also in the content, I have 3, low, medium, and high. Okay, great. So that's what I did here. And in here is the due date, which I just copied the date from the project form, right? So it's the same thing. So due date, we use the pop over, and inside it we place a button, right? That if there is no date selected, we just say pick a date. But if there is a date selected, yes, then we'll format the date using date FNS, right, into this format and show the calendar. Okay, great. Then, yeah, this is the pop overview content, and inside it we place the calendar, which is coming from our components. Okay, great. And here it's where we're doing the assignees. And these assignees, you know, the idea is the same as where we're selecting project members inside the project, right? So assignees, and here we also said selected members, which will be equal to field.values, right? Or an empty array. And we just want to return a form item with the label assignees and form control, where we're using the pop over, right? And inside the trigger, we set this to be as child because we want to place in this button. So we also check if the selected members is greater than, it's 0. If it's 0, we just say select a member. Else, if it's not 0, but it is less than or equal to 2, we want to map over the selected members and show their names, right? Join them with comma, right? Okay. Else, if they are more than 2, then we want to show the number and say assignees selected, right? So let's say 3 members, 3 assignees selected, right? Okay. Because the input field is not that big to accommodate all. Okay, great. And here is the pop over content, right? So when we click, this is what it's going to show. So we are going to map over the project members, get each member, and check whether they are selected or not, right? So selected member, the member you select, right? We find it using the member here. Okay, so we place, since we're mapping over something, we place the key, the user ID as a key. And we also place a checkbox, which is similar to the one that we did. And on change, we just pass in, we spread the selected members and add the user ID, the newly selected user, right? If it's not checked, then it means that you uncheck. So we filter it out and remove that particular user from the list. And we have a span tag that shows the username. Okay, and lastly, to this point, we have the dialog footer where we place in the dialog button, and we're using the disabled being the expanding of the mutation, right? And if it's expanded, we say creating, else we say create task. Okay, great. So since we went to the mutation, right? You know, let's go to the back end and see how we're doing the mutation. So here is the mutation which goes to tags, then create tags. So inside the routes in the backend, I created a tags object here and imported Express and imported all of these things, right? The validate query from Zord Express middleware. We also imported the schema because we had created a schema here, which is similar to the one we have in the front end. Okay, we created an instance of the Express router here, and we said this is going to be a post request, which will go to tags the project ID and create task. So we also want to make sure that the user is authenticated and authorized. Then we do the validate the request, then create task, and go inside the index file here, and also import the tax route and say router.use tax, then tax route. Okay, make sure you add that. Okay, so I can now go inside the task controller, right, which is here, right? Task controller, make sure you create a task controller inside the controllers, and now it's create this where we accept the request and response with a try catch, right? Now we accept the parameter, which is the project ID, and also accept the request, the body, right, from the request. So we have all of these things in there. Okay, and okay, I console log these. I think maybe I had an error where I console log this. And here we first want to fetch the project, right? The project in which we are creating the task. So we fetch the project and we check if the project exists. If there is no project, then you can create a task. So yeah, that's it. And we also want to fetch the workspace in which that project belongs to. Okay, if it also does not exist, then we respond with a message. Now we'll check if you are a member of the workspace, right? The reason we're checking if you're a member of the workspace is that maybe the owner of the workspace might create a project which he himself will not be a member of the project, right? So if we check that you are a member of the project only, then you can create a task, but you can create task as a project workspace owner, right? Yeah, I think it makes sense. Okay, so we check if you're a member of the workspace, right? If not, we'll return that you are not a member of this workspace. But if you are a member, then we create a new task passing in all the argument and created by will be the currently logged in user. Okay, then we'll say that since we fetch the project app already, we can just say project.task, right? So the task ID.push, then we push in the newly created task ID and we say await project.save. Then now we'll return with the new task, right? Okay, great. So yes, we have also imported that one here. So that is the backend for the creating task. Okay, great. So we're done also with this part. Now let's come here. So in here, I have this div with flex, item center, and justify to between. And I have inside it tabs, right? So to have tabs, go to Shadcn and search for tabs. Okay, great. So copy this command and install it. Okay, right, install it. Make sure you are inside the front end, right? So if you're not, just cd into front end and install it. Okay, so I have it already. So I have tabs and I say the default value, right? So we need to have a default value, right, where it will start from. Okay, that is will be all. Okay, because if you check from here, you can see we have all tags, we have to do tags, we have progress and done, right? Okay, so these are like filters. So it will start from all tags if nothing is selected. And I'm saying you should take a width of full. And I placed in another div, right? Okay, so with flex column on a medium, from medium and above, it should be flex row and item to center, justify to between, gap of 4 and margin bottom of 6. Okay, then I placed in the tab list, right? So there should be the list. The tab list is what you see up here, right? This one's okay. So like the one we'll click on them, right? So tab list, and inside the tab list, I place in the tab trigger. So tab trigger, and the value is all. And when we click on it, I want to set the filter that I have up here to all. So when I click on that, I'll set the filter to all, and the label is all tags. And I do the same for to do, yes, and same for in progress, and same for done. Okay. So and on the right of this, right? So this will be at the left side. On the right, right? We're saying it should be row. Okay. On the right side, which is here, I also want to show a little bit of stats, right? So the stats, I'm saying that there should be flex, item to center, justify, item to center, and text should be SM. And I'm having this span that says status, right? So with this color. And I place in the div, and inside div, I'm using batches. So if you don't have batches, also go here and search for badge, right? And just import this, add this to your code base, right? Make sure you are inside your front end and paste that in and install. Okay, so batch, and I'm using the variant should be outline, and the class name background of BG of background. Okay, and inside it, I am filtering the tags. So we have fetched the tags here. So I'm saying tags.filter. We'll filter where the status is equal to do and the length, because I want to know all the to do tags. Just say maybe you see, so 20 to do, then this one will be maybe 10 in progress, and this one will also be the number and done, right? So that is what will show up here. So as you can see, we have 0 to do, 1 in progress, and 0 done. Okay, great. Okay, so we did a lot of stuff. And what again? Okay, so after the top part here where we have now the triggers, now we come to the content itself, right? Okay, so this is the first content, which will be the content that will render when we go to the all, right? When we click on the tab all, this is what it's going to render, and we have a div inside, which we say it should be grid and grid column of 3. We want to have 3 columns because when it is all tags, we want to have 3 columns, 1 for to do, 1 for in progress, and 1 for done. Okay, great. So I created tags column, right? So a reusable component for them all, and I just need to pass the title as to do, and I pass in the tags. The tags will be, I want to filter all the tags and pass in the only to do tags. And I also pass in the on click, right? The on click handler, which is up here. So that when we click on the task, it will take us to the tags D2 page. And I did same for in progress and same for is done. So this is for all the tags. Now, when it is when we click on only to do, right? So now we need to show only one, right? We need to show only one column. Okay, so yeah. So if you can see, if we click on to do, you can see we only have one column here, right? Great. And I pass in the same task column and filter the records here as such. Then I did same for in progress and same for completed. Okay, so we're done with this. So now let us work on how we can create the task column, which is here. Now the component is going to be used here. That is why I added it here. So first I created the interface of task column props. We'll accept the title, which is a string, the task itself, which is of type task, and on click event, which is right, we'll take the ID of the task and return nothing. And I also added this field, say is full width, right, which is optional Boolean. Okay, so true or false. So we say the task column will take all of these props, right? And by default, this will be false. So we have a div, right? Okay, so first, okay, so we have a div, and this div has class names. First, we'll check is full width. If it's full width, then we put this classes, right, of grid column of 1, right? If it's full width, then grid column of 1, meaning we just want one column. And else on medium, it should be grid columns of 2, and on large screens, it should be grid column of 3, else nothing here. Okay, and inside this, we also have another div, right? And this div, we're using the cn helper function, and we say that space y4, and we also check if its full width is false. So exclamation mark here is false. We say height of full, else if it is true, so column span full and margin bottom of 4. And inside here, we also want to check, right? Please, okay. We also want to check if its full width is false, we'll return this div with a batch, right? A batch where we'll put in the title, right? We'll put in the title and we'll put in a batch that will give the length of the task. So if you check from here, you can see we have to do and the total task right here and here, right? So that is this part. And now we come to the body itself, right? So here we also do same. We'll check if it's full width, then grid and grid column 2 and this, else nothing. Okay. And here we want to check if there is no tax, we'll return data say no tax yet, else then we'll return a tax card. Okay, so the tax card will map over the tax and return the tax card with the key of the tax as key. They will pass the tax as tax, and on click we'll call the on task click and pass in the tax ID. Okay, so this is the tax card. Yes, I didn't finish with that, right? Okay, so yeah, so this is the tax card which we are accepting the props here, and we're using card from the UI component with this classes of cursor pointer because we want it to appear like clickable. And on hover, we just say shadow of MD, transition or duration of 300, and on hover, we're going to say translate Y1. And the header here, we place in a div with a batch that says the tax priority. Okay, so that is what we did here. And okay, so yeah, so I think that is all that we did for now, right? Okay, great. Okay, so that's why we have only this. So now we can create tags. I'm going to say another tags. Let me test and see that it is working. And I'm going to set, okay, this to be to do, and this is going to be high. And I'm going to pick a date, and I'm going to assign it to myself and press this. And let's see. Okay, so now it's here. Great. So now let's work on this card. I think now we can continue from this card, right? Okay, so yeah, if you ever find a problem, you can refer to the code, right, on GitHub. So let me make sure I push this again. So I'm going to say git add, okay, and git commit m. What is the message? I'm going to say 01. I don't know what to put. Okay, let me put updated this, and I'm going to say git push, right? Okay, great. So now it's up to date. Okay, so you can refer to that. Okay, so now we'll come to this card. Okay, so now let's continue from the task card. However, I have identified something here. So here I am going to say in this here where we're showing the to-do columns, right? You know, if we say grid column should be of 3, then you can see that if I go to do, you can see we still have only one card, right? I don't know if you can see it well, right? If I click on this, you can see we only have this side and all of this side is not there, right? So yes, it's because here we're seeing grid column of 3. So I'm going to say on small devices, right, it should be just 1, but from medium, it should be grid column of 1 as well, right? So now if I go to do, right, you can see now you're taking the full space, but I also do not want to show these things, right? So you remember we added a field called it's full width, right? So from here, yes, to do here, we say is full width. Should I? Yes, true. Can I even remove this? And I think it will work. Okay, so now you can see that the tags are gone, right? Because we know we are on the to do, right? Great, right? Okay, so we need to do same to the other ones. So here I'm going to say MD of 1 also is full width. Okay, and I'll do same to this one. Okay, and full width also here. Okay, great. So I think that is it. So let's see. So here and here and here, they are all there. Brilliant. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now let's continue with the task card. So task card, okay. So we have only the header. Okay, so inside this header, we have the badge. Okay, so let's start the badge. So I'm going to say this, and I'm going to open this and say tax.priority. So, okay, because I suggesting something. So if the tax priority is high, I'm going to say the background should be this, and the text should be white. Let me be specific. Okay, and if it's medium, it's going to be yellow. Yellow, or I think there's orange, right? Orange 500 should be fine. And if it's not, if it's low, let's make it slate 500, right? Okay, great. And let's check. Okay, so low and this. Okay, maybe I can add another one of medium. So another tax. Okay, medium, and I'm going to say this should be done. Okay, here, and myself this. Okay, so yeah, so that's how it will look, right? Great. Okay, so yeah, that is it. And now, so we have the badge. So below the badge, I'm going to put another div, right, with class name of flex and gap of 1. Okay, inside it, I am going to say tags.status, right? Tags.status not equal to to do. No. Okay, so if tag status is not equal to do, then I'll return a button. Okay, let me return a button, not a badge. Okay, so I'll return a button. Okay, so button I think has already been imported, right? Okay, so I'll return a button, and inside the button, I am going to put alert. Okay, so alert circle from, yes, these icons. Okay, and I also put in a span tag for screen read only, which will be mark. Okay, mark as to do, right? Okay, so here I'm going to say class name SR only. Okay, great. So here, yeah. And let me also give us some classes to this one. Here I'm going to say size of 4, right? Okay, maybe I can use yes, I'm going to use the cn helper function. Okay, I think it has already been imported. And after this, I can also check that okay, we'll come to that. When we are updating it, we want to disable it or maybe animate it, kind of, right? Okay, so until then, here, because when you click on this, we want to update it. Okay, so I'm going to put a variant, and the variant will be ghost. Okay, that's fine. The size of icon, that's also fine. And class name, it's even needed. Let's say size of 6, right? I think that's fine. And we'll have an on-click event. Okay, so on click, okay, we'll come back to this and call it. Okay, then we can also give title, let's say mark as to do. Okay, and yeah, okay, so yes, okay, great. So yeah, that is it. So this will only show if it is not to do, right? So let me show you what we're talking about. So now you can see that we have this that says mark as to do, mark as to do. So this is in progress. We can mark this as to do, which will come here. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's it. And this one does not have it. Okay, we'll add the functionality later. Okay, and I can now duplicate it, right, for the others. So 1, 2. Okay, so this will be in progress, right? And mark this as in progress, right? Okay, so mark here also as in progress. And yeah, is the icon, what icon should I even give for in progress? Okay, I used clock. Okay, let me put the clock icon. Okay, great. And now here it's done. Mark as done, and mark also as done. And this one, let me use the check icon. I think that one will be fine. Check circle icon. Okay, great. Right. Okay, so now you can see you can mark this as done. You can do this, right? Great. When you hover over it, there's also a little bit of hint, right? Okay, great. And when we go here, right, you can see, great. And nice one. So all of these things were inside the card header. So I can do this now, right? And now come to the card content. Great. Ensure to import card content from UI component UI. Okay, so inside card content, I'm going to put H4, which will take tax title, okay, with font of medium. No, I don't want to give size. Okay, great. So like this, and let me also give margin bottom of 2. And I'm also going to show that if we have tax.description, okay. So if we have tax.description, I'm going to show this p tag, which will show the description, and the text should be small, right? Text muted foreground. And I'm also going to limit the number of lines. So line clamp of 2. Okay, that's 2, and margin bottom of also 2. Yes. So I am just going to copy a text from somewhere. Lorem Gibson. Okay, so I am just going to copy a dummy text from here. Let's say I have a bunch of tests like this, and I create a tax. Text. I don't know the names to give. Okay, and I put in this here, right? Very long, to do, medium, and date, bikini date. Here, assign it to, I'm the only person, so yeah, I gotta do all the work. Great, and now you can see we only have 2 lines, right? Because we don't want to show all the lines. Okay, great. And if I go here, you can see now it takes the entire screen. Beautiful. Okay, so yeah, we can continue. After showing the description, we can come below, put another div, and let's start this div. So flex items to center, justify to between, okay, and test of SM. Okay, okay, yeah, don't add this. Okay, and inside this, I'm going to put another div, and let's also start this. So flex items to center and a gap of 2. Okay, great. So inside, now I'm going to say tax.assignees. Okay, great. So if tax.assignees exist, right, and the assignees is greater than 0, okay, that's fine, right? Great. So if it exists and the length is greater than 0, then what are we going to do? We are going to put in a div here. Okay, yes, great. So this div, great, let's pass in props. And you know, one thing don't forget is key, right? So we have a key, and oh, sorry, we're not marking over it for now. We are not marking, so please don't add a key. Just add class name, right? Okay, so the class name is going to be that I should just say flex and space of x, a space of x of 2, but I'm going to negate it, so I'm going to say negative space of s of 2. Okay, and inside here, now I am now going to map over them. So I'm going to say tax.assignees.map, right, where we get each member, right? Okay, then we can now return something. Okay, great. Now let us also think about one thing. Assuming we have more members, right, it will be a lot. So maybe we can just say we can slice it from 0 to maybe at most 5, right? Okay, 5. I think 5 should be enough. Okay, so we'll take the first 5, and now we're going to use avatar. So import avatar. Okay, and now we can now give the key to the avatar here. Yes, the key that we're so interested in. So here it's going to be member.id. Okay, great. So member.id, and now I'm going to give classes. So here I'm going to say relative. Okay, so relative, size of 8, right? BG of gray dash 700. Okay, rounded dash full. Okay, border dash 2. Okay, great. Border 2, and let's say border also background, so the color, right? Okay, border background, that is the color, and overflow of hidden. Okay, great. And I'm also going to give title, and the title will be member.name. Okay, great. And now inside here, I'm going to put the avatar image. Okay, that's fine. And also a fallback. Okay, avatar image, import avatar image from components, not from Radix. And I will put in the member dot profile image, right? Okay, profile image. And now let's also import the fallback from components UI. And if that is there, we are going to use the name, right? The first character. Okay, that's also fine. Okay, so let's see progress. And now you can see we have only CC. That is one person, right? That's me only. Okay. And after all of this, right here, come down here. And now let's say tax dot. Okay, so that dot assignees, right? Assignees dot length, right? So if the length is greater than 5, right? You know that okay, let me accept this and see. We are slicing from 0 to 5. So, but if it's more than 5, right? If it's up to 5, then that's all we see all the 5. But if it's more than that, we need to add this to say that plus then the total number of assignees minus 5, right? So let's say if they are 6, we'll show 5 and say plus 1, right? Or yeah, something like that. That is the idea here. Okay. Yes, and yeah, we're done with this. So come end of this and end of that here. Okay. And here now let's also say tax dot due date. Okay, so if tax dot due date exists, and I'll now show a div. Okay, so inside this div, let me give classes. So it's going to be text.sm and text muted foreground. Okay, flex and items to center. And inside, I will show the calendar icon. Okay, with classes of size of 3, right? Okay, and margin right of 1. Okay, and I'll do this. Okay, so after the icon, I'm going to put okay, I'm going to say format. Okay, so let me also import format from datefns. Okay, and pass in the tax due date like this. Okay, so let's see. Yes, we have the due date, so like this. Great job. Okay, are we done? Okay, and below all the divs, right, but still inside the content, I'm going to put another one that says tax dot subtax, right? So if there is subtax and the tax dot subtax dot length greater than 0, okay, right, then we are going to show a div. Oh, okay, let me see this div item of okay, let me see. I'm going to say margin top of 2. Okay, the text should be XX and font muted foreground. I mean, text muted foreground. And inside it, what shall I do? Should I even put? Okay, maybe I can just say tax dot subtax, right? Dot filter. Okay. Oh, what's happening here? Okay, so I'm going to say tabs dot subtax dot filter where we get each subtax, right? And I'll say subtax dot completed. I think it's completed. Yes, dot length, right? So I want to know the completed subtax. So completed, right? So here we'll get the completed subtax divided by the total number of subtax. So tax dot subtax dot length, right? Okay, so something like this. Then I can add the string subtax. Yeah. Okay, so since we don't have it, nothing we show, right? So we show as the total number of subtax, right? Okay, so we have, let's say the completed will be so it'll be kind of, let's say we have 10 subtax and 5 is completed, so it'll be like 5 out of 10 subtax, something like this, right? Yeah, that's what we have done here. Okay, so we're done with the this, right? Okay, so yeah, I believe we're done with this. So now we can move to the tax page. So here the filters, everything is working great. And yeah, and the progress is also there. You can see we have 25% because out of the 4, 1 has been completed, right? Okay, great. Okay, so now we are going to go to the tax page, details page. So if I click on this tax, it should take me here. Okay, don't forget to like and subscribe. But before then, let me push it. Okay, right? Okay, great. And git commit I'm going to say 02. Then I'll say project details completed. This and git push. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's continue to the tax detail page. Okay, so we're gonna go here, right? And yes, you can see there are a lot of things to be done here. Okay, okay, so I'll close all of this, toggle this, go here, and I'll start from here, routes, dashboard, and now I'm gonna create that of tax. And inside the tax, I'll create a file that says tax details.tss, cons tax details. Okay. Okay, yeah, like this here. Okay, that's fine. And now I can go inside here, right? And we're still inside this layout. So I'll add one. Okay, so workspace ID, project ID, tax, and the tax ID. Then refer to this file. Okay, so that's fine. Let's go and check if the page is showing now. Okay, so we have this page. Okay, so as you can see, you also have here the top, then this side, right, left, and right side. Okay, so yeah, let's continue from here. So what I need to do is I also need to get the params. So I'm going to say cons. Okay, so I'm going to say use params from React router. Okay, so I can get the project ID as well, right? And I can even get the tax, I mean the workspace ID as well. And all of them will be of type strings. Okay, please hold on for this. Okay, so let me also get the navigate to use navigate. Okay, import from React router. Okay, so how do we gonna fetch this detail? So maybe we can go inside the use tax hook, right? Okay, and here we can say export cons use tax query. I'm gonna say use tax by ID query. Okay, and here I'm gonna use query from tank stack, and we'll say the query key should be the tax and the tax ID. Okay, and the query function will be fetch data, which will go to tax, then the tax ID. I think that's fine. Okay, so I can use this one here. And by the way, the endpoint does not exist for now. So, okay, so yeah, okay, great. So now the endpoint does not exist. So let's go inside backend, right? Here, tax, then here. Okay, are you getting it together? Okay, so yeah, so it's gonna be tax and tax ID. We'll make sure the user is authenticated, and now we want to get the tax ID, right? And also we want to create this function. So let's also go inside the controller. I can do this, and now here's a cons, this. Okay, I think something like this. Let's put it inside a try catch first. And now I'm going to do this. Okay, great. So now, okay, so here we'll get the tax ID through the params. And okay, so we get the tax ID through the params. And now we want to fetch the tax. Okay, and what I'm going to do is that I think the tax, let's check something. Okay, so we have the comments here. We have attachment, we have created by, we have sub tax, we have watches and stuff. Okay, so maybe we can populate them. So find by ID tax. I'm going to say populate. Oh, okay. So I'm going to populate assignees, and what are the fields that I will need? I will not need, or I'll need the name and profile picture, right? And created by will not need it. Projects will not need it. And I'm also going to populate the watches. I think it's watches, right? Let me check if it's watches or what. Yes, watches. Yeah, this one. So make sure the names matches. Okay, so watches. And with that one also, I think I can do same name and profile picture, right? Okay, great. If there is no tax, we say tax not found. But if the tax is there, now let's also check the project. So project, they will use the tax.project ID to find the project. So make sure project is imported. I think, yeah, they are there. Okay, so we'll check for the project. And okay, so project also, we can do populate. Okay, so what are we going to populate? Let's populate. Okay, let's populate the members. members.user, right? And I'll need the name and the profile picture. Okay, I think that's fair. And now I have the project, so maybe I'll not need this for now. I also need okay, I think that is so. So here I can send the tags and the project, right? Great. So I'll send the tags in the project. I think that should be fine. Okay, so yeah, I can come here and add this. Okay, great. So now inside the use tags here, this thing should work now. Okay, great. So here, I'm going to say this one as, now let's do types. Let's see. Okay, Keza, can you figure out? So the tags will contain, the data will contain tags, which is of type tags from data types, and will contain project, which is of type also project. Okay. So yeah, so let's say if it's loading, right? I am going to show the loader. So loader from components, right? Okay, great. I think we even have the node data found, right? So if we can even say if there is no data, right, we can return a div that says no tags found. Okay, that's fine. Okay, sir. Okay, let's maintain this. And what again? We will do other stuff. Okay, so here we destruction the tags in the project. Okay, that's fine. And what again we can do is we can say cons is watching. We want to know if the user is watching. So can we just say cons is user watching, right? Whether we don't know the currently logged in user, is that user watching or not? Okay, so for that particular reason, I think we'll need the user. So I can come up here and say cons user from use auth. Okay, use auth from context provider, right? Okay, so it's watching here will be equal to, okay, will be equal to tags dot watches, right? Great. Dot sum. Okay, so let's see. So sum where we get each watcher. Let me put a question mark here and also one here. Great. So where we get each watcher, and the watcher dot ID is equal to string equal to the user ID, right? If it's so, then it means the user is watching. If not, then the user is not. We can also say cons go back, right? That is if the user want to go back. We're just going to use the navigate function that we have and just say -1, which will just go back, right? Okay. And now, okay, I'm also going to do, let's say members, right? So members will be equal to tags dot assignees, right? I'm going to get the assignees here or empty. Yeah, something like this. Should be fine. Okay, yes, they are users. Okay, great. So now let's deal with the design here. So class name, container, mx auto, okay, p-0, py-4, and on md, px-4. Okay, here I'm going to put another div that will take class name. Okay, so flex column, right? On md, I'm going to say flex row items to center, right? Justified to between and margin bottom of 6. Okay, great. Inside this, I'll have another one. Okay. Then between this, I'll put a button, which will be from UI component. And okay, I think I can even, okay, so I was going to use this for the back button, but I think I can call my back button here too. So back button, right? Yes. Okay, great. So now this here, I'm going to say it should also be flex column, md, flex row, okay, md items to center. Okay. Below the bottom, I'm going to put h1, which will take tags.title. Okay. And the class name should be test-excel on md, text-to excel, and font of bold. Okay, let's see if we are doing the right thing. So fetching, great. So like this, if I click this, it does go back, right? Yeah, that's true. It does. Yeah, here. Okay. So, okay. I think the button does not somehow shows like a button. So I want to do this. I am going to go inside the button component, right? And here, I don't know where we have it, but in the default classes, I'm going to say cursor dash pointer, right? And I can close it now. And now if I hover over it, it should be like a pointer. Yeah. Okay, that is it. That's all. Okay, so now I have the title. Now I'm going to check tags dot is archived, right? If task is archived, we want to show a batch that shows that the tag, the task is archived. Okay, so inside it, I'll just put the word how do we even spell it? Okay, CHIVE. Oh my goodness. Okay, yes, it's this way. Great. Okay, and we can put some classes. Margin right of 4, right? I'm going to say the width to be fit, a px of 0, and on md px of 4, right? Okay, and here I'm going to give variant, right? The variant will also be outline, and let me also give size, right? No, size should be sm, right? Size. Okay, badge. Oh, sorry, I am not sure. No, I'm not sure if this one has size. I can even remove the classes, right? And just say maybe margin left of 2. Yeah, great. Okay, so it will be somewhere here, right? Somewhere here, right? So we're giving a margin between them. Okay, so I think that is it. Now below this div, I'm gonna have another one. Class name, flex, space of x of 2, mt 4, that's margin top, and md mt top of 0. Okay, great. Inside this, I am going to put a button, and inside the button, okay, so inside the button we'll check, is user watching, right? If user is watching, and I'm going to put this, else this. Okay, great. So here, so if the user is watching, what we're going to do is I am going to put in between this fragment, right? So this is a fragment. Okay, great. So I'm going to put I of, which is an icon from Lucid React, right? And I'll also put on watch. Yes, I think it should be this, on watch. Okay, so now you are watching, so you need to unwatch it. Okay, so class name, margin right of 2, and size of 4. Okay, if the opposite, then I'm going to say the eye icon, also this time the eye, right? Meaning you can watch it. Okay, so let's go and check. So here, right, you can see this. It says watch. Okay, but now let's start this button. So I'm going to say the variant should be outline. Okay, and size, great, should be sm, that's small, and we'll have an on click, right, which will just be empty callback for now, and class name will be width dash fit, right? Okay, great. So yeah, something like this. Great. And we're gonna have another one, right? So below this button, we're gonna have another button for I'm gonna say tax dot is archived. If it is so, then we say on archived. Else, okay, yeah. So if it is archived, you unarchived it. Is the spelling correct? Quick fix. Let me see. On archive. Okay. If it's not, then you archived it. Archive. Okay. So yeah, that is it. And also outline. And yeah, we'll come back to the function later. So let's see. Yeah. So we have these two, right? Okay. Great. So like here. Okay. So now come to 2 divs down here. 2. Okay, and put another one. Okay, So here is going to be grade. Grade course of 1 on MD, grade course of 2, gap of 6. Okay, so another div, class name, LG of call span of 2, right? Okay, so on big screen, right, large screen, it should take two sides, two times, right? Yeah, of the other side, like the screen divided by 3 should take 2. I don't know. Okay, yeah, that is it. Okay, so the space should be times 2. And inside this, I'm going to put another div with a class name, bg of card, okay, rounded dash lg, okay, pattern of 6, and shadow, yeah, dash sm, and margin bottom of also 6. Okay, so inside this, another div, okay, class name, flex column, okay, flex column on MD, flex row, right? Okay, justify to between, right? And items to start, okay, and margin bottom of 4. Okay, so yeah, we're still decorating it. And now I'll put one div here, and inside this div, I'll put a badge. Okay, so I think I have badge already imported. Okay, and inside it, I'm going to put tax dot priority rate, and I'll add the word priority. Oh, okay, great. And with the variant, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say tax dot priority, right? If it's high, right, it's going to be destructive, great. And destructive else if priority dot medium, then it's going to be I think the word is medium, great. And here high. Okay, so if it's medium, then it's going to be like let's say default else outline. Yeah, okay, great. And we can also have classes of margin bottom of 2 and capitalize, right? Okay, great. Yeah, like this. Okay, great. So now below the badge, I'm going to put tax title, which will take the title as tax title. Okay. And also the tax ID, which is tax ID. Okay, so this does not exist. So I'll go inside here. Okay, so there's tax here. So I'm going to create tax title.tss. Export cons tax title. Okay. And now let me import it from here. Okay, great. Okay, so in here, I am accepting the title and the tax ID all as strings, which is fine. Okay. And now here, I'm going to say const is editing and set is editing. Okay. And import from useState from React. Okay. And I'm going to say const new title and set new title. Okay. Okay, so this one will be the old title. Okay, so yeah, we'll pass the title to the new title, and we'll come back to the mutation later, right? Okay. Okay, so here, what I'm going to say is that it should be flex items to center and a gap of 2. Okay, so I'm not going to put the title in for now. I'm going to say that it's editing, right? If it's editing is true, then I'll put input, right? So input box, right? Else, then I'll put h2 for the title, right? That's a title. Okay, great. So let's see what we're getting. Where is it? Okay, it should be somewhere here. Did we import it? Okay, yeah. Oh, I didn't save it, so save it, please. Okay, so it's here, right? Okay. Now let's style it. Okay, so the input is gonna have class test-excel, right? Font that's semi-bold. Okay, width of full. Okay, and min width of 3XL. Okay, that is for the input. And here I'm going to say the value should be equal to new title, right? Great. And on change, great, I'll get the event, right? And I'll just say set new title to target value. Okay, great. So this, right? And yeah, okay. So yeah, that is it. And now let's start this. Okay, so here also text of Excel, flex 1 and font semi-bold. Okay, let's see. Okay, so there's it. That's fine. Okay, great. So we're done with this part. Now let's show a button to do it's editing and it's not edited to toggle it, right? So if it's editing is true, I'm going to put a button. So import button, and that's the button will say save, right? Okay. Else, I'll put an edit icon. Great. So here, the icon should have a size of 3, right? And I'm going to say cursor dash pointer. Great. So if I go here, yes, I should see this, right? Great. And when I click on this icon, what I'm going to do is on click, I'm going to say set is editing to true, right? Okay, great. So here, if I click on set is editing, now you can see I have the input, right, where we can change the text. Okay. And okay, so now let's work on this button. So this button, it's going to have class name py of 0. Oh, not here. Here, class name py of 0. Okay, great. And great. And now I'm going to say the size should be SM small, right? And on click, I am on click. Okay. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Okay, on click, right? I am going to call update title function. A function called update title. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll say const update title, which will just set this to false for now. Okay, great. So yeah, so if I press this, it's updated, right? So that's how we're going to do it. Okay, great. Okay, I don't think this is taking effect. So the size, I'm not sure. So let me add this and see. Okay, yes. So to override Tailwind classes, you can put this exclamation mark at the end, right? To override the default size, right? So now you can see it works here, right? Great. So this. Okay, great. So that's how we're going to do it. And we'll come back to the save, right? Okay. Or should we just even do it now where we can update the title? Okay, yes, I think we can. So let's go inside here and let's say export const use update tax title mutation. Okay, so here we're gonna use the update, right? Update data. If you remember, we still have this in here in the utils here, right? Okay, so we'll call that. We'll pass the URL, which will be tax, then the tax ID, then we'll say dash title. Okay, I'm just gonna say dash title. Okay, then I'll pass in the data, which is title. So here I'll accept the tax ID and the title, so I'll pass in the title. Okay, that's fine. And also when this one goes through, let's invalidate the query, right? So at the end here on success, we'll do invalidate the query where we'll fetch again, right? We'll fetch again the tax and the tax ID. So data tax underscore ID. Great. So like this. Okay. So whatever query we want to invalidate, we can do them here. Okay, great. So I can go here. I can go back here inside the title, and now I'll say const. Okay, so import this, and I'm going to remove this, right? So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say mutate, right? Then I'll pass in the tax ID and the tax title. Okay, once done, we'll do on success. So on success, we'll set this to false, and we'll set a toast notification as this. And if an error occur, we'll also console log the error. So error message should be this, right? We can console log the error as well. Okay, so now let's use this expanding. We can now use it here. that disable if it's pending. Okay, great. Okay, and we can even do one thing. I can even, let me try to also disable this if it's pending. Great. So now we can go back to the tasks here, right? And let's look for, so now here, I'm going to put the update one here. So I'm going to say this router.put. Okay, so here, okay, so here, so tax, then tax ID and title, which is a put request. And here, we'll also need the body, which will be of string, right? Okay, so the title, we need a title. And now we need to create this inside here. Yeah, it's here. So const update tax title. Okay, so we can respond server error. Okay, so great. Okay, so here we're getting the tax ID and the title from the body. And I'm going to say const tax equal to await tax dot find by ID. Okay, so we want to find the tax by ID. And if it does not exist, we say tax not found, which is fine. Let's also do project. And okay, so project, if project does not exist, okay, we'll say that. And let's also check its member. So we want to see if you're a member of the project, right, before you can update it. So if you're a member, right, the same thing that we have been doing, right? Okay, so here, if you're not a member, so you're not a member of this project. However, if you are a member, then you can update the tax. So, okay, so here, I'm going to say, now we can say tax, the tax that we fetch up there, dot title should be this. And we can say await tax dot save, right? Okay, and respond, we'll need only the tax as a response, no need of message. Okay, we'll only need to send the tax, no need to send messages. Okay, I think I'm having okay, so what is happening? Oh, okay, Kesa, yeah, okay, I think it should be this way. So let me make sure that, yes, okay, so I'm missing the closing parenthesis here. Yes, is that it? Okay, it's okay, let me make sure I get them right. So this and this also and this also and this. Okay, so here, yes, I think the one missing is from here. Yeah, okay, great. So there was the the closing one was missing here. Yes, okay, we will also need to get the activities, right? So you can see that if I check from here, you can see there's activities here. Okay, so we don't have that table for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that one. Okay, so I'll go inside models and I'll say activity.js and now put in the activity. Okay, so let's go over it. So we are creating the activity schema and we'll take the user who is performing the activity, the ID here, and the action itself, right? And the action itself will be enum of all of this, right? So created tags, updated tags, created subtags, you know, all these things are activities related to the, yeah, tags. I mean, you can add more as you want, right? And the resource type, right? Okay, so this same tags, maybe you can use it for different purposes, right? So you can use it for either the project, the tags, the project, the workspace, comment, users, or any other thing, right? So whatever you want to use it for, right? Great. And here we have the resource ID. So whichever resource, if it's tags, we have the tags ID here. If it's project, we have the project ID. And here we can put details. The details can be an object. So you can put any object, any field that you want in there. And we're setting the timestamp. And now we exporting it here. Okay. So so that is the activity log, right? Okay. So activities. So now I am going to create handy utils because we'll be using the activities in a lot of places. So I'm going to create an index file dot here in the libs folder here, and in here I'm going to say const record activity. Okay. So record activity, which will be an async function, and this. Okay, so here I will accept the user ID. I will accept what again the action, the resource type, and the resource ID, okay, and the details. Okay, so these are the things we accept. Okay, great. In here, then I'm going to say await activity. Yes, import it and make sure to add the .js. Okay, so activity log. Okay, activity log dot create. Okay, so now here, and I can pass in all of this. So user will be the user ID, action, resource type, and this and everything will be the same. And yeah, I think that is it. Okay, and maybe should I use try catch here? Yeah, we performing action in our database, so try catch. So here, and I can console log the error here. Okay. Okay, so here I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do it this way. Okay, so now I can use this right after we create the tags here. Here. Okay, so before we even oh my goodness, I have deleted something. Oh, okay. So here, yes. So here, tags.title should be equal to the new title. But before then, I'm going to say old title should be equal to task.this. And after we updated it, I am going to call, I'm going to say record activity here. And can you guess? Okay, so let's import the record activity. We'll pass in the user ID, and I'll pass in this as updated tax, right? Okay, yeah, we don't have specific action for updated tax title. It's updated to the tax, and the resource will be the tax and the tax ID here. Okay, now we can pass, the other one is the detail, right? So the detail, we're going to pass in something, maybe all these things will not even be important. So I'm going to pass in description here. Okay, and it says that, okay, so I'm going to say updated. Okay, so we have the username, so we'll fetch the username and attach the username to this comment, right? So updated tax title from old one to this one, right? So we'll fetch the username when we fetch the activities and say CodeWave updated this, right? Okay, so yeah, something like this should be fine. So now we can make sure we are exporting this. Okay. Okay, now we are even here. Let's also do the one for updating the description. So here I'm going to take this and say description. So description, so here we'll get the description, right? Okay, once we get a description, the same thing, and here, okay, so we'll come to this part here. Okay, so here I'm going to say old description, right? Okay, and here to get the old description, I'm going to do something that old description dot substring, because it can be long, so I'm just going to slice up to 50, right? Okay, then I will add I'll add this by saying tax.description or tax.description. Okay, so I'll add this. I'm going to add this if only the tax description dot length is greater than 50, right? Then I'll add dot, else I'll add just empty, string here. Okay, so yes, I'm placing the new one here and I'm saving the task. That's fine. Now let's record. So this will also be updated activity, tax, the tax ID. The description will be updated task description from old to new, right? Okay. Maybe I can also do similar thing for new description, because I can save all the long description there, right? So yeah, description, then I'll change here to new description, and I think that should be fine. Okay, so let me also export that one here, update description, and now I can go back here. I can close this activity, this one. I can come here and import title and make sure I do same for description and also import description. Okay, great. Let's check and see if our server is still running perfectly. Great, it's running. Okay, great. So now we can go back here and I think it should work. Okay, so we have this and we have the hook also here, right? Okay, so what do you say? We'll give it a try. Okay, so this, and I'm just gonna say dash updated. Great, this, oh, updated. Great, updated. Great job. Okay. Now we're going to do same for the description, right? Okay. Okay, so here, now we still come back to the description here, right? Okay, so this is where we are. So we have the title, and below the title, I'm going to put a div, and inside that div, I'm going to say format, which is from date fns yet. Okay, now let me use format distance, right? Format distance to now. There's one like that. Yes, format distance to now, and I'm going to pass in new date. Okay, because what are you suggesting? New date, then I'll pass in tags.created at, right? And I'll say add suffix to true. Okay, so here I'm going to say created at this, and I'll give some space here. Okay, so the text should be SM, muted foreground, and that's fine. Okay, I think that's okay. And let's see, is that not too small? So maybe I can say that on MD, the text should be maybe beige, right? And let's see, I think this one is okay. Great. Okay, so after this, come down to one div, okay, here, and have another one. And let's style it. Okay, so class, it's going to be flex, items to center, gap of 2, margin top of 4, and on MD, empty of 0. Okay, great. So inside here, I'm going to put tags status selector. Okay, so here will also be the status selector. So now I'm going to pass in the status, which will be tags.status, and I'm also going to pass in the tags ID as this, because we also need to update the tags there. And I'm going to put a button also here and say delete tags. Okay, so this one variant will be destructive, okay, because it's for delete. Size will be small, right? And on click, I will put empty callback for now, and class name will be, it's going to be hidden on small device, and on big it's going to be block. Okay, great. So what do you say, we go back here, okay, inside the tags, and now let's put the tags status selector, okay, .tss. So export cons this. Okay, okay, I hope these things are correct. Okay, so here we're accepting the status and the ID. So the status is coming from tag status, which is from types, right? And the tags ID will be this. Let me import it here, and let's check. Okay, so it should be here. That's fine. Okay, great. So we can go inside here. So here I am going to use selector from UI, right? Okay, and inside here I'm going to put select trigger here, and say select trigger will be inside it. Okay, let me put the select value, right? And say, yeah. Okay, so please import this also from here and not from Redis. Great. And here I'm going to say placeholder will be status. Oh, placeholder will be equal to status. No. Okay, like this. Oh, okay, great, like this. And here, okay, we can also have value, which will be status, right? Or now, and on value change, I'll call handle status change. Okay, which I think I can declare here handle status change as yes here. Okay, great. And wait again, the trigger, I can give class name and say the width should be 180 pixels. That's fine. And now here I'm going to have the content, so import content from UI, and inside here, okay, there are 3, so to do, okay, to do in progress and stuff, right? Okay, and we also going to have a mutation that will help to update the status, right? Okay, so we'll go back here and okay, let's even do okay status and here. Okay, this will be this. So we'll take the ID and the status, and here on success, I think the same thing. So on success, we'll just invalidate the query. Okay, so once we are here, let me also do that of the description. Cons use update task description mutation. So kind of similar, right? Here, the same thing. Okay. So here, I'm going to call import mutation. Yes, this, great. And what we can say is we will disable the trigger, right? So disable when it is pending, right? That should be fine. And inside the handle change here, I'm going to call the mutation. So mutate, and pass in this. Okay, so pass in the ID and the status, which is value we receive from here string, which should be of this type. Great. And now we'll say on success toast that says status updated, and on error we'll do the same thing we have been doing, but we can also console log the error. Okay. Okay, great. So I don't think we have the endpoint, so let's go and do that as well. So here, okay, so update status, where we'll get the status a string and this. Okay, here, I think it's kind of similar, so I'm going to copy this, right, the title, and bring it down here and change this to update tag status, where we get the status. Okay, we'll check for everything here the same. This. So old status will be this, and we update the new status, and we'll just say, yeah, I think pretty much the same thing. Great. And now let me also add that one here. Okay, go back here and import this one. Okay, great. So yes, so I think this can work now. Let's check and see. So where do we have it? Here. Okay, so the default value is not there. What's wrong? Okay, so the default value is not there. Let's fix that one first. And here, oh, okay, I think it's the fault. It's from here. It's supposed to be to do, right? To do in progress. Yes. Okay, great. Yes, and it's here. So if I change it to in progress, it's disabled, and boom, it's completed in progress now. Great. So below that, well, again, we're done with this. Okay. So I'll come here down 1 and 2. Okay, and I'll put another one, which we're going to use for description. So I'm going to say h3 and put in description. Okay, so here, it's going to be text SM, right? Font medium and text muted foreground and margin bottom of 0. Okay, or here I can also give class that's a MB of 6. Okay, so I am also going to have task description here. Okay, so we'll pass the description, and we also need to pass the tax ID so we can update it. Great. So what do we say? We go here, and here I am just going to duplicate the tax title, copy and put duplicate, right, and change the name to tax description. Okay, so here we'll get description, right, and here new description will be this, and here can you guess? Oh, okay, so description. Okay, can remove the other ones that we do not use, and here let me even change it to tax description. Okay, so here I'll pass in the tax ID and a new description, and I'll say tax, okay, description updated successfully. That's fair. Okay, and in this we're going to use I mean, we're following the same pattern. So here I'm going to change this to test area, right? And yeah, yes, okay, that's fine. And should I have, okay, I think this one's also good, but I'll remove this. I'll not need this, and I'll not even need the great this. Okay, I'll only need this, and that's fine. And else here will be I'm going to use a div, so like this. and I'll put here the description. And the text, it's going to be, okay, so the text, I think, can be of size base, right? Okay, let me say small, and on MD, text of base, right? Yeah. And there is also another thing that's a text slash a dash pretty. Okay, we'll not also need this flex one. I think that should be fine. And text dash muted foreground should also be cool. Okay, and here the same button. Yeah. Okay, I think that is also pretty much it. It's cool. Okay, so let's import it from here and see what we've done. And you remember we have the backend already. So here, okay, oh, it can even be now. So yeah. Okay, so it's here. And if I click on this, I'm going to say updated, but I'm going to put it as capital. So we'll see updated, save, save, and okay. So okay, we didn't get it. Did it go through? Let me reload it and see. Okay, yes, so it's updated, right? But I think the refresh function did not work. So let's go and check. So update description, and oh, okay, we need to add the query invalidate, right? Validates. Okay, so let's see. Updated again. Save. Great, and updated again. Beautiful. Okay, so what next? So we're now going to go to the assignees and stuff. Okay, so we'll close this and come here. Now, below the tax description, we can now go to okay, come one div below it, and here I'm going to say tax assignees. Okay, selector. Okay, and here I'll pass in the tax, right? So I'll pass in the tax here, and I'll pass in the assignees as tax dot assignees. Okay, and I'll pass tax. No, let me also pass the project members, so that maybe in case you want to change somebody, so we'll call data, I think with the structure project, so project dot members, right? Okay, great. So now let's go and do this one. Here we're still inside tax, so tax assignees selector dot tss spot cons this. Okay, so here, and let me import it right from here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's come here. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this margin bottom of 6. Okay, and inside here I'll put a div with a class of test-sm, right? Oh, let me make this h3, right? So for the title, right? Okay, font-medium. Okay, test muted foreground, and MB of 2. And inside it I'll say assign me. Oh, take time, Kesa. Please take time. Assignees. Okay. Oh, let's also do the props. Okay, so can you do something, suggest something? Okay, so we'll take the tax, which will be of type tax. So import tax. We'll take the assignees, which will be of type user. And now we'll also take project members, which will be of type project members will be this an object where we have the user, which will be of type user, right? And we'll also have the row, which will be of type project member row, right? Great. And we an array, right? So I think that's fair. Oh, so yeah, Kesa is doing a lot than I expected. Okay, so yes, this is what we have, right? Let me check from here which one I can say as any here. Okay, let's see. So we have assignees here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's continue. So now that we have the title, we can show the selected assignees. So here we have the title. So here, div, class name, flex wrap. Okay, gap of 2 and MB of 2. Okay, so inside I'm going to say okay, so let me do this. I'm going to have some state up here, right? So I'm going to say cons selected IDs, right? And set selected IDs. Okay, so import use state, and which will be array of strings, right? And by default, I am going to say assignees. Okay, assignees. Okay, so the assignees.map, where we get each assignee and their ID, right? Okay, great. So now I can now use it here. So I'm going to say selected IDs, right? Okay. But before then, let me also do this. I'm going to say cons drop down open. Yes, good. Do this. Okay. So now I'll come to this one. So selected IDs dot length, right? Greater, no, let's do equal to 0. Equal to 0. If it's so, then I'm going to show expand tag that will say unassigned, right? Okay. Else they will check, and else now I'm going to say project members, right? Okay, so project members dot filter, no filter. Okay, we'll get each member, and we can now return selected IDs dot include. So we want to check if that user has been selected already. Include, they will pass in the member dot underscore user underscore ID. Okay, so okay, what we're doing is that we first doing this, right? We want to filter out those that has not been selected, or yeah, we want to check, right? So checking against the selected IDs, whether they include the member that we are on includes that. So after that, we can say that dot map. So now we want to map and get each M. M will be each member, and now we can return something. So I'm going to return a diff here. Okay, so let's check it again. This should be question mark. Okay, so like this. Great. So should I style this? Okay. I'm going to say test should be this, and test of muted foreground. Okay, great. So here we're mapping over the project members, filtering out those that has been selected, right? Okay, so we want to check if it include that. Then what will be left, right? Okay, what will be left, it's what we're going to now do the mapping. So key should be m dot user underscore ID, right? Okay, and what again we need, we also need classes. That's going to say flex items to center, bg of gray dash 100, right? Rounded dash no, just rounded, and px of 2 and py of 1. Okay, so inside here I am going to put the avatar. Okay, import avatar. Okay, avatar, then we have the avatar image and the fallback. Okay, great. So import avatar image and avatar fallback, all from UI components. Okay, so the avatar should be class name, size of 6, right, and margin right of 1. Okay, so the avatar image, it's going to be member.this.profile picture, right, else m.user.name. Okay, as a fallback. That's it. And below the avatar here, I can put a span tag and put in the actual name. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. So here, yes, so now I have assignee, I have one name here, right? Beautiful. Okay, so I have the persons that has been selected or assigned. Yeah, I should say. Okay, so here I'll come to here, right? This down here. And now here it's where I'm going to put the drop down, right? Okay, so I'm going to put a drop down here. Yes, okay, something like this. Okay. Okay, so this div should be relative as, yeah. And I am going to say put a button, and inside the button I'm going to check something that is selected IDs dot length, right, equal to 0. Okay, if it's equal to 0, I'm going to say select assignees, right, else okay, okay, else I'm going to use a template string and say that $ this, then I'll say selected id.length, right? Okay, then I'll say selected. Yeah, okay, so here, oh, okay, this button, okay, I think so. This button test of okay, so okay, maybe test SM isn't bad, test muted. No, I can even, okay, I can leave it like that, and I'll say width of full for the button, right? I'm going to say border rounded, and PS of 2, PY of 1. No, let me make these 2 and this one 3. Okay, great. And text left, right, and a BG white. Okay, and when we click on it, when we click on this button, I'm going to say drop down to the opposite of drop down. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and inside it will show that the number of people selected, or if none is selected, then it'll be select, right? Okay, so here I'm going to say drop down, right? No, drop down. No. What is drop down open? Yeah, great. If drop down is open, then we're going to show a div. Okay, like this. Okay, so let's start this div. So it's going to be absolute, oh, class name absolute. Okay, so absolute, z index of 10, margin top of 1, width of full, okay, bg of white, border, then rounded, okay, shadow, okay, shadow dash lg, and max height of 60. Okay, that's fine. So max height of 60, and what again can we say? We say overflow of y of auto, right? Okay, so that's fine. Okay, inside it I'll put another div with class name flex, justified to between px of 2, py of 1, and border bottom. Okay, great. So inside this I'm going to put a button. Okay, that's a select all. Okay, not this button. I'm going to put a normal HTML button. Okay, great. Let me also start this. Okay, so test dash this and test dash blue 600. Okay, great. Okay, so on click, I'm going to call handle select all. Okay, this function. Okay, so maybe we can come up here, can toggle some of these things here. That's a cons handle select all. Okay, so let's see. Handle select all will be first. Let me take off this, and I'm going to say cons all IDs will be equal to project members, right? Dot map. Okay. Okay, so project members dot map, where we get each member as project. Then I will return okay, then I'll return all the IDs, right? Okay, then I'll just say, if we say select all, then okay, if we say select all, then we just pass all the IDs, right? Great. We just override whatever we have in and pass in all the IDs, right? That's fine. And here will be like maybe handle on select, maybe all. And this one, it's pretty simple. Very, very simple. We'll just pass in now like this, and that's all, right? Is that not it? And here we'll not even need anything, right? Okay. That's it. Okay, so we can go back where we have the select all. Okay, and I can even duplicate this one more time, and this will be on select all, and this will call the on select all function, and this maybe can be red, right? Beautiful. And yeah, I think that is it. Let's try it and see. Yes, so if I click now, you can see this. We have select all and on select all here. Great. Okay, so one div down here. Now let's put in this as a project members, right? Okay, dot map, where we get each member. And now let's return a label. Okay, so let's pass some classes. Flex, items to center, px of 3, py of 2. Okay, cursor dash pointer. Okay, on hover, I'm going to say bg of gray dash 50. Okay, great. And okay, so key, let me also pass a key of m.user.id. Okay, great. So inside, I am going to use a checkbox, import checkbox from checkbox, UI component, right? And now I can say checked, right? So checked should be equal to, okay, so check should be equal to selected the IDs dot include, then we pass in the user ID. That is fine. And on check change, right? On check change, I'm going to call okay, handle on check change. I'm going to do handle this. Let me also pass the class first. Class name, which I'm going to say margin right of 2. Okay, so I'm going to call this function handle select right, where I'll pass in the user ID. Okay, so come up here, and I'm going to say cons handle this. Okay, so here, what we're going to do is that I'm going to say, let me remove this and let's try to make it simple. Let new selected, yes, be strings, right? It'll be an empty array, right? So if we will not check if selected IDs, right? Okay, dot includes the ID that we passed here, right? If it includes, okay, what is happening? No, okay, not this. It's selected. Yes, if it includes the ID that we passed, right? Okay. Great. So if it includes the ID, and then we need to say new selected, right, should be equal to selected, what is the name? Selected IDs. Okay. Okay, selected IDs dot filter, right? Okay, so if it's included means you want to remove it. So selected IDs, then we say SID. Okay, then we'll return SID not equal to ID. Right? Okay, so we'll filter out the one you sent, right? And return all of them, which is not equal to this. And else, okay, else then meaning you want to add up. So it was a new selected will be equal to, then I'll say we'll spread selected IDs, right? And add a new one like this. And now we'll say at the end, we'll just say set selected ID equal to new selected. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, perfect. So we can now come here, and after that, we can use the avatar. Okay, so avatar again, avatar image and avatar fallback. Okay, so here, avatar class name will be size of 6, right? Okay, and margin right /2. Okay, so the SRC, sorry, the image will have the profile, and the fallback will be the name. Okay, which is fine. And yeah, below it, we're gonna put the name. Okay, maybe I can even take off the class and let it be, yeah. Okay, let's see if we're making a progress. So here, great, right? So if you see one selected, if I click on it, now I can see that this person is the one that is selected, right? If I click all on select, it has been select, great job. Okay. So now let's do have a buttons to save them. So I'll go below the label right here, still inside this div, and I'm going to put a div with a class name, flex, justify to between, and px of 2, py of 1. Inside here, I'm going to put button, right, and ensure to import button from UI component, right, and let's put some props. So variant will be outline. Okay, size will be small. Okay, so class name, I'm going to say font dash light. Great. And okay, so on click, I'm going to call set drop down to close, right? Okay, great. So this will be like cancel, great. And now I can have the same thing here. Okay, and this one, I'm going to put parent, so it will be the default, but the size should be there. Okay, this, and on click, I am going to call, I'm going to call handle, save. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so yeah, so handle save. We can come here and say cause handle save. Okay, so before that, let's go and work on the mutation. Okay, so we go here again, right? And now export cons use update assignees mutation. Okay, that is fine. Let's see. Okay, so here we'll get the tax ID and we'll get the assignee IDs, right? Let me just say it's just assignees at our backend. So which will be a string of arrays, right? A string array, meaning only the IDs, right? Yes. And here, assignees. Yeah, okay. And so this is the endpoint. And when it's successful, we invalidate the query. Okay, so we can come here and maybe at the top. Yeah, maybe here. We can say cons mutation, and let's import this mutation. I will not call it anything. I'm just going to say it's pending, right? And inside here, so here I'm just going to say yeah. So pass the tax ID and the assignees, and when it is success, we can give we can set this to close, and also give a toast, and on error the same thing here. Okay, so I'm going to say cons error message. Cursor, can you guess? And now console log the error. Should we? No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to console log the error. Okay. And I'm going to set here to be any. Okay, yes. So like this. And I think that is it. Okay, but we need to also go to the backend, right? And work on that too. So I'll come here and yeah, so here, Cursor, can you guess? Okay, so here we get the tax ID assignee middleware, and here we get the body as assignee, which is an array of strings. That's fine. And here we go here. Okay, and I think we can just in here. So I'm going to put the name here already, and maybe duplicate this, right? And change the name to this. And now, okay, so let's see how it goes. So here we'll get the assignees. We'll check, we'll get all of these things are the same. Yeah. And here we can say old assignees. Okay. And here, okay, so now we'll pass the new one and save it, right? And let's also record the activities. Okay, are you guessing something? And okay, so here, this is an array. So what I'm going to say is dot length, right? So I'm going to say that updated the assignee from maybe 1 to 2 or 2 to 1, right? Something like that. I think that's the idea, little idea. Okay, and that's all. We can import it here, right? Import this, and now this should work because we have the backend to handle that. Okay, let's see. If I do this, let's see this. Okay, I'm not sure it went through. Let's search. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, let's use it's pending. Okay, so I'm going to say disable when it's pending, and okay, oh here, and okay, we can even do it here, and oh, this should be saved. Yes. Okay, so yeah, I think that is it, right? Okay, so okay, so yeah, okay, I think it went through. So let me select this now and say save. Okay, so yes, it's in there, right? Okay, great. So what again is left? So we're now going to have the priority. So come here and yeah, below the assignees, I'm going to say tax priority selector. Okay, So that one to pass the priority and the tax ID. So this should be similar to the tax status selector. So maybe I should just duplicate this and change it. Okay, so change the name from tax priority selector. Okay, so here, tax priority selector, we'll get the priority, and the priority will be tax priority imported from types. Okay, so here will be this, which does not exist for now. Okay, let's hook it up here. Okay, so yeah, same thing. So tax priority here. Okay, and on success, we still invalidate the query. Okay, and I can now import this one here. Okay, and I can now also import this one here. Okay, so let's continue from here. And here we'll pass the priority updated, and everything should be same. Okay, so here, okay, this is going to be priority, and here priority. Okay, so here the priorities are okay, low. No, I think they are capitalized, low, medium, and stop, right? And I think that's all. Let's see. Did we import it here? Yes, we did. It's here. Okay. Okay, it's here, right? Good. But we don't have the endpoint, so let's go create the endpoint. Okay, so okay, start do the work here, and here. Okay, great. Priority, we'll get the priority. Okay, so here we'll just duplicate this, right? Let me toggle all of these things. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this and change the name from this to this, add it here, and now inside here we'll get the ID, we'll get this priority, everything should be the same here. We'll change this to old priority and now save it, and now also record the activity, which is also and so updated the priority from this to this. That is fine. Do I have this code already? Oh, okay. So now let's import it from here. Okay, great. And now let's see if it will work. So here, let me change it to high. And okay, it's taking time. Okay, finally went through. Okay, great. So what again is left? Now let's work on the sub tax, right? Okay. So below, okay, so below here, this here, I'm going to say sub, okay, tax, sub tax, sub, what should I, okay, let's just say sub tax details. Okay, and let me see. So I'll pass in the sub tax, and then I'll pass in the tax ID too. Okay, so tax ID, great. So this one, let's go inside the component tax, and okay, great. So here, subtax.tss export cons. Okay, subtax. Okay, so here we're accepting the tax ID, the subtax and the tax ID, of which the subtax will be of type. Normally it will be, we have the, I think the title, which is a string, right? And there will be ID of string, I believe. And I think there will be also completed. No, I think we even have some subtax something type somewhere. Subtax. Yeah, subtax. Great. So I think we can refer to this, right? So yeah, this one. Okay, that's fine. And okay, yes. So and the tax ID here. Okay, so I can now import this here, and here is it like this dot subtax? Yes, great. Or okay, or I can pass empty, right? Okay, so I can come here, and now, so here I'm going to say new subtax, okay, which will be a use state, okay. We'll also get the mutation to create. Okay, so let's come here now. This div, I'm going to say margin bottom of 6. Okay. And okay, so h3 text is, I think that's fine. And let's do this. Okay, so class name, and I'm going to say it should be space of y of 2, right? And margin bottom of 4, MB4. Okay, so inside this, I'm going to check subtags dot length, right? Okay, if the length is greater than 0, right, then this, else this, right? Okay, so if it's greater than 0, what we're going to do is we're going to say subtags. Okay, so yeah, okay. Oh, question mark here. I can even remove this div here and check on this straight up. Also remove this and remove this, right? Okay, so if it's greater than 0, I'm going to say subtags dot map, where I'll get each subtags, and now I can return a div with a key of subtags dot id, and let me provide classes here. So I'm going to say flex items to center and space of x of 2. Okay, and inside here I'm going to put a check box from UI component, right? And ID will be tags underscore ID, right? Okay, and I'm going to say checked should be equal to subtags dot completed, right? Great. And on check change, right? On check change, I'm going to say I'll get the checked, and now I'll call handle toggle task and passing. Okay, then I'll pass in the tax ID, right? The subtax ID, and I'll pass in the changed, right? Opposite of it. I'm going to turn it to a boolean, right? Okay, and pass it. So here is sub. Okay, so here it's supposed to be subtax. Okay, so let me create this one up here. Okay, great. So I think so far so good. Okay. Oh, I have 2 of the IDs. I can remove 1. Okay, great. And what again can I say or do? Okay, so I think, yeah, I will not need any classes. And here, below here, I'm also going to put label or label, right? Label, I'll remove this HTML4 and I'll put classes, which I will say it should be CN, import a CN helper. Okay, and I'm going to say test dash SM, right? Okay, and now I'll check subtags, right, dot completed. Okay, if it's completed, I'm going to do this. Okay, so if it's completed, I'm going to say line dash through, right? So I want to like cross through it. Okay, and test dash muted foreground. Okay, great. And inside here, I'm going to put subtags dot title. Great. Okay, so here, if there is no tags, then I can say no subtags. Okay, so here, I think, okay, this is also fine. Okay, great. So below this div here, I'm going to put another div with class names, flex. Okay, and now I'll put a button. No, let me put input first. So input from UI. Okay, and here I'm going to say placeholder should be add a subtags. Okay, value should be new subtags. On click should be this, where we get the event or target dot value. And I'm going to say class name should be margin right of 2. Okay, great. And now below, I'm going to put a button, ensure to import button, and just say add. Okay, so here, will I even need class? I'm going to say on click, right? On click, I'm going to call handle, okay, handle add subtags. Okay, then I'll also put that one here, handle add subtags. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's check and see. Okay, so we have it here, right? Great. Okay, so let's begin to fix it from the backend, right? Okay, So let's go here, and it's a it's a post request. So I'm going to put it up here. Okay, so I'm going to say router.post. Okay, so tax ID, tax ID, and add subtax. Okay, that's fine. And here we'll need add subtax. Okay, so we'll need a middleware and also validate the tax ID and also the body. So yeah, I think this should be fine. So add subtax. Okay, so now I can come here and toggle this and say cons add subtax. Okay, great. Here, let's respond with this. So here we'll need the title, get a title, and let's fetch the tax. So await tax, right? If tax does not exist, you know the drill, right? Great. If it does, we'll also get the project, and let's check if there is no project this, and let's also check its member, right? Okay, and if you're not a member, we'll say you're not a member of this project. Okay, so if all is done, then we can say cons new subtask should be equal to, okay, this. So no, maybe I should just say, okay, let's just say this. We'll have the title, which will be the title, and completed will be false, and also set completed to false. Okay, so once that is done, what we can do is that we can say task dot subtask, then push, then we'll push in this one, then we'll save task. And okay, so should we, yes, record activity. Okay, can you guess? Yeah, okay, so here created subtax, yes. Then I don't think we have that. We have tax, right? And the tax ID will be here. So created subtax, then the title of the subtax. Okay, I think that is fine. It is just fine. Okay, so here let me return the tax instead, right? Yes. Okay, so now I can also add that one here, add subtax, and import it from here. Okay, great. Okay, we can also do update the subtax, right? That is whether we're going to mark it as done or not. So I'm going to say update subtask. Okay, so yeah, so we have it this way. Let us respond. Okay, internal server error. Let's put this one also here. Okay, so here we will get we'll not update this the title. We'll only get the completed, right, whether it is completed or not. So here we'll get the tax and the tax subtax ID. Okay, and I'm going to say const tax should be this. We get a tax if it does not exist as usual, and we're going to say now const subtax should be equal to tax.subtax, right? Okay, so okay, it's subtax dot, let's find. So we're going to find one where we get each subtax dot underscore ID to string should be equal to the this. Okay, so if there is no subtax, then subtax does not exist. However, if it does, all we can say is subtax, right, dot completed should be true. And now I'll call this tax dot save again, and I can respond with this. Okay, but let me also create an activity. So here, updated subtask, updated, yeah. Yes, okay, then we can respond with this. I think that's also fine. So here, I can come here and put that one also here. Okay, so can you guess? Okay, so yeah, router.put. Okay, so here I am going to have the tax ID, and I also have the subtax ID. And I will need a body of Boolean completed and this update subtax. Okay, great. Okay, so here update subtax, then I'll also put / subtax ID, right? Let's see if it's the same. Here subtax ID, let's make sure it's the same here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and let's check our terminal if everything is working. Yes, it is. Okay, so here now we can create mutations. So now I'm going to say console use add subtax mutation. Okay, so you know how we do it. We need a query, we need a query client, right? Okay, and here we're going to use post data. We go to tax, the tax ID, and add subtax. So let's ensure that the path is correct. Add subtax. Okay, then we'll pass in the tax title, okay, which is the only thing we even accept. And when it is successful, we will do invalidate the query. Okay, great. Let's also do another one of course use update sub tax. Okay, we'll also do the same thing, but this time we'll use update data, where we go to tax, the tax ID, update tax, then the sub tax ID. Okay, they will pass in the whether it's completed or not, and also after that we'll invalidate the query. Let's check the route. Update sub tax. Okay, I think they are correct. And so now, so now we come here and we can import the various mutations, right? Okay, no, not this, like this. Great. So we have first one, which is add subtax. So add subtax and is pending, right? Okay, then I'm going to do another one, which is this. Okay, update. Okay, so yeah, update is updating. Okay, great. So here, so it's gonna be add subtax, right? And I'll have to pass in the tax ID, which is the one we received from here, and the title as the new this. Okay, and now when it is successful, we will set this to now, and we can use a toast from Sona and say subtax added. Okay, if error also occurs, we can say cons error. Okay, here. Okay, we console log the error, and also cons error message should be this. Okay, now this, yeah. Okay, that's fine for me. Okay, so here, so here is where we're gonna do the updates. So let's see. Okay, so update subtax will pass the tax and the subtax ID and the completed, which is coming from here, right? Whether it's checked. And when it is successful, we'll give a toast and error also same. Okay, I think that should be fine. So what we can do is we can go back here and we'll say disable when it is pending. Also disable this when it is pending, right? Okay. And now we can, okay, so here, yeah, okay, it's done. We can also do pending when, disable when it's updating, which is from here. Okay, let's go and try. Okay, so test sub task, I guess. Let's see. And great, it went through. And here, if I, okay, I think if I click here, it's been updated and it's checked. Okay, great. Okay, and now you see it has been cancelled out. Another subtax, right? This, and let's see, it goes through. Okay, great, great job. So where do we proceed to? So I'll close this and close also this and come here. Okay, so before we come to the comment, let's proceed to the left side. So I'm going to go here down this, right? I'm going to say right side. Okay, and I'm going to give a div. Let's start this. I think, okay, let's leave it. And I'm going to put in here watches, right? Okay, and I'll pass in the watches as tax.watches. That's all. Okay, and we'll come here also and put in the tax activity. Okay, and pass in the should I, okay, here I'm going to take resource, is that how it's spelled? Resource ID. No, I don't think that's how it's spelled. Resource. Okay, so tax resource ID should be, then I'll pass in the tax ID. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I'll go inside here, right? Component, then watches.tss, export watches, yeah, return div, yeah, okay, import from here. Okay, that's fine. And now we have the watches. Okay, so watches list. Okay, so the watches will be users, right? So import users, right? Okay, great. So the watches are basically users, right? Okay. So here, great. I'm going to put class and I say bg card, okay, rounded, that's LG, P of 6 pattern, right, and shadow of SM, right, MB of also 6. Okay, great. And now I'm going to put H3, that will say watches, right? And can you guess the classes? Great. So here, okay, so let's go and check why we're having the error here. I'm going to say, oh, now. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's see if we have the title. Okay, so it should be to the right side here. Okay, so it's here, meaning we have to check the classes, right? Okay. Okay, so let's check the classes here. We have a lot of stuff going on here. So here, yes, it's supposed to be here. So here there are, okay, so here we said grade core 1 and this meaning, okay, so here, then this one is supposed to be go down one more time here, like this, right? So that we have this and this. So let's check now. So this one should be here. Did I save it? Okay. Okay, let me reload it and see. Okay, it is still here. This is one and here. Okay, so here LG, grid course of 2. And here, okay, so why is this not, okay, so it's supposed to be to the right side here. Okay, for some inexplicable reason, I don't know why, but so I'm just going to change this to flex, right? And flex core, but on LG, right? I'm going to say this, right? I even added colors to differentiate them, but I'm still not seeing. But if you find it, then that's fine. I'm not seeing where, yeah, it's supposed, but yeah, so yeah, it's supposed to be like this, right? Okay, so the issue must either be in the sizing or something, right? Because, okay, I think that's fine, right? Or was I supposed to give a width here so that that one work? Okay, let me change it back to grid and let's see. Grid, grid columns this, and let's see. Okay, it's still not working, so I don't know, but let me change it back to flex. And okay, great. So now we can go back here and continue on. Okay, so watches. So we have here. So here we have the title, and now I'm going to have another div. Let's style it. So class name. Okay, so here I'm just going to say space of y of 2. Okay, inside here, let's check. So watches, right? Dot length. So if watches exist and watches dot length, right? Okay, so let's see. Okay, so I'm going to see what is happening here. So I'm saying that if we have watches, right? Okay, so I think this is how it ought to be. Okay, so I think one of the parentheses is it's missing. So this is outside. So this here. Okay, great. So we'll check if the watches exist and the length is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, then we map over the watches. Else we just say no watches, right? Okay, so we can just say this test-sm and test muted foreground. Okay, so inside here, we've given the key as the watcher ID. And should I also give classes? So this flex item center and gap of 2. Inside, I'm going to use the avatar, great, suggest, okay, and we use the avatar image imported from UI and the fallback also from UI. Okay, great. So here, the avatar, it's going to have a size, so say size of 6, right? Okay, and here will be the avatar profile, right? The watcher the profile image, and here the name. Okay, so that's fine. And after the avatar, we'll put the name. Okay, that's okay. Great. And Yeah, so no watcher for now. Okay, so once we do this, we'll be able to click and add watcher. Okay, so now let's go to the activities, right? So what's the name? We said it should be tax activities. So inside tax, I'm just going to say tax.activity.tss export cons tax activity. Okay, then this, let me return a div, great. Yeah, and now I can uncomment this and import it, great. So we need to accept the ID. So here, we just need the, no, it's called resource ID, which is a string. Okay, great. Okay, so here we need to fetch the activity. So now we can even fetch it here without creating a hook. So we can just say cons, then we get the data. We get is pending or loading in the one where we say use query, right? We can also do it here, right? Okay, so let's try it. Now we'll need a query key, right? Which will be tax activity, okay, and the resource ID. Okay, that's fine. And we can now have the query function, right? Which we are going to say fetch data, right? And pass in the endpoint, which will be tax, great. Then the resource ID. Then I'll pass activities. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so here, I'm not going to save it now. So I'm going to say yes, it's pending, right? Okay, so we have the loader already. So import it from components loader. Okay, so we don't have this endpoint. So let's see how we can create this endpoint here. Okay, a function to get the activities. Okay, so here I'll go to down here. Then I'm going to say this dot get. Okay, so tax and activity. Okay, here no, I said it's, let's say resource ID, right? Let's be a little bit consistent. So get resource activity. Okay, so I'm going to say get activity get activity, right, by resource ID. Yeah, this one makes a lot of sense. Okay, so here I'm going to go here and I'll say cons, there's the name. Okay, so console log this and respond with this. And here I'm going to get the resource ID and I'm going to say cons activities, right? Okay, so let's import activity log, right? And let's make sure we have the extension .js lest we get any funny error. Activity log, okay, it's here. Okay, so activity log dot fine, where we pass in the resource ID as resource ID. Let me also do populate. What am I going to populate? I'm going to populate the user, that is the name and the profile, right? And I'm going to sort it. Okay, that's totally fine. And now we'll return with this. Great. So here, let me add it here and go and import it from here. Okay, import this here. And now, okay, I can close watchers and here. Now this one should work now. Okay, so activities. So now I can say after this, I can say I can get the activities. Okay, I think the data will be the activities. Okay, so there's no need to do anything again. So class name, bg card, rounded dash lg, okay, p of 6 and shadow of sm. Okay, great. Inside here, can you guess the h3? That will say activity. Okay, so here, name. Okay, so tax of lg, test muted. Okay, and this one, please stay away. Okay, so like this, and I believe it's imported already. So let's check if, yeah, okay, so it's loading and we have it here. Okay, great. So now what again can we do? After the title, we can have a div, right? And let's start this one. I'm going to say space of y of 2. Or no, let me change it to 4 to make it a little bit big. Okay, so here I'm going to say data.map. Okay, so here we're mapping over the data, right? Okay, now it's just one data. Okay, so data.map. Okay, so here I am going to do something, right? Let me bring us, so data is of type activity log. I don't know if I have it, but if I don't, I'm just going to bring it here. So I am going to go into the types, right? Types here, and I don't think I have the activity log. I am not sure. So I'm just going to put them here. Okay, so this is the activity log. So the ID, the user, the action type, and the resource type, and all these things are here. And I just gathered all the action type here, and I also have the resource type also here. Okay, great. So here I'm going to say data will be of type activity log. Make sure it's imported, and it will be this. And its pendant will also be a boolean, right? Okay, great. So now we can comfortably map over it. Okay, so here now we're mapping over it and having the key. Okay, great. We can now give classes here, and so this should be flex and a gap of 2. Okay, so inside we'll have another div. This div. Okay, I'm going to say size of 8, right? Rounded dash full, bg dash primary dash 10. Okay, flex item to center and justify to also justify to center. Okay, and test dash primary. Okay, and inside this I am going to say get activity icon. Okay, so I'm going to create a particular thing inside the tags here called tags icon, tags icon.tss, and I'll just paste this here. Okay, so these are a bunch of icons, right? No logic. So I imported all of these icons from the icons, and I imported the action type, right, from the types, right? All of this, right? Okay, so here, and I'm just giving each action, if it is create, I've given it an icon, all of them. You can change any of the icons to whatever you want, right? So here, inside this div here, I am going to say get tax icon. Is it? What's the name? The name is okay, get activity icon. Okay, then get activity icon and passing the activity.action, right? Okay, so that's fine. Okay, then below this div, I'll have another one which will also have a p tag, and the p tag will have a span tag in it, and the span tag is going to say activity, right, dot user dot name. Okay, great. And below it I'm going to say activity dot so activity dot details, if it exists, dot description. Okay, great. So yeah, like this, and we can give space here. So the description, as we said I will have the name of the person, then the description, right, what the person did. And here I'm going to say this test-sm. Okay, and we can also say this one font-medium. Okay, let's check and see. Okay, so we have a lot of them, right? So CodeWave created, then this, right? Yeah. So that is it. These are the icons. You can change the icons and the colors to whatever you want. Okay, great, and that is it. But check something. If I create a new tax, so a new sub tax, right, and check here, it will not be refreshed, even though here will be, but this side will not, right? We'll have to check here. Okay, we'll have to, you can see that we have one green and blue, so I'll have to refresh it, right, first, then the activity will be added, right? Now you can see one more added. But how we can fix this is pretty simple. We can go into the use tags here. Whenever we perform any action, right, we can also validate the tax activity query, right? So here, the key is tax activity, then the resource ID. Okay, so the resource ID, so tax activity resource ID. So I'll copy it from here. When we update the tax, I put it, when we do it here, I also put the same thing. This is also related to the tax, and here I also put the same thing. And here is updating the assignees. Okay, we can also put it here, and wheresoever you want it to be, you can also put the same thing, right? As you invalidate this, then you also do the same for that. So here, and here. Okay, I think here also, right? And yeah, okay, that is it. Create tags. Okay, yeah, we don't need it here. Okay, so now let's see if I try to let me change this to done, and let's see if it will be added here. And now you can see it's here. Great job, right? Okay, so let's now look at how we can add the comment and delete tags. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's see how we can create the comments below here. So for that reason, I will close this, right? And okay, we'll still need this, so we can let it be there. I'm not sure we need this. So here, yes, after this left part, right? So the down part here, right? So here is where we're going to put the comment section. So I'll pass in the tax ID. And should I also pass in the members, project members? Okay. So inside the tags here, I'm going to say comment section.tss export cons comment section.tss, where I will return a div. Okay, so yeah, this will be a string, and the members should be as okay, user type and this. Okay, great. So let's import it from here. Okay, that's it, and I can say it will be there, or we can say or empty. That's what I'm gonna say in it. Okay, great. Okay, so in here, I'm gonna say cons new comment like a state and set this, import this, right? Okay, and yeah, okay. Oh, we don't have this for now, so maybe let me comment it out. I'm going to say cons handle add comment. Okay, great. So here, yeah, comment. Okay, so something like this. Okay. Okay, I have it this way. So now, okay, so here, as usual, I'm going to say this, and I'll give bg of also card and rounded lg, right? p-6 and shadow of sm. Okay, and h3 for the title, that will say comments. Okay, and here okay, instead of this, let's use the scroll area that we installed right from the beginning. Okay, great. And I'm going to say class height should be 300 pixels, right? Okay, and margin bottom of 4. Okay, so here we'll map over the tags that we have. Sorry, the comment that we have inside this one. But since we don't have the comment for now, I'm going to say, do we even have a separator? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay, did I? Let me see. I'm not sure, but I can see separator. Okay, and I can now install this. Okay, so here, this. Okay, so here you can see separator. Import it from here. Okay, and I'm going to say class name, where I say margin top and bottom of 4. Okay, then below here, I'm going to put the input, right, to do the comment. Okay, so margin top of 4. Okay, so inside, yeah, inside, I'm going to put the test area. Okay, so import a test area. Okay, say add comment, and the value will be the new comment, and this will be the, okay, so that's fine. Okay, so what again can I do? I can now put a button, right? So okay, I'm going to put a button inside this, and I'm going to say class flex, right, and justify and right, great. And I'll put in a button here that says bottom, that says post comment. Okay, So yeah, okay, let's go and see if it's coming out fine. Okay, so here, post comment. So maybe we can give margin top of 4. Why it did not work? Oh, okay. So we can give margin top here too. Or yeah, MT4, right? Okay, yeah, post comment. Okay, so we can do something here. This button, right? I'm going to say disable if there is no new comment, right? Dot trim. Yeah, if there is no comment in the input, right? So when I type something, then it will be enabled. Okay, great. So let's go to the backend and begin from there to how we can post comment, right? Okay, so we're going to need maybe dot get, right? So we'll get the comment, so tax ID and comments, right? And we'll need the tax ID, and we'll just say get comment by tax ID. That's one thing that we'll do. And also how we can post. So I'm going to put the post also here, right? I just want to group it kind of. Post should be here. Okay, so router dot post. Okay, so tax and add comment. I think that is fine. And here, what will we need when it comes to the comment? Okay, we'll just need let me see if we can just get it. Okay, the comment, and we'll call it, I think we did call it text in the database, right? And we'll say, okay, add comment. So these two. Now here, let's begin from here. So okay, so I'm going to create these two. So let me toggle this first, and I'll come here and say cons this, and I'll see the another one is also cons this. Okay, great. So yeah, I have these two functions. So first, let's work on this. Respond with status of 500 server error. So here we'll need, okay, we'll need the tax ID and we'll need the test, and we'll fetch the tax. If tax does not exist, right, we'll just say there's no tax, right? Okay, so you can do that. And now let's also fetch the project. Okay, so fetch the project and see if the project also exists. That's fine. Okay, so if you are not part of the project, we also say, let's say if, yeah, let's check if you're a member of the project. So the same thing that we have been doing again and again, right? If you are not, we say you're not a member of the project. However, if you are, then now we can create a new comment. So say cons new comment should be equal to await comment, right? Okay, it's a comment or comments. Let me see, comment model. Okay, it's comment here. Comment. Comment, yes. Okay, dot create, right? And now I'll put in the text will be the text, right? The tax will be the tax ID, right? Okay, and the created by, is there anything like created by? Now I think it was called author. So here check. Yes, author. So yeah, the author will be this. And what again? Yes, I think that is all. Okay, yeah, and we now push tax.comment or pushing the ID and save the tax. Okay, so we push it in, then we save this. Okay, I think that is pretty much it, right? Okay, and we can also, yeah, before we do that, we can also record activity. Okay, so this created comments on tax ID and total and so commented, then the comments here, right? Okay, so description will say okay, I think the action type is added a comment. So I'm going to say added a comment. Okay, to task. Nah. Okay, added comment, then the test, right? Okay, yeah, I think that is it. And we'll return with a comment. I think that's fine. Okay, great. How can we also read comment? Okay, so here we're getting the tax ID. And I'm just going to say cons comments. Okay, so let's see. if it's right. So comment should be await comment fine. Then where we say tax is tax ID, and I want to populate the author by name and profile image. That is fine. And we're sorting it and returning the comment. I think that is good. Oh, but I think we have an error somewhere. Okay, yeah, I think this is fine. This is just fine. Okay, great. So now we can go and post and read comments. Okay, so now first, how can we create comment, right? Okay, I think that'll be the best thing to do first. So here, we're gonna go here and go down, 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 down. Okay, there are a lot. So here, cons add comment. Let's see. Getting it. Okay. Okay. Kesa is doing a good job. Okay, great. So let's get the query client also here. Okay, great. So here we get a query, the query client, and we're using mutation. We get the data. The data should contain the tax ID and the test all being string, and the endpoint is tax comment. Okay, tax, then tax ID and add comment. Okay, so tax ID and add comment. Then we send this, and when it goes through, we can do this for the tax and also do this for the activities. Okay, great. I don't think we'll even need to do anything to the comments. To the task. We will need to do the comments, right? Then here, I'll put in the data dot task, right? Okay. And here also be data dot task, right? So we'll not need to do anything to the task. We just need to do to the activities and this. Okay, let's also get comments and see. Okay, so here, comments, I think that's also fine, right? So we can now come here. And now I can uncomment this and let me import it. Yes, great. Let me also try. So here, I am just going to say, so, okay, handle add comment. And we're passing this and the text. Okay. And this on success, right? We set this and toast this, and on error, also this. Okay, and import this also. Okay, so yes, and on error this also, we can console log the error. Okay, great. Yeah, I think that should be fine. So here, I'm going to attach this to the button, right? Okay, so it's going to be either this or it's pending, right? Meaning you creating it. And here on click, I'm going to call this function, right? Okay, so I call this function here, right? And I need to, okay, let's make sure that we have something in there, right? Okay, so I'm just going to say return, right? Yes. If you don't have anything inside the comment input, will return. Okay, great. So let's go and see. Okay, so we're getting an error. So let's check first in our terminals and see. Here, it's running. Here, we have an error here. It says that add comment. Did we import them? Here, let me import. And also here, let me also import this. Okay, so do not forget to import them. Okay, so I think they are working now. So let me refresh it and see. Okay. Okay, so test core comment and this, and oh, beautiful. It went through, and now we have here that so and so added a comment. Okay, so now let's read the comment. Okay, so here and here, I come here and I'll just say cons data, which is its comment and it's loading. Okay, great. Okay, that's fine. So I'm also going to add the comment props. So I'm going to go to types index right in here. I don't know if I have comments, but let me put it. If I do, I will know. Okay, so okay, let me also put this one here. Okay, so this is for comments, right? And I'll come here and ensure proper types. So I'm going to say as data will have comments and this. So here, this will be type comment. Okay, great. Okay, so now we can come to where? Here. Yeah, here. And now map over the comments, right, that we have received. Okay, so first I am going to say that comment dot length, right, greater than 0, true, then this part, else if with paragraph tag that says no comment yet, right? Okay, so here so flex item center, justify center, height of full is not needed. I'm just going to say py of let's say 8, right? Okay, and this should be fine. Okay, so here, if that is the case, then I'm going to say comment dot map. Okay, so let's map over the comment. We show this, and okay, so here, flex gap of 4. Okay, so here, and I'm going to put the avatar. Yes, an avatar will take the avatar image, which will import from UI, and the fallback also from UI. Okay, so let's see what is happening. Okay, I think something is missing, or one of these things has been extra. Okay, yes. Okay, so the avatar, right, size of 8. Okay, and okay, so here and this one, that is fine. There's nothing to worry about again. Okay, and okay, so below the avatar, let's do this. A div class name flex1, and inside I'm going to put another div class name flex justify to between, right, and item to center and margin bottom of 1. Okay, so and I'll put in a span, and the span will be comment dot author dot name. Okay, let's see, font dash medium. Okay, and test dash sm. Okay, that's fine. And below it, I'm going to put another span tag, which will have format. Okay, so format distance from now, datefns. Okay, then I'll put in the comment.created@date and add this to true. Okay, so let's put classes, and that one is going to say test-xs and test-muted-foreground. Okay, let's see if we're getting somewhere. Okay, so we have it this way, right? And we have the time here. Okay. Oh, okay. And below it, it's now we have the test comment there. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, great job. So where did I copy it there? Let me copy the long test and see. Okay, not that long. Okay, let me copy this. Oh, that's very long. Okay, so I'll say I put this here as comment and send it through. Okay, so here. Okay, so now you see one problem. We should have at least sliced this right to short. We don't have to put all the comments here. Okay, so where is the activity? Add comment. Here we can say dot substring this 150 plus this, right? Okay, so something like this. We just want 50 characters. So let me try it again. I put this one and send. Okay, you can change the length to whatever you want, right? Okay, I think, did we get any issue at the back end? Let's check. Okay, it's running. Okay, I think it was even successful. Okay, let me try again. Okay, yeah, it's successful now. And now you can see, yeah, this one is a little bit short than this one. Okay, great job. And okay, I think there should be spacing. So let's come here to comment section, and where? Okay, so maybe I can give py of 2 here, and let's see. Yeah, I think this one is okay. Great job. So we have done a lot of things, right? We're left with these two here, then we can say we are done with all the stuff in here. Okay, and I believe the video is getting a little bit long, but I think the remaining ones will be easy, right? We'll go to the dashboard and stuff. Okay, great. Okay, I think let's do the watch and the archive. That's one. So I'll close a bunch of these things and I'll go to here, right? So now inside this here, I'll go up where we have the post request, post. Okay, so here I'm going to say router dot okay, we'll come back to this later. So I'm going to say watch, right? So, and I'll say watch tags, and I'm going to do another one for no, that one should also be post, and this one would be archive. Okay, archive task, and in each of the case, should I say archived? Okay, yes. What is the correct spelling? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So here that we're going to create the two. Okay. So I'll go here. Toggle this, then here. And I'm going to cons okay, so can you guess? Right. Okay. So here, okay, this is also fine here. And inside here, now we have the tax ID. We can also get the tax itself, right? Await tax, okay. And if tax does not exist, we just say this. We can also get project. If project does not exist, this we can also get its member, right? So are you a member of the project? If yes, then that's fine. If no, so you're not a member of the project, okay. And now we can check, right? So let's say cons is watching, right? Should we go to tax dot watches dot sum, or okay, let's say include. Okay, so here I don't think that it's watching, so it's like this. Great. So we'll check if my ID is included in the watches, right? If it's watching is true, okay, it's watching is true, then meaning we're going to say tax dot watches. Okay, okay, so if it is okay, yeah, if it is true, okay, if it is not that you're not watching, then we're just going to push in your tax ID, right? Which is fine, right? Okay, great. And if you are watching, we just want to filter out your tax ID. I mean, sorry, your user ID, then we just save the tax, right? Okay, then here we can also say record activity, right? So okay, so the name, then okay, so I'm just going to say this should be updated tax. Okay, so so and so then the name will be like I am going to make it dynamic, and let's see. Oh no. Okay. Okay, I'm going to say this, and I am going to say that. Okay, let's do it this way. It's watching. Okay, so if it's watching is true, then I'll say it's watching is true. Then I'll say stopped watching, right? Else started watching. I mean, I think yeah, that's fine, right? Okay, and where is the other one? I think there was another one. So I'll add this here. Okay, and the other one was for, let me import this. Okay, the another one is to archive it, which should be pretty simple. Okay, so cons. Okay, so here I'll also respond. Yes, here. Let me also add this one here. Okay, so here we get the tax ID and we get a tax. We check if tax exists, that's fine, right? If there is no tax, let's also check for the project. Are you a member of, if there's no project, fine. Are you a member of the project? Okay, that's fine. If you are not, we say you're not a member of the project. But if you are, then okay, so let's say it's archived. Okay, so I'm going to say yes, so it's archived. If it is true, we'll take it to be false, right? Okay. Okay, I think this is the variable. Yes, then we'll just get the old one. If it's true, we'll set it to be false. If not, this, right? And we can also record an activity of, yeah, updated tags, and this should be fine. Okay, and we can also return this. Okay, so now here I can also import this. Okay, great. And now we can come here and set the two. Okay, so here the first one, and okay, here also, so this post data, okay, and also post data, they are there already. Okay, so here I am just going to send empty object, right? I don't need to send any data, because if you check from here, we're not taking any data, even though it's a post request, but we're not taking any data. So send empty body, right? So tags and watch, is it watch? Let's check the endpoint where watch, and this is archived or archived. Okay, so here, yes, they are the same. Okay, great. And if it is successful, we need to do the query invalidation again, right? Okay, so here, like this, and I'm also going to copy this because we have to do that of the activities and the tax itself. And I'm also going to put this one here and call this one up here. Okay, so here, where were we having those things? Okay, I think here. Okay, they are here. So I can come up here. Okay, maybe here, and I'm going to say const this, right? And the another one. Okay, let's import them. So import this and also import this. Okay, so yeah, it's watch tags. Okay, great, they're here. So I'll come to here. Okay, so how should I even do it? So maybe I can just say handle watch tags, right? And here will be handle archived tags. Oh, did I change something? Okay, so here. Okay, so I think there's a mistake at the back end here. It's supposed to be is archive, right? Yeah. Okay, great. I think this one, yeah, because that's what it is at the front end here. So I believe it's supposed to be same at the back end. So now here, I am going to create the two functions, right? This and the other one, it's also this. Okay, great. So here, watch tags, and I'll have to pass in the tax ID, and here, success, this. Okay, and here also will be like this. Okay, and here, disable when it is watching. Okay, it's watching. Where is it? It's watching. Okay, yeah, and this is archived. Okay. Okay, and here I'm going to say disable, it's archived. Okay, let's go and try it and see. Okay, so if I click on this, disabled true, and now it has changed. Okay, so I think we need to also validate the this one, right? So started watching, because we also need to invalidate the query that fetches the tags. So the watching part here. Okay, I also need to do this here. Okay. I think we're doing it, but this time, let's see something. So here, when we watch, we're sending the tax, right? Okay, so the tax ID should be the one here, right? Is that not tax? Then the tax ID. Okay, let's see. Okay, so tax and tax ID. So yeah, so use watch tax and the tax ID. And here also tax ID. So I think it's supposed to work. Okay. Okay, they're supposed to be okay, let's check here and here. Okay, yeah, we have the error. Okay, so here undefined, property of undefined. Okay, okay, so if this is it's archived, then we show this. Let me actually check from the table, the model, right? Yeah, this is it. So here it's archived, which is correct. And yeah, wherever do we have it again? Yes, so where is the problem coming from? Okay, so let's see. Okay, so in the console here, cannot read property of undefined, which is at comment section 53. So comment section 53 here. Okay, so let's go to comment section 53. 53 should be somewhere here, right? Okay, so can I see this here, right? Okay, and okay, so here maybe I should use the if it's loading, right? I'm going to call the loader. Okay, okay, maybe something like this should be fine. Let's see. Okay, yeah, it's working now. Okay, so we load this, then we load this. Okay, great. So it's watching. I think there should be the tag. There should be a tag here, right? Oh, okay, that is for archive. Sorry. So yes, who is watching? I'm watching, and I can also say let's archive it and see. And yes, now it's here. Great, great job, right? Okay, so yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the dashboard. Welcome back, guys. So if you're new to the channel, please kindly do well to subscribe. And if you're also a returning subscriber, do well to like and share. Okay, so we are done with a lot of stuff here. So now we go into the dashboard, right? Okay, so in the dashboard, I'll make sure I select a project, right? Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So we have this stats card here, and we have these charts, right, side by side. Also, these two charts side by side. And now we have the recent project and the upcoming task. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so I want to begin this time from the backend. So I'll go inside routes, then project, workspace, right? It's in the workspace. So in the workspace here, I'm going to put this one route that will say route dot get. Okay. Okay, so here we'll need a workspace ID, and I'm just going to say stats, right? Okay. Yeah, and which name should I get? Workspace stats. Okay, I think that's fine. So I'll go here and I'll go inside the controller workspace. Okay, and I can toggle some of these things, right? Okay, great. So I'll put the name. Okay, that's fine. And I'll make sure I export it here. Okay, I can go back and now import this. Okay. So now let's come back here. Okay, so as usual, I'm going to put a try catch, right? Okay, and I'll console log the error, and I'll also return this should anything go wrong. Okay, so here I'm going to get the workspace ID, right? And now I can say that const workspace equal to await workspace dot find by find by ID, right? And passing the workspace ID. Okay, so we'll check if there is no workspace, we'll say workspace not found. Okay, so now, but if there is workspace, then should we even check whether you're a member of that particular workspace? I think that will also be fine. So we'll say const it's member, right, of workspace. Okay, so if you're not a member of the workspace, then yes, we can put you out because you can't get data for what you're not a member of, right? So now let's get the total project and stuff. So we're going to use promise.all. So I'm going to say total projects and the project itself. Okay, so promise.all. Okay, great. So in here, what I'm going to say is I'll say projects, right, dot count document, great, and I'll pass in the workspace ID. That's fine. Okay, and here I'm also going to say project, right? Okay, project dot find. Okay, should I see? Let's see. Okay, so first we want the total project. So we say project dot count documents, right? All the documents with the workspace ID this, and here we want to find where workspace it's equal to the workspace ID, and okay, so here where it's archived, it's false. Okay, they are all part of the project, so maybe we can remove this, right? Okay. So now, even with this one, we can populate some stuff. So I'm going to say populate, right? Okay. So what are we going to populate? We're going to populate the task. Okay. And what are the field we'll need? I think we'll need a title, we'll need the status, we'll need the due date, we'll also need the project, right? That's the project ID. We'll also need the dated at, right? It's archive, and I think the priority will also be important, right? Okay, great. So we'll need this. I mean, we don't want to fetch all the data relevant, or we don't want to fetch all the information of the task. So yeah, we just get what we need. Okay, so I think this should be fine. Okay, so once we get that, and we can even sort it, right? So where is it? Okay, here. We can also say sort. Okay, so should we sort by the created at? Yes, in descending order. I think that's fair. Okay, great. So once we're done, we can now see const total tags, right, will be equal to projects dot we're going to use the reduce function, right? Okay, so we'll use project dot reduce where we get the accumulator and we get each project, right? And once we do that, we can return ACC plus project dot task, right? So task dot length, right? Okay, so if you hover over this, you can see this will be okay, so yeah, this should be a number. Okay, so we'll get the total tax here, right? Okay, the type is any. Okay, no worries. So we'll get project dot task. Okay, I think it's fine now. Okay, so once after that, we can also say const total project, okay, progress, right? We can also get the total project progress by also saying projects dot filter. Okay, we'll get each project, right? And now we can return project dot status, right? Where status equal to in progress. Okay. Okay, so okay, yeah, I think yes, let's add in progress here. So total in progress projects, right? Let me check something from here. What is the status? Yes, it's in progress. Okay, so that's fine. We can also do maybe const total completed. Okay, do we have the status as completed? Yes, we do. Okay, so we can also do total completed. We have total project in progress and total project completed. Okay, we can also do const total tax, right? Completed. Where, okay, can you suggest something? Let me see. Total task completed. So we're saying project.reduce. Okay, so we get here where we'll return project.tax.filter. The task does not have completed, it has done, right? So we use that. Okay, great. And now, yeah, okay, great. So what again is left? Okay, so okay, const total tax to do also will be this. Let's see. Do we have total tax completed and total tax? Okay, now there are other stuff. So we're gonna say this project, the same thing, and now to do. Okay, that's fine. Great. So now we have total projects in progress, total project completed, total tax completed, and total tax in to do, right? Okay. We can also do for total tax in progress. Okay, and the same thing, we just change here to in progress. Okay, great. Okay, so what again? It's now left. Okay. Okay, I think we can also even get the tax itself. So tax should be equal to projects, right? Now we have all the projects up there, right? Because we are populating it here. So we have all the projects that's all the tax that belongs to this particular workspace, because each project will come with the task. So how can we get the tax? I'm going to say projects dot flat map, right? I'm going to say flat map, and I'll get each project, and I'll return project. Okay, project dot tax, right? Great. So this time, this will help us to get all the tags that are in the project. So in each project, we just do flat map and get the tags in each project and put them as one. Okay, So here we can see get upcoming task, right? Let's see, in next 7 days. I think that should be fine. Okay, so I'm going to say cons up upcoming task. Oh, okay. Okay, Kesa suggested something. Let's check to see if it's actually correct. So we are going to filter the tags that we have here, obvious tags. We're going to filter them and we say cons the tax date should be equal to, yes, the due date, which is fair. And now also we also get in today's date here. Now we want to return where tax date greater than today, right? So we want to return where the tax date, which is the due date, greater than today, and the tax date is also less than today get time, okay, plus 7, right? Okay, that's fine. So we're making sure to return only the tax where the due date is greater than today, right? We don't want today's tax in the next 7 days. So, and it should not be more than 7 days. I will say plus 7 right here. Okay, so we'll get yeah, upcoming task. Okay. So now I want to do some data formatting for the chat. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to say cons tax trend, right? Tax trends data. Okay, and it's going to be in a format of this, where we get the name, right? So we get the name like this, and we're going to put them in days, so Sunday, and we have the completed, right? So completed will be a 0 for now, and so I'm going to say in progress will also be 0 for now. Okay, and to do. Okay, great. Okay, so can you continue, please? Okay, great. So we have from Sunday to Saturday, right? I mean, whichever one you want to put first, this. So now we're going to map over this, then fill this, right? So how do we do that? Let's also do, say, get last 7 days, days task. Okay, so we're going to do this, and what was the cons last 7 days task, right? Okay, should be equal to, I'm going to say array. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I'm going to say last 7 days chat. Okay, great. We're going to say array from length, right? Okay, so from the length is 7. We use this underscore here when we actually don't need the data, right? We only need the index, right? We don't need the data, right? Okay, so we want to form an array, right, of 7 and just map over there. Okay, so here what we're going to do is that we're going to say date should be new date, which is the current date, and date dot set date of today dot get date, right? Then minus 1. Okay, great. So we just want to get last 7 days, meaning the previous, right? Okay, not upcoming. So here the one here was for upcoming, and I want to get last 7. Okay, so once we do that, and now we want to return the dates, right? Yeah, I think we can just return the date without this, right? Well, let's just return it like this, and we can even say reverse it, right? We want to reverse it. Okay, so the reverse will just flip the record around, right? Okay, so yeah, reverse the element in an array, right? Okay, great. So once we're done with that, what again can we do? We can now populate the tags, right? Tax trend. So now we have we have formed this skeleton here, and now we have gotten the last 7 days, right? The dates, right? Okay. So, okay, I think I should make this date, right? Okay, so now what we can do is to populate the tags. Okay, so I'm going to use for statements. So I'm going to say for cons project of projects, right? Okay, so in each project, yeah, we're getting each project of the projects, right? Okay, so we say this. Now we can also have another for statement inside. So for cons tags in project, right? So you know that the projects will have, it's a list, right? An array. So we have each project, and in each project we have tags. That's why we have 2 for statements. Okay, so project dot tags, right? Okay, yes, tags, yes, that's right. And like this. Okay, so we can get the tax date by saying const tax date, and we're still using the due date. Should we use the due date or the updated at? Okay. Maybe we can use the updated at, right? What do you think? Oh, okay. Let me take off this for now. Yeah, let's use the updated at, because task. Okay, yeah, let's use that one. Okay, so I'm going to say const day in data. Day in dates. Okay, the day in dates should be equal to last 7 days tax, right? Okay, so actually this is dotted tags. So we can just say last 7 days, right? Great. I think that one makes a lot of sense. Dot find. So we're going to find index, right? And just pass in the date, right? Okay. So we're going to find the index where we'll get each date, right? We get dates. And now let's do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to say date dot get date, right? And I'll say this, and let's check if it's equal to task date dot get date. Yeah, get date like this. Okay, so what we're doing is that here with the last 7 days, we want to find the index, right? So that we know where to put the record. So we're going to say find the index where we get each date because we are, like mapping over items, so we get the dates. And when we get the dates, so we just say the date should be, we're using the get date, right? And to make sure like it'll be in a number format. And we'll also check the task data we have here and also use the number format and make sure that they are the same. Okay, because we're using equal to here, right? And we can say and date dot get date. Okay, also equal to tax date. Okay, so tax date dot get. Okay, oh sorry, here should be get month. Okay, great. So we want to make sure the day itself, right? So this will give us the day. I want to make sure the day, the month, and the year, everything matches. So you can guess the last one and year, right? Okay, so here we'll use the word get full year to make sure we get the full year, right? So here we get a date, we get a month, and we get a full year. Okay, we just want to make sure everything matches. Okay, so once we are done with that, oh, I have this here. Okay, so I'm going to say that if day in date, which is this, it's not equal to 1, right? If it's not equal to 1, then I'm going to say const day name equal to last day. Okay, let me see this. Oh, okay. I have a lot of stuff added. So, but let's go through. So we're saying that if the day, right, in this is not equal to -1. Okay, so you know that, yeah, I think the day starts from 0, right? So I think, yeah, it starts from 0, and the 7 days start from 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 6, right? Okay, so if it's not -0, right, we're going to say that const day name should be equal to last 7 days. Then we pass in the index, which is this one, because here we're getting the index, passing the index, and .say to local date string, and we pass in the standard US. And now we want the weekday to be short, right? We don't want it to be long. We want it to be short, right? Like this that we have here. Okay. So once we do that, now we can say const day data be equal to tax trend, right? Okay. So tax trend dot find. Okay, so tax trend dot find, then we pass in the day. Tax trend dot find where we get each day, right? And we want to return where day name. So inside here, you see we have the name. So that's why we do all this thing to get also the name, right? We get the name in a short format, right? Like we have here. Okay, so where the day dot name, right, equal to the day name that we have here. Okay, great. So now we can do another if check. So I'm going to say if day data, right? Okay, so if day data exists, then we can use maybe switch case. Okay, so switch where we'll say tax dot status, right? So we're going to use the tax dot status. Okay, let's see. So, oh my goodness, why will you remove the first one? Okay, great. So yes, okay, let's go like this. Okay, so if the day this one data exists, then we can use the switch statement and use the tax status, right? So we have the tax here, right? We are still inside the for loop, so we have access to the tax. So we say tax.status, and if the case is done, right, then the day data, right? So the day data dot completed, we add up, right? If then we break, if it is in progress, then we add up to the progress one. Else, if it is to do, we also add up to the to do. So we are just trying to increase the right because we have the count here. I mean, this is not the only way. I think you can use different ways to get the numbers. So this is what we're doing to increase the numbers. We just want to loop over all of them and get the data here. Okay, great. So yeah, that is it. And where, let me toggle this here. Okay, now I can move out of it, right? So we can come here and let's say, let's also get project status distribution. Okay, So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say cons project. Okay, let me copy it together with the colors, right? Yes. Okay, so yes, this is what I have. I have project status data, and I have the name, whether it's completed, the value, and the colors, right? Yes, I want to send all of them from here. Okay, I mean, we can also do all of this from the backend, but okay, let's do it from here instead. Okay, so we're going to use for statement again. So for project in projects, right? Okay, so here, what we'll do is that we also going to use switch. Okay. So we're going to use switch again, and this time we're targeting the project status. So if case completed, okay, so let's see this. Okay, I don't know, there are three, right? Okay, so we want to target this three. We're using project status. If it's completed, right, then we can, I mean, this one, we don't need to do another for loop. They are just three items, right? Okay. So if it's completed, then it means it has the index 0. So just say project this status with the index 0, then value, and we add up. If it is in progress, then it is in a position 1, we add up. And if it's planning, we add up. I think that is fair. Okay. We can also come out here, and dashboard, we have a lot of stuff in here. So we'll see cons, we're going to use another thing. So project.this. Okay, let me comment this here. Let's see, get project status data. Okay, so here, get project status distribution, right? So okay, so the distribution we just did will be for this one, right? So now we're going to do this one, right? The status, right? Using the priorities here. Okay, so here, what I'm also going to do is, sorry, let me do this. Yeah, so I'm also going to bring the colors of that one, right? So that will be the priority distribution. So we have high, medium, low with their colors, the value and the colors. Okay, so also for this one, we're going to use for statement. So for this, and let's see. So for, I will not need the second for. Okay, so like this. So for project in projects, right, then we're going to use switch on the priority. So we say case high. So case, okay, so I will not need this, please. Okay, so I'll need, we'll do with the tax priority. Oh, sorry, here. Let me see tax in tax, because we have the tax data up here. We have it somewhere. We have it here, right? Great, so we can do that. Great, great. So for each tax in the tax, we're going to use the tax priority, and when it is high, we add up to the high column. When it is medium, we add up to medium. And we can add lastly, when it is low, we add up to low. Okay, that's also fine. What again can we do? Okay, so now I'm going to say cons workspace productivity productivity data, right? Okay, and I'm going to make it an empty array for now. Okay, so to get that, we're going to say for each project, so cons project in projects. Okay, great. So we have it here for each project in projects. Let's say cons project tax should be equal to tax, right? Dot filter. Okay, so here we are like looping over the projects, right? And we get each project tax again here by saying the tax that we have up there dot filter, where we get each tax, and a tax dot project should be equal to this project ID here, right? Okay, and when that is so, maybe I can just put this here to string to avoid possible errors. Okay, great. So make sure that the IDs will match. Okay, once we do that, I can see cons completed tax should be this tax, right? Dot filter, where the tax status should be equal to done, right? And we can even say and tax dot is archived should be false, right? We don't want to get the archived ones. Okay, we only want to get the others, not the archived ones, right? Okay. That's it. And what again can we do here? I can say that workspace productivity. Okay, workspace productivity data. Okay, dot push. And I just want to push in. Okay, so I push the name as project dot title, right? Okay, so I put in project title completed. Completed should be equal to completed tax dot length, right? Okay, and lastly, we can also put in the total, right? The total project itself. That will be Why am I, oh yeah, this should be an object. So please put in the air. Yes, this should be an object. Great, so like this. Oh, let me remove this. Okay, great. So yeah, we push in the project title, the project, the completed, and the length of the project itself, right? Okay, great. So now I think we're done with all of them. So what we can do is that cons starts. Now starts should be equal to an object where we have total projects. Where's the total projects? Okay, it's here. Yes, we can also have the total tax. We have total projects, right, in progress. Okay, we also have total tax completed. We also have total tax to do. We also have total tax in progress. Great. So yeah, we have this. We'll need all of this. And now we can also say status of 200. And let's see. So here I want to return the stats. So this will be in a stats. I'm just grouping it so that it will be easy. So this will be one, right? Stats. And here I'll also send the tax trend data, project status data, tax priority data, right? And workspace productivity data. And I'm also going to send the workspace. No, I think we have upcoming tax, right? Great. And let me also send something as like recent tax. I don't think we have that one. Do we? I'm not sure. We do have that. Okay. No, I'm not sure we have that. Okay, so how can we get the recent tax? I think we can make it pretty simple by saying project. No, let's say recent. It's recent projects instead, right? So just slice the project and get 5, right? Great. Recent one, because I think we did ordered, right? We ordered it in descending order right here. So the latest one will come up first. So we can slice it and get the first 5. Wow, that's so much, right? Okay, so we imported it here. And now we can go to the front end, app, routes, dashboard, and yes, index. Here, there's the dashboard. Great, such a great job. Okay, let's also look for the hook, and use workspace hook. Okay, so I'm going to go down here and I'll say export cons use get workspace stats query. Oh, that's fine. We'll use the use query. Can you figure out? Can you figure out? Can you figure out? Okay, so we use query, and here will be workspace, the workspace ID, and I'm going to add stats here, because if I just put the workspace and the workspace ID, it'll conflict with, I think, one of them, right? It'll conflict with even this one, but this one, it's also a unique query, right? So this, and I'm adding stat storage. I mean, you can have as many as you have here, and we're using the fetch data and go to the endpoint, workspace, the workspace ID, and stats. That's it's fine. So now I can come back here, and now let's do the magic. So here, I think I'll need, will I need the user? I'm not sure I'll need the user. Oh, okay. Okay, so but first I'll need the workspace ID. So what is the cons search param equal to use search param. Okay, great. And now I'll say that cons workspace ID be equal to search params dot get, and I want to get workspace ID. Okay, great. So I want to pass it here. If I import this, then I'll pass in workspace ID, and I'm going to say it will be there, right? Okay. Okay, so here we'll get the data. I'm not going to say this. I'm just going to say is pending, right? Okay. So here, I'm going to put the types, right? I'm going to say the data will be of types this. I'm coming, and is pending, also true. Okay, I don't have this error. Okay, I mean, I can even get this error, but I don't have it for now. So in here, I'm going to bring this prop. So because I don't think I have it, so I'm going to go to the types and I'll bring this one here. So I'm going to say the stat card prop, right? Okay, so if you remember, we have bunch of, all these fields, right? Okay, inside the data that we exported. So one, we have the stats, right? The stats will be stat card prop. So I can import that. Okay, so can you figure out the rest? We can also have the tax trend. Was it trends or trends? Yeah, trends data. Okay, and I think I need to bring that also. So I'm going to put that one also here, right? Okay, so each will have the name, the completed, in progress, and to do, right? Okay, so I can just copy this and bring it here. Okay, here, and I'll say, okay, here, okay, this one, and it will be an iris. So I'll just say this. Okay, we'll also have the project. Okay, I can just copy them, right? Yeah, have to do the one. Okay, we'll also have the project status data and this one. Let me see if I have the types. I also don't have this one. So I'll bring these two types. So I have the tax status data, which is name, value, and color. And okay. Okay. I think these two types are even the same. Anyway, let's leave it. Okay, so I can import this from types and also the priority. Yes. And the workspace productivity. Okay, so workspace productivity, I also bring that one here. Okay, and now I'll import that one also here, workspace productivity. Okay, and tax, we have tax already, so tax, and we also have project already. Okay, great, so we'll get all of these things. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff, right? Okay, now if it's loading, that's fine. We can use our loader here. So loader from components, right? Okay, loader, that's fine, we have it here. And now let's work on this here. So class name, I'm going to say space y of 8 onto Excel, space y of 12. Okay, great. And inside here, I'm going to put one div, and let's style it class name, flex, item center, and justify to between. Okay, great. And justify to between. Okay, I don't know, but let me put in h1 that says dashboard. Okay, and yeah, text of 2xl font bold. Okay, let's go and see if we're making progress. Oh, it's loading. Let's see if our server is still running. Everything is running. Okay, yeah, yes, our server has crashed. Long time that we were not even aware. Okay, so here is a node type string. It's node for model workspace. Okay, so okay, so if we select a workspace, we need to put the ID inside the params here, right here, so that we can get it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I think I can go inside the header, right? I think it's the header. Yeah, header here, where we have the on. Okay, so I think there's a place where we have an on click. Okay, so here I'm gonna call handle on click, right, function, and I'll come here and see const handle on click. Okay, so handle on click, and I'm gonna need to get the navigate here. So use navigate from React router. Okay, and on click I'll get a workspace. If I get a workspace, I'll call the on workspace select, right? On workspace selected, which is here, and pass in the workspace that I have received. Okay, and I'm also going to check the location, and we can use we can even use Windows location, right, to get it. This can also get it, right? Okay, so what I'm going to say is that if I think, let me do something outside here. I'm going to say it's on workspace route or page. Which one? Page. Okay, so we're going to check if the user is on the workspace page, right? Okay, and I think this sounds good. So let me use location from React name dot include workspace. So the thing we're doing is that here, if I can just change the workspace here, right? Yes. But if I'm here and I change the workspace, okay, I change workspace, right? Yes, I should move to the workspace. And you can see now it's a param instead of a query. So if I go here, it should change to query, right? So that is what we are going to do. Okay, so go back here. We'll still be loading. Yeah. So first we need to we'll check whether the user is on the workspace page, right? Or on different other page. Okay. Okay, so here I'm going to say it's on workspace page, right? If it's on workspace page, okay, then I'm going to say navigate. Okay, navigate, yes. And where am I navigating to? I'm going to navigate to slash workspaces, then slash dollar sign, workspace dot underscore ID, right? If I'm on the workspace page, then I'll move to the details of that particular workspace. Else, okay, else let me bring in this one here. Okay, if that is not the case, then I'm going to get base path, right, which will be location, right? So we have the location here. Okay, so location dot path name. Okay, great. So this will help us get the base path. And once we get a base path, we can say that here. I'm going to say, okay, great, base path, right? Then I'll attach workspace ID. That's fine. Great. And this function we call up here. Okay, so let's see if it will work. Here I selected this. Okay, so now we get this, the ID here, right? If I go here, you see now it changes. If I come back here, then the ID will be there again. Great. Okay. So let's now go and check and see if our backend will still run now. Okay. Let's see if we're getting any other error. Okay, it's running now. Okay, database connected. And let's see. Okay, great. I think it's working. Since we're getting this dashboard, then it means it's working. Okay, great. You say today is not defined. Oh, wow. Where workspace JS 185 today. Okay, so here, okay, so this is supposed to be date, right? This date. Okay, so I think that's fine. Let's see. Okay, it's working. So back to, I can close this. I can close some of these things now. I can even close the types. Oh, I closed the dashboard, right? It's where it's here. Okay, great. Okay, so now we have the title. And okay, so I'll come down here and I'm going to call the start card. Okay, start card. And I'll pass in data as the start, data.start, right? Yes, data.start. And now I need to create this start card. Okay, so I'll go inside the components here, and I'll create a new folder for dashboard. And inside it, I'll create the start card.tss, and I'll say export cons. Okay, start card. Okay. Okay, so yeah, this one should be imported as type. Okay, that's fine. And now I can import it here. Great. And great, they are in sync now. Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, what I'm going to do, this div right here, I'm going to give class name, say grade, and with a gap of 4 on MD, I'm going to say grade dash course dash 2, right? On LG, I'm going to say grade dash course dash 4. Okay, great. And here I'm going to use card from UI. Okay, and now card header. Okay, and card title. Card title. Okay, that will say total project. Okay, that's fine. And okay, let's see. Do I even need the description? No, I will not put description. Okay, so here, what I'm going to say is, let me start this flex row, okay. Items to center, justify to between, right? And pattern bottom of 2. Okay, so title, I mean, we can also start this as a test dash sm small, right? And font of medium. Okay, great. So this is for the title. Okay, so after the header, I'll come down and say card content. Also import card content and a div inside card content with classes, test dash 2 Excel and font dash bold. Okay, and inside, I'll put data dot total projects. Great, data dot total project, and beneath it I'll put a paragraph tag that says that data dot total project in progress, and I'll just say yes, total project in progress. Okay, so I just say total project in progress and I'll put in progress here. And here, the test of SM and test muted foreground should be fine. Okay, so let's check and see. Okay, we have something nice here. Okay, so okay, we're getting object are not valid as React child. Which object? Data. Okay, so maybe let me try to log the data here and let me go back and check. Okay, so here, okay, so let's see here. Yes, the data is here, right? This is the data and total in progress. Okay, so yeah, so the total project in progress, we're getting an object, right? Okay, we're getting an object, and I don't think it ought to be so, right? Okay, okay. So let's check total. Let's check back here. Total project in progress here. Okay, so total projects in progress. We're saying project.filter. Filter where in progress. Okay, so let me add dot length here. Okay. Did we even use this? I don't think we even used it, so I'm going to comment it. I mean, in case you need it, you can use this. So let me see and do this again. Nothing. Okay. Okay, great. So now we have 2. Yes, that's why it's working now. So I can now come here. Now it's here and remove the console log. Okay, great. Okay, so here I can just duplicate this card, right? Yes, and just duplicate it one more time and say total tax. Okay, yeah, total tax, and here will be total tax. Okay, so we have total tax here, and below I'm going to put total tax completed, right? So maybe, okay, total tax. And below I'm going to put total tax completed. So let's see that one also. Oh my goodness. So we get an object here. Wow. Let's go back and see. Total tax. Okay, wait, let me check. So I think it's, so there's 4 here and there is this whole object. Wow. Okay. Let's see it again. Okay, so here total tax, right? And here is total tax. And total tax completed. So total tax, perhaps we also needed to add the dot length. Okay, so here total tax here we're using reduce. Okay, so I need to put 0 here. I'm sorry, comma 0, right? Yeah, and now yes, now this is a number. Okay, Wow. Okay, great. So we now have a number. Great. So we can continue. Okay, so I need to do for to do. So I'm going to copy it 2 more times, and here will be total. No, it should be to do, right? Okay, and here will be total to do, right? Total task to do, and here will also be okay. So I think here I can just put a statement that says task waiting to be done, right? Okay, and here will be in progress, right? And here should be total tax in progress, and here I'm going to put also tax in progress, or yeah, or currently in progress. Yeah, I think something like that should be cool. Okay, so we have it this way, right? Okay, that's nice. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's go to the other stuff. So I can close this and come back here. Okay, so in the next one, I'm going to do the chat. So I'm going to say statistics chart, right? Charts. Okay. And what we need to do is we're going to pass the stats here again. So yeah, stats. No, it should be data.stats, right? Yeah, data.stats. And I'll pass in the tax trends data. Okay, let me see. Yes, and I'll pass in task trend data, which is task trends. I'll pass in projects status data, project priority data, and workspace. This we don't need this one there. Okay, so let's create this chart. So inside the dashboard component here, I'm gonna say statistics. That's a big word. Statistics charts. .tss. Okay, so export cons statistics chart. Okay, so return, let's just return yes here and go and let's import this here. Okay, so now we can accept props. Okay, so I'm just going to put the types here. Okay, so we have all of these types, so I'll just need to import them. We need this. We have the trends type, we have projects, we have the priority, and we have the workspace productivity also. So I'm going to put it here. Okay, so I'll accept all these props and this. Okay, great. So here, class name, grade, right? With a gap of 6, grade course dash 1, or MD, grade course dash 2, grade LG, grade course dash 3, and margin bottom of 8. Okay, so I'm going to put card. So card, import card from UI. Okay, and inside this card header. Okay, and inside this a div, and inside the div now the card title. Oh my word. Okay, so card title, which will say tax trends, right? Okay, so let's begin styling. The card is going to be on LG. It's going to say com span dash 2, right? Okay, and the header here, class name, I'm going to say flex row, right? Items to center and justify to between, with pattern bottom of 2. This div will have space y of 0.5. Okay, and the title, should the title have class? Yes, text dash base and font dash medium. Okay, great. And below the card, I'm going to put the description. So card description, which will say daily tax status changes. Okay, so here should I also provide stars? I think that's fine. Let's check our progress. Okay, so it's here. That's fine. Okay, so below the div, this div, I'm going to put chat line. Okay, that's an icon. Class name, size of 5, test dash muted foreground. Okay, great. Okay, so this is it. Now we can come to the content itself, card content. Okay, great. And let's provide classes. So here I'm going to say it should be width of full, overflow of s dash auto. Okay, great. And on MD, overflow of s dash hidden. Okay, great. Now inside, I'll put a div. Let's also start this. I want to say min width of 350 pixels. Great. Right, min width. Okay, of 350 pixels. Now I need to put in chat container. Okay, so we need to install chat from chat. Okay, so how do I get it? Okay, documentation. Okay, great. So here, what is the install statement? Okay, so here, let me add chat. Okay, so this is a command. Okay, so I'll go back here, open my terminal and look for one, and cd into front and put this install, and let's see. And I think this by default will add rechat, right? So Shadcn uses rechat, so maybe we can check that from the package.json. Package.json. Okay, so let's see when it is done. I think. Okay, so we haven't this. What is this? Was it actually installed? Okay, I don't know, but let's see. Was the rechat added? I can search for it. Rechat. Okay, I think it's here. It's added. So what is this error? Okay, let's make sure. Let's be sure. Let's say it work. Yeah, let's hope it works. So I'm gonna say so chat chat container. Okay, yeah, from UI chats, right? Is it from UI chat container? Yeah, UI chats. Okay, that is fine. And this will accept I'm going to put class name first. Class name, where I'm going to say height should be 300 pixels, right? Okay, and it will also accept something called config. Okay, so config here, so double curly braces, and I'm going to put the colors. So let me just copy them, please. Okay, so the configuration, I'm just going to put the colors there, right? So I'm going to put color for complete, in progress, and to do. Okay, great. So now inside here, I am going to put a line chat. Okay, from read chat, line chat. Okay, great. So this line chat will have data, which will be the tax trends, right? Great. So tax trends, and now inside it we need to put the axis. So I'm going to say x-axis, right, from rechat, and here there's a data key. Okay, and the data key will be the name. The x-axis will be the name. There's a stroke, which I'll put in this color. So I'm going to say stroke, this color here. And what again, I'll need the font size. I can put a font size. So font size will also be 12, right? Okay. And we can also have the tick line. Okay, tick line. Yes, tick line will be false. And false. It's false. It's a boolean, not a string. Okay, false. And now I can have the axis line also as false. Okay, great. And we're going to do same for y-axis. Okay, so import y-axis. The stroke color will be the same color, right? And also font of 12, tick line, these things are also same. Okay, same, right? Great. And We can also put what we call the Cartesian grade. With a Cartesian grade, we'll put in stroke dash array, right? Which will be 3, right? 3 space 3, that's all. And we can also put in vertical should be false, right? Great. We can go and check out from here. Okay, so yeah, we're getting it somewhere. So we have the names here now, right? Okay. And what again do we need? We'll need tooltip. So I'm going to say chat tooltip from chat or from the UI, right? From the UI chat that we imported. And now I'm going to put in the line itself. So line, not link. So line from rechat also. And let's pass in the type should be mono. Oh my goodness. Okay, the type should be monotone. And data key will be which field completed, right? Is it completed? Yes. And we have the stroke. Okay, so I'll just copy the colors. Okay, right. Okay, the stroke color will be this, and we want the stroke width as 2, and the dot offset also of right 4. Okay, so we can check and see. Yeah, this, I think we don't have any for now. Okay, so I can literally put the rest for the in progress and stuff. So they are pretty much the same. We just need to change the data key. This is the data key for in progress, and this one is for to do, and the colors also do changes. That's all. Apart from that, all others are the same. So let's see. Okay, so they are all the same. We don't have any tag string for now. Okay, and below it, right, we can now put chat legend. Okay. Okay, and I'm going to say content. Sorry, content should be equal to chat legend container imported from UI. Okay, great. And I think something is missing here. Okay, we have this. Oh, okay. So if you check, you can see that the view is this supposed to be up and down, and this down, but it's distorted because we placed the content inside the header. So kindly move it out, please. Thank you. And now it should be here like this. Great. I think we don't have any chart for now. So okay, so we're done with that one. So we're done with this, right? We can go back down here, and now this will be for the project status, right? Okay, so we're also going to use card. So card, okay, and the card will have header, and I think it will pretty much be the same like the one we have. So here will be project status, and now see status, project status changes. Okay, or project status breakdown. Okay, I think that's fine. And below here, the div, I'm going to put the chat pie, which is an icon, and the class is also similar. Okay, right. So yeah, we have it this way, right? Okay, and now let's go to the chat itself. So here, I'm going to go to card content, right? And the card content here, width of full, right? Overflow, X of auto, and on MD, it should be hidden. Okay, now, I mean, it's the same pattern like the first one. So class name, min width of, what should I put? I think 350 pixels should be cool. Okay, that's fine. And now I am going to put the chat container again. Okay, and also this will also need the config. So I'll bring it as well. Okay. Okay, so also the height will be 300, and we also have this config, right? So completed, we have this color, in progress, and this. Okay, we're just placing this there. Now I'm going to put in pie chart from rechat up, not from rechat. Yes, great. And inside the pie chart, I need to put a pie also from rechat, right? Okay, so pie chart. Then inside pie chart, we put the pie itself. Okay, so the data will be the project status data. Okay, and there's something called CX, which is going to be 50%, and CY will also be 50%. Okay, I will also need data key, which will be the value, and name key. Name key will be name. I think name key will be name, right? Not status, name. Okay, great. And now we'll have the inner radius, which will be 60. Now outer radius will be 80. Okay, that's fine. And I'm going to say pattern angle of 2. Great. And now okay, so here I'm going to say label. Okay, so label will be this. Then I will say, okay, this way. Okay, so in the label, I'm going to destructure the name. Okay, so it's object, the name, and the percent, right? Okay, and now let me return a string, which will say, okay, so I just want to, the labels, right? I'm just destructuring the name and the percent, and I'm going to say name, then the percentage will follow, right? Okay, to fix 0, right? Yeah, to run it up, that should be fine. So, should it be percent? Let's say percent times 100, right? Okay, so that I can put this inside parenthesis like this, right? Okay. And now here I can put the label line, right? And the label line will be false. Okay. Oh, false. Great. What again will I need? Okay, so this is not a self-closing, right? It's okay. So inside like this, I'm gonna say project. Okay, project status data. Project status data. Okay, so I'm going to map over the project status data, right? Where I'll get the entry and the index. And I'll call the cell, import cell from Richard, and pass the key as cell, then the index, and fill will be the entry dot the color, right? Because you remember we have the color also. I think we have the color in the data that will come. Okay, great. And let's also go and see. Yes, we have this. Great. Right? And we have the labels here together along with the percentages, right? Okay, great. Great work. Below the pie, we're gonna have the chat tooltip, right? Okay. And yeah, and below tooltip, I'm also going to put the legend. Okay, great. So let's see. Okay, so we have this here, and when we hover over it, you can see the tooltip. Okay, that's fine. And I think we're done with that one too. So I am going to toggle that one, right? Okay. Now let's come to the tax priority. Okay, great. And also it has similar pattern. So Keza, please, can you be helpful? Okay, so we have the header. We can check. Yes, we have it here, right? Okay. So we have the header, and yeah, okay, below it, I'm going to put the chat container again, okay, with the same styling, and I'll put in a div with also the min width of 300, right? Okay, close this div. Okay, and inside I'm going to put the chat container again. Okay, and I'll bring the config along with the class name. Okay, so the class name, the same height of 300, and inside this I'm also going to put a pie chart. So maybe I can just copy the pie chart since it's almost similar to the first one. Okay, so we also have the pie chart where the same thing, but this time we're passing the tax priority data. The same things here. We also want the label and that. And now we're looping over the map, right? Okay, I can remove this, right? Okay, we're mapping over the tax priority data, getting the entry and this, and also the color. Yes, great. So we can check, and that one is also here. Okay. What again can we do? The last one, it's a bar chart. So maybe to speed it up, let me just bring that one, and I'm going to toggle this one also here, and I'll say this. Okay, so here, let's go through it. Okay, so the same thing, right? So this is for the productivity, and here we are saying we're importing an icon called big, chat bar big, right? That's the icon name. The same styles, the same here, but different configuration. We have the completed and the to-do with colors, right? The same class here. And here we're importing bar chart from Richard and passing the workspace productivity data, where we say the bar gap should be 0 and the bar size should be 20. You can increase it depending on the width that you want, right? And inside here, we have the axis with colors, axis also here. And now here, we also have, okay, we can even import this component from UI chart. Okay, right? That is for the quotation grid and the chart tooltip. And now let's import bar from rechart. And the data key will be the total with a fill color of this and the radius of this, right? 4, 4, and down here. So that is the top right, top left, and the bottom will be 0, 0. And the name will be total tax, right? And here will be also for the completed with a color and the same style, and the name will be completed tax. And we also have the legend here. Okay, so let's check. So now you can see, right? So if I zoom it in, you should see that we have some border radius here, right? And we have a very beautiful tooltip. Okay, great. Okay, great. So we're done with this chart, right? Okay, great job. So I can close this now. And now we're left with the upcoming and the project thing, right? So I'm going to put a div here. Okay, so a div here, and let me style it. So I'm going to say class name, grade, a gap of 6, and on LG, grade course of 3, 3, 2. Let me make it 2. Yes, because we only have 2 elements here. We're going to have the recent projects. Okay, so recent projects, and we're passing the data as data.recent project, and we will also have the upcoming tags. Okay, yes, upcoming tags. So let me close this for now. I mean, comment it. Okay. Okay, so I'll go back inside the dashboard here and do the recent projects, projects.tss, and I'll say export cons recent projects return. Okay, a div. Okay, and this. Okay, so import. Okay, great. And I can also create that of the okay, let me create that of the upcoming tags as well. So upcoming tags.tss, export cons upcoming tags, right? Great. Go back here and also import that. Make sure you import that as well. Okay, so let's start from the recent. Okay, so we'll need to get the props. So we'll get data, which is of type project. Okay, and it's an array, right? Okay, great. Okay, so here I'm going to use the card again, import card, right? And let's give class. So I'm going to say it should be on LG. I'm going to say call span -2, right? Okay, great. And now I'm going to put the card header, and inside the card header, card title with the title recent projects. Great. Below it, card content. Okay, and here class name space y of 4. Okay, great. And inside now I can say data dot length, right? Equal to 0. If it does, then I'll show p tag else fragment for now. Okay, so if there is no, I'm going to say no recent project yet. Okay, that's grammar. Put anything you want there. Okay, here I'm going to say test dash center. Okay, test dash muted foreground. Okay, great. We can even give a little bit of padding of 8. That's top and bottom, right? Okay, and if we do have, okay, so if we do have, so now I'm going to say that this dot map, right, where we get each project, and we can now return a div. Okay, so yes, okay, so I'm going to put in the ID of the project as the key. Okay, great. And let me also start this div. So I'm going to say there should be a border rounded -LG and pattern of 4. Okay, so here I am going to get cons project, now project progress, right, which will be equal to get project, project progress, right? And passing the project dot tags. Yes, great. So this will help us get the project progress. Okay, so inside, I put a div with class name, flex, items to center, justify to between, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, inside this, I'm going to put a link from React router, and inside it, I'll put an h3, okay, which will take the project dot title. Okay, so let's see. This one will go to okay, so it's gonna go to / workspaces. Oh, okay, so please. Okay, so it's going to go to workspaces where we'll need the workspace ID. So how can we grab the workspace ID here? Maybe we can even use the same approach here. We're getting the this. Can I? Okay, so here, and I'll bring it down here and get the same workspace ID here. Okay, so yeah, and here workspace, then I'll put the workspace ID, right? Then we go to projects and the project ID, right? I think that's okay. Okay, great. What can I do again? Okay, maybe let's start this. So class name, font dash medium, right? Hover, I'm going to say test dash primary, and transition dash colors. Okay, great. Let's go and see. It should be here. So yeah, okay, great. So we have another project, another test project. Okay. Now below the link, I'm going to put a span that will take project.status. Okay. Class name. Okay, let's use the cn helper function and say that ps of 2 and py of 1. Okay, test dash sx and rounded dash 4. Okay, then I put comma as a get tax status color and just passing the project dot status. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have it here. Okay, great. So now below this div, so one div, right? And I'll put another one, and class name will be okay, class name will be space of y of 1. But before that, let me even put the description here. So project dot description here. Okay, and let me start this one too. So I'm going to say that test dash sm, right? Test dash muted dash 4 ground and margin bottom of 3. I can also give a line plan of 3, right? Great. Okay, so that yeah, should in case we have a very long description, right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and now let's come inside this one, this div here. Okay, so here I'm going to put another div inside. So we're going to do the progress. So span, say progress, and down here another span that will say progress. Project progress? Yes, project progress. Then I am going to add percentage sign. Okay, so here I think I can style this. Say it should be, this should be flex, items to center, justify to between, and test of XX, like this, right? That's fine. Let's see. Yes, so we have progress and progress here. Okay, and now here comes the bar itself. So I'm going to say progress. So import that from UI and pass in value, which will be equal to project progress. Great. And we can pass in class name and say the height should be 2. Okay, so however big you want it, you can increase the height, right? So if I increase this to, let's say 6, you should know that it will be big, right? So however you want it, but I think 2 should be cool. If you want 1, you can put 1 there. So 2 should be fine. Okay. And yeah, I think that's all. So yeah, So now we're left with this one. Okay, so let's go to the this side, upcoming tags. Yeah. So upcoming tags, how was I passing it out? I'm passing it as data. So I can come here and say data, of which data is of type tags from type, and it will be an array. Okay, so what we say we do? Okay, great. So here we can also get the workspace ID like we did here, bring it here. Okay. Okay, so we have this. So let's change this to a card from UI. Okay, card do have header, and inside header is title, right? And the title will be upcoming tags. Fine. And we can also put description, which will be Keza, can you suggest something? Okay, yeah, Keza suggested something. So now let's come to the content. Okay, great. So here I'm going to say space y of 4, right? Okay. Now here I am going to put in that data dot length, right? Okay. So Keza, can you do? Okay. So here the same thing, no upcoming tags. But if we do, then we'll say that map will get each tags. And now we need to return something. So let's instantly return a link, right? Yes. Okay. And the link is coming from React router, which have a to property. Okay. And this will go to workspaces. Can you guess? Okay, sir. Too much. Remove this. Okay. So go to workspaces, the workspace ID. Then we go to projects. Then the project ID, and the project ID is inside the tags, so which is tags.project, right? Then tags, then the tags ID. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We can even give classes here. I think, okay, let's give key and class name. Okay, we're gonna say flex items to start. Okay, space of x of 3, border, no, border bottom, right? Now I'm gonna say pattern bottom of 3, and last dash border dash 0. Okay, so here what this will do is that last, right? This. So here we don't want the last item should have, we don't want it to have a border. Okay, so that's what we're doing there. Okay, I'll put a div here. Oh, div, okay. And this div class name. Okay, so I'm going to use the cn helper function and do this. Okay, so first we'll have margin top of 0.5, where we have rounded dash lg. No, okay, let's say full, and pattern of 1, right? Okay, this is what we have for now. Okay, and now we'll come here and we're going to say that if tax dot priority, right, equal to high, right? Okay, let's see. So if it's equal to high, the background should be red. I'm going to say red 100, test of red 700. That's all. So let's see if we can change the others. Yes, and this should be yellow. Yeah, and this should be low to be gray and not green. Okay, and here we, okay, I'll change here to gray as well. Okay, great. Okay, so now come inside here, and I'm going to say tax dot status. Okay, tax dot status rate equal to done. If it's equal to done, then I am going to return check circle icon 2. Okay, and class name width and height of 4. Okay, that's fine. If it is not completed, I'm going to show this icon of circle, the same styles, right? Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, so we don't even have any tags. Wow. Okay, let me try to create one, right? Okay, so let me go and create a new tags, and ensure that the date is within the next 7 days. Okay, new tax and something gibberish. Okay, so here I think that's fine. And in the next 7 days, maybe I can put this and select myself, save. Okay, let me go and see. Okay, so we have an icon here. Okay, so coming up fine. Okay, so let's continue. So we're done with this. We can now come here and give another div, class name, space of y of 1, and paragraph. Inside it, I'm going to say tax.title. Okay, let's start it. Okay, so I'm going to say font-medium and test-sm, right? Okay, that's fine. And below it, we can have a div and a span inside it, which will say tax.status, right? Okay, and below it, we'll check if tax.dueDate exists, then span tag. Okay, let me use fragment first. Then inside the fragment, I'll put span tag that will say it's gonna put in dash. I'm just gonna put in dash there. Then I'll put another span that will use format, right? So ensure to import format from datefns here. Okay, and pass in the due date. Okay, so now let's style all of these things. So the div, okay, so we've done this. So the div wrapping the status, right? So there's a class name, flex items to center, grade, and test-sx, test-muted foreground. Okay, great. And aside that, every other thing can stay the same. Let's see. Okay, so we have this, right? We have the tags and we have this. I think the size of this is small. Oh, okay, let me see. Maybe on MD, the tags should be base. Yeah, what do you think? Okay, I think this is fine, right? Then we have the to do dash, right? Okay, so to do, maybe I can have class here that says margin right of 1. Let me go and see. Okay, and I can also do maybe I can say margin x of 1, so that left and right, right? Okay, that's it. So yeah, we're done with that one also. So I think literally we're done with our dashboard, right? Don't forget to like and subscribe. See you in the next episode.